Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, June 29th, 2026. It is 4:01 p.m. and the City Council has a quorum present in the Community Center, rooms A and B. For this budget meeting, we do have an item of citizens input. So do we have anyone from the public here who wishes to speak for citizens input? No comment cards received. Did anyone from the public wish to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll move on with our agenda to item 3, opening remarks and review of goals. City Manager.
Evening, everybody. Thank you for coming here and enjoying this budget process. We're doing a little bit different this year than we have in the past. We have 3 meetings coming up scheduled for you, each with a different topic. The question was asked whether we are looking for decisions tonight. We are not. We're providing information tonight. We'll wrap this all up in the decision-making process in the last meeting. Of course, if you're not ready to make the final decision at that point and need additional information, we'll create additional process at that time. We did break this up in order to try and not put you under so much pressure like we have in the past, where we try to do all this in one day. So certainly if you have questions, you're looking for more information, take note of those, share those at those time. We'll provide that information and continue the process moving forward. Our whole goal here, of course, is by the end of July to have a proposed budget, once we're ready to move forward toward the process of additional feedback from the community and from the council before we make final decisions in the September timeframe. So tonight we'll have a number of presentations presented for you. Looking forward to your questions and feedback.
All right, thank you, sir. Council, any questions for staff before we get started? Excuse me. Nope. All right, let's move on to item 4, and we're going to start off with our presentation and discussion of the utility rate study. And Wendy, you're going to take that one from the podium.
Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm going to start off the presentation. I'm going to give a little bit of a review from the discussion we had with council last year regarding the impact of the water rates on our bond rating and our debt service ratio component of the bond rating. And kind of a little background on why they made the decision that they did last year with the water rates. And then once I go over that, I'm going to hand it over to Jason Gray. Many of you usually see Dan Jackson. He's been doing our presentation for several years for our budget strategy session, and he was not able to make it tonight, and I think Jason might be taking over with Dan retiring, so we're going to be seeing more of Jason in the future as well. Okay, so just for a little bit of background, we issue water and sewer bonds each year to expand and improve existing infrastructure and also to replace our aging infrastructure. Sure. We can email it to you. Can we email it to you? Can we email it to you, all of the council? No, I said, would you like us to email it to you? Okay. Or would you prefer a printout? Email's fine? Okay. Yeah, certainly. We'll email them the presentations to you. Okay. All right. And within the bond rating each year, you get a score. The city gets a score. And you look at this as just like your personal credit score. When you go to buy a car, you go to have get a mortgage on your home, your personal credit score tells you how creditworthy you are, and the lower, the better the score, the lower the interest rate you're going to pay for that debt. Cities have the same thing, and we have this bond rating call before we issue debt each year. And this bond rating agencies, they grade us and they give us a score, so the better the score, then the lower we pay, the city pays in taxes to repay that debt down the road. So the bond rating for our water and sewer revenue bonds is currently AA negative for both of the rating agencies. We use S&P and Moody's. And I'm going to get a little bit deeper into this, but we found out something last year from S&P. They kind of shifted the way that they calculate the debt service coverage ratio, where we in all cities report North Texas Municipal Water District as an operating cost. S&P includes that cost as debt. So that kind kind of changes it up a little bit, and I'll go a little bit further into that in a moment. In our most recent water and sewer bond rating call, this was last year in June, right before we issued last year's $7 million in water and sewer bonds, S&P questioned our debt coverage ratio, and in their final report, they noted that maintaining a drop in coverage commensurate with the 2024 levels as pressuring our current AA negative rating. So they were kind of giving us a little bit of a warning of, we're watching this, and if it continues along this trend, you're looking at a potential downgrade in your rating. And that is really led by the absorption of North Texas Municipal Water District rate increases by the city. It has reduced the all-in debt service ratio. And also a rating downgrade could possibly be due to a drawdown in liquidity, which we haven't, might be dealing with tonight. So after the call, we found that what S&P was referring to was their all-in debt service coverage ratio. And this is a component of their scorecard, and it's a pretty substantial component of their scorecard, and it is a ratio of the fiscal year's annual net income cash flow available to cover the fiscal year's debt obligation. So this ratio isn't necessarily looking at how healthy the fund balance is of the fund. It's looking at, are you generating the revenues to cover the expenses and pay the debt liability? So in the fiscal year, so S&P includes the water district, as I mentioned, annual payment as a debt obligation. Now that debt obligation for fiscal year 11 was $11 million. For fiscal year, for 24, it was $11 million. For fiscal year 25, it was $12 million. And it was $13 million for fiscal year 26. So at the July 2025 budget strategy session, our most recent ratio at that time, based on that most recent call with the rating agency, was 1.13 times the debt coverage. If you look at the band over to the right, it's just barely, it's band number 4, and it's the range between 1.1 times to 1.2 times. So we were at 1.3 at that bond rating agency. So you can see we're kind of down, getting low to the bottom of that rung and in danger of dropping below the rung. Their quote, which I put down here at the bottom, says, although unexpected.
Hey, Wendy,
Yes?
I'm sorry. Is there a way we could get a printed copy? This is the mayor talking. Is there a way we can get a printed copy of this document? The text is really small for us back here. If we could get
Okay.
a printed copy, that would be
Okay.
really helpful.
You sent it even to Shelley? Okay, yep, they're gonna get you one.
Thank you. Are there
7?
sorry? Perfect. I know, are there going to be, okay, so if we're going to get it forwarded, we probably don't need a printed copy, so let's disregard that from Ryan. And are there other documents that are going to be presented that we don't have currently in our possession? Because if we could get those now, that would be helpful.
Are we emailing them now? Do you want me to keep
Let's
going?
hold for like 2 minutes until that
Okay.
arrives.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, June 29th, 2026. It is 4:01 p.m. and the City Council has a quorum present in the Community Center, rooms A and B. For this budget meeting, we do have an item of citizens input. So do we have anyone from the public here who wishes to speak for citizens input? No comment cards received. Did anyone from the public wish to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll move on with our agenda to item 3, opening remarks and review of goals. City Manager.
Evening, everybody. Thank you for coming here and enjoying this budget process. We're doing a little bit different this year than we have in the past. We have 3 meetings coming up scheduled for you, each with a different topic. The question was asked whether we are looking for decisions tonight. We are not. We're providing information tonight. We'll wrap this all up in the decision-making process in the last meeting. And of course, if you're not ready to make the final decision at that point and need additional information, we'll create additional process at that time. We did break this up in order to try and not put you under so much pressure like we have in the past, where we try to do all this in one day. So certainly, if you have questions, you're looking for more information, take note of those, share those at those time. We'll provide that information and continue the process moving forward. Our whole goal here, of course, is by the end of July to have a proposed budget, once we're ready to move forward toward the process of additional feedback from the community and from the council before we make final decisions in the September timeframe. So tonight we'll have a number of presentations presented for you. Looking forward to your questions and feedback.
All right, thank you, sir. Council, any questions for staff before we get started? Excuse me. No? All right, let's move on to item 4, and we're going to start off with our presentation and discussion of the utility rate study. And Wendy, you're going to take that one from the podium.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Okay, I'm going to start off the presentation. I'm going to give a little bit of a review from the discussion we had with council last year regarding the impact of the water rates on our bond rating and our debt service ratio component of the bond rating. And kind of a little background on why they made the decision that they did last year with the water rates. And then once I go over that, I'm going to hand it over to Jason Gray. Many of you usually see Dan Jackson. He's been doing our presentation for several years for our budget strategy session, and he was not able to make it tonight, and I think Jason might be taking over with Dan retiring, so we're going to be seeing more of Jason in the future as well. Okay, so just for a little bit of background, we issue water and sewer bonds each year to expand and improve existing infrastructure and also to replace our aging infrastructure. Sure. We can email it to you. Can we email it to you? Can we email it to you? All of the council? No, I said, would you like us to email it to you? Okay. Or would you prefer a printout? Email's fine? Okay. Yeah, certainly. We'll email them the presentations to you. Okay. All right. And within the bond rating each year, you get a score. The city gets a score. And you look at this as just like your personal credit score. When you go to buy a car, you go to have get a mortgage on your home, your personal credit score tells you how creditworthy you are, and the lower, the better the score, the lower the interest rate you're going to pay for that debt. Cities have the same thing, and we have this bond rating call before we issue debt each year. And this bond rating agencies, they grade us and they give us a score, so the better the score, then the lower we pay, the city pays in taxes to repay that debt down the road. So the bond rating for our water and sewer revenue bonds is currently AA negative for both of the rating agencies. We use S&P and Moody's. In our most, and I'm going to get a little bit deeper into this, but we found out something last year from S&P. They kind of shifted the way that they calculate the debt service coverage ratio, where we in all cities report North Texas Municipal Water District as an operating cost. S&P includes that cost as debt. So that kind of changes it up a little bit, and I'll go a little bit further into that in a moment. In our most recent water and sewer bond rating call, this was last year in June, right before we issued last year $7 million in water and sewer bonds, S&P questioned our debt coverage ratio. And in their final report, they noted that maintaining a drop in coverage commensurate with the 2024 levels as pressuring our current AA negative rating. So they were kind of giving us a little bit of a warning of, we're watching this, and if it continues along this trend, you're looking at a potential downgrade in your rating. And that is really led by the absorption of North Texas Municipal Water District rate increases by the city. It has reduced the all-in debt service ratio. And also a rating downgrade could possibly be due to a drawdown in liquidity, which we haven't, might be dealing with tonight. So after the call, we found that what S&P was referring to was their all-in debt service coverage ratio. And this is a component of their scorecard, and it's a pretty substantial component of their scorecard, and it is a ratio of the fiscal year's annual net income cash flow available to cover the fiscal year's debt obligation. So this ratio isn't necessarily looking at how healthy the fund balance is of the fund. It's looking at, are you generating the revenues to cover the expenses and pay the debt liability? So in the fiscal year, so S&P includes the Water District, as I mentioned, annual payment as a debt obligation. Now that debt obligation for fiscal year 11 was $11 million. For fiscal year, for 24, it was $11 million. For fiscal year 25, it was $12 million. And it was $13 million for fiscal year 26. So at the July 2025 budget strategy session, our most recent ratio at that time, based on that most recent call with the rating agency, was 1.13 times the debt coverage. If you look at the band over to the right, it's just barely, it's band number 4, and it's the range between 1.1 times to 1.2 times. So we were at 1.3 at that bond rating agency. So you can see we're kind of down, getting low to the bottom of that rung and in danger of dropping below the rung. Their quote, which I put down here at the bottom, says, although unexpected.
Hey, Wendy,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Is there a way we could get a printed copy? This is the mayor talking. Is there a way we can get a printed copy of this document? The text is really small for us back here. If we could get a printed copy, that would be really helpful.
You sent it even to Shelley? Okay, yep, they're gonna get you one.
Thank you. Are there
7?
sorry? Perfect. I know, are there going to be, okay, so if we're going to get it forwarded, we probably don't need a printed copy, so let's disregard that from Ryan. And are there other documents that are going to be presented that we don't have currently in our possession? Because if we could get those now, that would be helpful.
Are we emailing them now? Do you want me to keep
Let's
going?
hold for like 2 minutes until that arrives.
Okay. I put the quote at the bottom of the slide here that this came directly from the S&P report last year, that although unexpected, we view a sustained drop in coverage commensurate with fiscal 2024 levels as potentially pressuring the rating, and that was from S&P. So after that rating call, I mean, they didn't downgrade us at that time, but it was kind of a warning of you need to start watching this. So we went back and pulled together historical data. And we brought this to council last year in this budget strategy session just to let council see specifically what S&P was looking at when they were talking about that. And what you can see is that over so last year, over the most recent 3 fiscal years of 23, 24, and 25, actuals, expenses were growing faster, much faster pace than the revenues. So, example 24, we grew our revenue 9%, expenses 11%. 2024, we actually reduced our revenue by 1% and grew our expenses by 9%. Last year, fiscal year 25, grew our revenue by 4% and grew our expenses by 7%. So this is what they were looking at. We're going through this trend where we're not passing through our rate increases and we're not keeping our revenue up in alignment with our expenses. So this was causing our all-in debt coverage service ratio to drop very close to dropping out of their 4th rung. Last year, so because of this, council made the decision last year to choose a larger water and sewer rate increase, which was scenario 3. It's the first red header column for fiscal year 26 rates that would produce slightly more revenues than expenses and start moving the needle towards our historical all-in debt service coverage ratio. Because if you look at the past, back in 2019, it was 1.25, 1.27 the next, 1.31, and then we started really taking a drop there in fiscal year 2024. Now we're in 2026, and that in the 2026 forecast column, and expenses are forecasted to be above budget and drop our ratio down to right at the cusp of the rating agency's fourth rung of 1.1. So today, Willdan's going to present two rate scenario options, one of which will keep us on the upward trajectory, and another that is a lower impact to customers, but projected to drop our ratio lower than that fourth rating rung, and it'd be with the lowest we've had in several years. So from here, the question is what's driving the expenses to go up so high? So a comparison of fiscal year 2025 actuals to our fiscal year 26 estimate shows an increase in expenditures of $5 million or 15%, which when you break that down, that $5 million we see it's driven by $4 million in operating expense, the yellow here in this box. If you follow that up to the operating expenses, that's broken down, and what's driving it is purchase services, the $3.1 million. So then if we break that down further, okay, what is that? It is North Texas Municipal Water District and Garland Wastewater Treatment, and they're the very vast leading drivers. So our cost of water increased 7%, and our cost of wastewater treatment increased 10% for fiscal year 26 that we're in right now. And both of those were accounted for in the adopted budget. So this issue is that we have an I&I problem that's causing an additional 250 to 300 million gallons of wastewater treatment compounding each year. So what is the impact of a bond rating downgrade? What does that mean to you, or to the taxpayers? What it means is what this graph shows, that over a 5-year estimated period of downgrade, because the last time we had a downgrade, it took 5 years to get it increased, brought back up. The rating agencies are very hesitant to do upgrades. So you can be ready for it, your numbers are there, but they just kind of hold off. Even when your numbers are there, still wait another couple of years to make sure you're going to maintain that upward movement. So this is estimating that over a 5-year estimated period of downgrade, borrowing costs are projected to increase by $633,000 over the 25-year debt period. And that's because we issue next year, if it's at a downgraded rate, we're paying more for that one. Well, then the next year we're going to issue $7 million again, and we're going to pay a higher rate for that one. And the next year we're going to issue $7 million again, and we're going to pay a higher rate for that one. So until the rating comes back up, if it goes down, until it comes back up, every issuance we have every year will be impacted by that lower credit score. This slide is interesting because I wanted to provide you with the history of Rowlett's utility rate subsidy to our residents. So as you can see, last year was the first time in several years that the full North Texas Municipal Water District increase was passed through, and the second time for Garland Wastewater Treatment where the full rate was passed through. And while this has helped keep our customer rates competitive with other cities, which Willdan will touch on a little in their presentation, it has negatively impacted our debt service coverage ratio along the way. So, for example, on this one, fiscal year 25, North Texas increased our cost of water by 6%. We only passed across a 4% increase to our residents. That same year, Garland increased our wastewater treatment cost 5%, we only passed through a 3% increase to our customers. And the final slide before I turn it over to Jason Gray with Willdan provides what each rate scenario he's going to go over with you would look like in the proposed budget, which this does include another 250 million gallons of wastewater treatment increase for fiscal year 27. So scenario one, would basically be a break even for the fund and continue the upward debt service coverage ratio trajectory, but cost the average residential user an extra $21 a month. While scenario 2 would create a $1.6 million deficit and reduce the debt service coverage ratio down to the lower rung, but cost the average residential user a lower increase of about $12 a month. That's the question, that's the slides that I have for my portion. I'm going to move it over to Jason unless anyone has any specific questions on this information. Okay.
Council questions? Wendy, I have a couple questions, and I'm trying to, again, recall the methodology of why the debt rating or the bond rating entities use this ratio, because it's super confusing to me. Mm-hmm. And going back to your slide number 4, it isn't clear to me when we have, it's the one with all the, that one with the small numbers. The total expenses excluding transfers includes the fixed costs and the debt service as a total, correct?
It does, but they take out the water district. So if you're trying to compare one slide to the other, the final fund balance slide, this is using S&P's calculation. They take water and sewer, they take North Texas Municipal Water District out of operating and they add it to debt. So your denominator is much higher and flips the ratio.
But they don't do that with our sanitary sewer service?
No.
And we don't understand the reasoning behind that?
No, and I really don't want them to. That'll make it worse.
Right. I mean, I guess that's what I'm confused by is just the structure of this, and I think I had a real struggle wrapping my head around it last year because we had a similar discussion. It seems to me like when you say you have to have a ratio of 1.1 or above, aren't we effectively growing our fund balance by 10% every year then?
Yes, but this ratio does not take fund balance into consideration. It takes net income. What your performance is in that year.
But if we want to stay in that band year after year, the 1.1 to 1.2, isn't the net income then effectively growing our fund balance by more than 10% every year?
Yes, because of effectively I think what they're expecting you to do is pass on your cost increases to your customers.
And so what this is attempting to outline is that we haven't done that for the past few years.
Correct.
Intentionally.
Yes.
And that's put us in this position.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? All right.
Mayor and Council, again, my name is Jason Gray. I'm a Vice President with Willdan Financial Services. We've provided your water and sewer rate studies for the last several years. Again, Dan Jackson sends his regards. He is in Europe on a cruise at the moment, and for some reason he didn't want to come back for this. So in moving forward through the pieces of the presentation that we have, we want to outline the two different scenarios that Wendy began to bring up here, which are really all related to the decision point around how much of the cost increases is it appropriate in your minds to relay on to the customers versus continue to use some of the fund balance, which has the impact of also decreasing your debt service coverage ratio. There are other alternatives, other scenarios that we can provide. We want to focus in on these two because of that major decision point first, and then we'll work towards a solution as we move. So a couple of points essentially about water and wastewater rates. These are national trends. This is not Rowlett. This is not Texas specifically or the DFW area. Just nationally speaking, the utilities tend to increase their rates at a pace of 5 to 6% generally on average. Some areas of the country, some areas of the state, water and sewer costs are increasing faster than that. In other areas, it's increasing a little bit slower than that. But at the end of the day, nationally speaking, 5 to 6% is the average. The American Water Works Association, which is the international association that tracks all things water and wastewater essentially, is estimating that water and sewer rates will triple over the next 15 years. That is for the same amount of service, so not including growth that you're looking at from your total revenue and your total expenses that we'll show a little bit later in this presentation, but actual rates to consumers based on a per 1,000-gallon basis. The estimate, the projection is that it will triple. Again, that's a national estimate, that is not specific here locally. When we look at why rate adjustments are increasing at the pace that they are, they tend to be driven by a couple of different things. Wholesale cost is a big component, particularly in communities that purchase most or all of those services on either the water or the wastewater side. Capital improvement projects have been increasing at a much higher than general inflation rate, particularly for wet utilities. So water and wastewater treatment plants, lines, pump stations, lift stations, all of those kinds of things have been increasing at a pace of nearly twice the rate of general inflation over the past 5 years, really since COVID. Unfortunately, we're not seeing a lot of steadying off of that, but that is impacting utilities budgets across the country. That not only impacts your budgets directly, but it also impacts your wholesalers. It impacts North Texas Water District, it impacts City of Garland, and that's part of the reason why they're passing those costs on to you. Finally, 30 to 40% of utilities charge rates that don't completely cover their cost. You can see from Wendy's presentation earlier that there are years in which you're generating net revenue, there are years in which you're not. Generally speaking, across the country, 30 to 40%, again, are operating at rates that don't really cover their costs. Most commonly, that is in the way of depreciation. They're not fully funding depreciation. And so as their system continues to wear out, as it does, they don't have the dollars set aside to be able to reinvest back into their system, is one of the most common ways in which utilities charge rates that don't cover their full costs. In other cases, certainly, in many cases, there's actually a net decrease in available revenues on a year-to-year basis because of these other factors, capital improvement projects, wholesale costs, those kinds of things that vary on a year-to-year basis. So as we kind of zoom in to the local basis here, your last adjustment to water and wastewater rates was done last year in 2025, which is great that you're continuing to do rate increases. Unfortunately, unlike on the property tax side where you can keep the same rate generally speaking, and as long as your property tax base is growing, you're able to generate additional revenue to provide services to new residents. It's not the case on water and wastewater. In order to generate new revenue, generally speaking, you have to increase rates as well, because this is essentially a pass-through business where you are simply passing through the costs that you experience yourself. Water and wastewater wholesale rates continue to increase. I won't belabor the point that Wendy brought up earlier. To show that on an annual basis, both North Texas and Garland are increasing their rates to you. Garland wastewater treatment rate increased 10.4%. and is expected to maintain that generally around 10 to 10.5% for fiscal 27. Wastewater volumes delivered to Garland are increasing much faster than your system growth. That's the I&I, or inflow and infiltration problem that Wendy addressed briefly. Just generally speaking, as your community grows, you're also having a higher than that percentage increase in the wastewater that you're sending to Garland right now. We'll discuss that in a little bit more detail as we move through the presentation. Together, all of those factors are putting pressure on existing rates, and to the point of where, again, we are asking that you consider looking at a rate increase. No decisions are expected today. This is an outline of where we're at on the two scenarios, but again, there is significant pressure on the existing rates. So with that, I won't belabor this too much. I just want to point out this is your existing rate structure. As you probably know, you've got a combination of base rates that are charged regardless of how much water or sewer volume actually gets used within a particular house or business. And that base rate is based on the size of the meter. And so your typical residential meter is that 3/4 or 5/8 inch meter. $23.65 is the base charge. That's a start on the water side from a monthly basis, regardless of how much volume gets used. And then on the sewer side, minimum charge for all accounts is $25.66. On the water side, you've got volume charge that's tiered for your residential, 0 to 3,000 gallons, 3 to 15,000 gallons, and 15,000 and above. That's a common conservation type tier structure that we see, particularly in North Texas. The more you use, the more you pay for the water that gets consumed or used within a household. Your non-residential multifamily and your municipal rates are not at a tiered level, which again is fairly common because they just don't have the same ability to conserve through irrigation that a single-family residential does, to where, you know, a multifamily or a commercial business, if they use 200,000 gallons, they may not have put a drop of that outside on a lawn, whereas in a home, after you reach, you know, 12 or 15,000 gallons roughly, very good chance that it's going into irrigation. On the volume rate for sewer, residential multifamilies at 632 per 1,000 gallons, non-residential 717, and the municipal rates at 361. You do have some maximums for your sewer side. Max residential sewer charge can't exceed 88.85. All right, so part of what we do is we compare your current typical bill. This is a typical residential bill of 7,500 gallons on water and wastewater. Right now, a customer here pays $142.46 for that level of service, 7,500 gallons on both water and wastewater. And you can see how it compares with the area. Obviously, Farmersville and Forney out there on the right, significantly higher. You're about at the system average of $139.78, just a couple of dollars higher than the sample average. And then there are several cities that are lower than you. I will say, you know, Rockwall, Richardson, we're completing a rate study right now for Richardson. Their rates are going up. Many of these cities are going through the same process that you are right now, and will be going up, generally speaking, as well. When we look at the commercial side, same kind of issue here, but we're looking at a 22,000 gallon a month bill. Right now, your customers would pay just under $500 for that. The sample average is $527. Residential and commercial often get charged different ways in different communities, and this is just a snapshot of 22,000 gallons, which is your average commercial on a monthly basis. All right, as we move into your customers and volumes, we take a look at several years of history and then also project out 10 years into the future what your system is going to look like. And that's a combination of your expenses for your maintenance and operations, as well as the number of accounts that we are expecting that you'll have for both water, wastewater, and the volumes that get used. So in our what we call our test year, which is a normalized 12-month period, we're looking at 28,905 accounts on the water side, 22,330 on the wastewater side, and we're growing those 2.2% on the water side, 1.3% on the wastewater side. And you can see some other notes there on the right about why there's a difference between the sewer and the water accounts. That is very often, almost universally the case. You don't have the exact same number of water and wastewater accounts. On the usage side, we expect for our test year of 2027, about 2.5 billion gallons. You can see we're increasing that at a pace of about 1.5% a year, going out to a little under 2.9 billion gallons by 2036. On the current and forecast cost of service, this becomes the baseline upon which we assess the rate plan to look and see the entire cost of service is X. We have rates that need to generate that amount, and if it doesn't generate that amount, we have to figure out where that funding comes from. So a couple of notes on the key assumptions within the cost of service. Most personnel and variable operating expenses, and by variable operating expenses, we simply mean those that typically run with the amount of volume that you're selling, increase by 3 to 5% a year. So we do take your budget, we go through it line by line. We don't just do a general 3% inflation or 4% inflation. We take a look at each line and we assess what we think what we think that line item is going to be increasing year over year. That doesn't establish your budget, but it establishes a forecast for your financial plan as we look forward. Certain expenses grow faster. Employee benefits tend to grow faster than inflation. There are certain elements of your costs that increase at the pace of account growth plus inflation. All of those kinds of things we take into consideration. North Texas Municipal Water District forecast water rates are estimated to increase just generally speaking across the system, and then there's also this element of the volume that you purchase from them, and your fiscal year 27 take-or-pay minimum is expected to decrease by about 25 million gallons due to what's called the natural drawdown. You set your original take-or-pay at the maximum amount that was ever used. Within the latest contract extensions, you're able to pull that down basically if you're not using anymore what you used at the max at one point. You're in that phase right now. And again, we expect that to decrease by about 25 million gallons, which sets your new take-or-pay. Garland wastewater treatment rate per 1,000 gallons increase at 10.4% in 26, and we expect the same in 27 with our assumptions. And the wastewater volumes delivered to Garland, again, are estimated to increase by about 300 million gallons in 2026 and another 250,000 gallons in 2027. This causes significantly higher payments, obviously, because it's not only increasing the per 1,000 rate by about 10%, but we're also adding additional volume on top of the growth that you've got. And then finally, as an assumption, we are assuming that you're going to continue to issue debt, combined water and wastewater debt of about $7 million each year of the plan. All right, so in looking at the North Texas rate and volume forecast, you can see here in the dark blue, we've got your expected take-or-pay volume. In the light blue, we've got your purchased volume. You can see in 26, 27, 28, the take-or-pay volume is slightly higher than the purchase volume. That's as your natural drawdown for your take-or-pay continues to operate. And then beyond 2028, we expect that your take-or-pay will likely begin to increase as the community continues to grow. The rate per 1,000 gallons, you can see there for North Texas, this is based on their estimate, not ours. We plug their estimate into our model. Right now, $4.19. By 2031, $6.40, and by 2036, $8.28 per 1,000 gallons. So that is the per 1,000 rate. And so as your take continues to grow, you're increasing by not only the percentage increase that they do to your rates, but also by the amount of volume that you're continue to grow. So again, when you combine their rate with the volume that you purchase, you get what your actual cost is to North Texas. Right now, you're at about $13.3 million. By 2036, we expect that to be at $28.2 million. And in the midpoint there, 2031 at $20.5 million. So you can see here that even in the early years, we expect the total cost to North Texas to increase at the pace of $1 to $2 million a year. And again, that's a combination of their rate increases and your volume increases as you go. On the wastewater side, we've got a little bit of a different picture. Again, over the past couple of years, you've had some significant I&I coming into the system that then gets sent on to Garland for them to treat. As part of both of these scenarios, we're assuming, and this is a material assumption, but we are assuming that excess inflow and infiltration, I&I, gets eliminated by 2028. As that gets eliminated, you send less flow to Garland, and we're expecting your cost to actually be able to come down, assuming that is the case, assuming that the I&I gets corrected. So 2026, we're expecting $9.6 million. 2027, $11.6 million. But again, when that I&I issue gets resolved, we would expect that cost to drop by about $1.5 million, even though we're expecting their rates to continue to increase because you'll be sending less volume to them. If that is not the case, this rate plan will need to be adjusted. Mayor?
Can I get an estimation on an answer from staff on whether that assumption is fair? Do we anticipate having that resolved in fiscal year 27?
We do believe that we're making significant progress in the rest of this fiscal year. We won't know until we get back into the rainy season in the fall and spring.
Does this model also account for any additional staff or contracted costs that it might take to resolve this issue once and for all?
No, we're currently working within the current resources.
Since this is such a significant issue, I would recommend that we get a quarterly update on the process and how we're doing on this particular matter.
All right, from a debt issuance standpoint, again, we're assuming as part of the model that you're going to continue issuing about $7 million worth of debt. You are also funding a portion of your capital plan with cash on hand. And so this $7 million is not your entire capital plan each year. It's the amount of debt that we expect you to issue. And you can see here we've got it mapped out as far as how much would be water or wastewater in any given year based on the current capital plan that we're aware of. These always are shifting very, very regularly. And so the key component here, though, really is it going to be roughly $7 million each year in debt issuance? And whether it breaks down exactly like this on the water, wastewater side is less of an issue, particularly in the short term. Long term, we want to be making sure it's tracking accordingly. So as we look at the forecast cost of service, when you look at all of the four components of the cost of service combined, the operations and maintenance and capital outlays, your wholesale costs, your transfers, and your debt service, I'll just draw your attention largely to this light green portion. That's your wholesale costs. That's combined both North Texas as well as City of Garland for water and wastewater respectively, going from just under $26 million today up to $32.6 million by 2031, and then forecast to be at $45 million by 2036. There are the other portions of your cost of service are increasing as well, but that certainly is the most dramatic. All right, so let's get into the two different scenarios that we've got. The two different scenarios have all the same baseline assumptions, with the exception of how much of the excess I&I is being funded through current rates. Scenario 1 funds all of the excess I&I through rates, and you'll see the impact of that here in a minute. Scenario 2 funds half of the excess I&I through rates, and you'll see a less significant increase. However, on the rate side, however, it does have the impact that Wendy laid out as part of her presentation on the fund balance as well as on the debt service coverage ratio. So all of the other cost assumptions are static within these two scenarios. It's really just how much of the excess I&I is getting covered, the cost of the excess I&I is getting covered with current rates. So bottom line, you can see in order to cover 100% all of the excess I&I with current rates for October 26, the residential wastewater, which is the lighter green, rate would increase 24% on the wastewater side, non-residential by 28%, and then on water, 5% on residential, 8% on non-residential for fiscal 27, rates in place in October 26. And then for the forecast for October of 27, because we're expecting that I&I to get corrected, there would be no rate increase necessary on the wastewater side for October of 2027, fiscal 28, but we would continue a water increase of 7% for residential, 10% for non-residential under scenario 1. Importantly, again, this covers 100% of that excess I&I cost. It does not require any fund balance drawdown, and it begins to increase, again, your debt service ratio up to about 1.17, as Wendy laid out earlier.
One second, we have a question.
Yes.
I don't know if it's for staff or who, of the 550 million gallons of excess, is that correct, of I&I? I don't know what slide number is, 24. It says includes 550 million gallons of excess of I&I. What does that equate to in money?
I'll have to do some calculations, get back to you on that.
I mean, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of about $2 million, right? I mean, if we're throwing out a rough number, is that about right? 2 point,
Dan, could you run 550 million gallons?
2.1 million.
2.1 million.
And again, that $2.1 million is at today's rates. As Garland continues to increase their rates, that same 550 million gallons would cost an extra 10% next year because their rates are increasing by 10.4%.
So from 2.1 up to 2.3.
2.3-ish.
Roughly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So according to scenario one, on the water side, your residential base charge would go from $23.65 up to $24.83. You can see here your volume tiers would increase as well. First volume tier, 0 to 3,000 gallons, from 444 to 466, and so on and so forth. I won't go through all the different numbers on this. We do have a bill impact analysis here in a moment as well to take a look and see how would most customers actually experience this. But the residential, multifamily, non-residential are all increasing at various percentages. On the wastewater side, which again is the difference between scenario one and scenario two, your monthly minimum charge would go from $25.66 up to $31.82. So significant percentage increase, obviously, and just keep in mind we're talking about a $6 per month increase on the base charge. And then the volume rate per thousand for residential goes from $6.32 to $7.84. That's per 1,000 gallons. Similar types of increases for the multifamily and non-residential as well. So on a bill impact analysis here, we've got 4 different scenarios, or essentially looks run here. On the residential side, we've looked at both the low use of a 3,000 gallon user and a 7,500 gallon, which again is about your average residential user. Currently, a low user would pay $81.59 for 3,000 gallons of water and wastewater service. That would go up by $12.56 to $94.14, and a 7,500 gallon user would go from $142.46 up to $163.47. That's a $21 increase on a monthly basis. Your commercial, multifamily, non-residential all have, again, similar rate increases on both the water and wastewater. And this bill impact does include both the water and wastewater side. This is total water wastewater bill. Doesn't include trash, doesn't include many of the other elements that go into a utility bill, just the water and sewer service itself. All right. Second scenario, again, everything else remains constant. The only variable here is how much of that additional cost are we looking to recover through current rates, and the remainder of that needing to be covered by existing fund balance, essentially. So you can see here the water side is the same as scenario one, 5% for residential and 8% for non-residential in year 1, 7 and 10 for residential, non-residential in year 2. However, on the wastewater side, 12% for both residential and non-residential in year 1 and 8% in year 2. So you'll notice in this scenario, scenario 2, you have wastewater increases in both year 1 and in year 2, again, trying to make sure that we get to the point of where we're beginning to get to full cost recovery again. Water rate plan would be the same, so we're not going to show that again. On the wastewater side, that means the base charge for residential would go up from $25.66 to $28.74, and the volume charge would go up from $6.32 up to $7.08 for residential, and similar increases on the non-residential multifamily side. From a bill impact perspective, and we've got a comparison chart here at the end, so we don't have to be flipping back and forth, but just focusing on scenario 2, again, the low user, their total water wastewater charge would go up by $7.20 for a 3,000 gallon user, $12.24 for an average user of 7,500 gallons, again compared to $21 under scenario 1. So we also did some analysis on where both of these scenarios would leave your fund balance. Debt service coverage ratio, as was discussed in detail by Wendy earlier, is certainly one component, and it's an important component from a credit rating agency standpoint. But fund balance, while not calculated into debt service coverage ratio, is also a component of your credit rating with debt rating agencies. And so we wanted to make sure that we're tracking that along as well. The 4 different lines on here, the red line is a 90-day requirement, which is essentially an industry sort of best practice minimum of 90 days of operating reserve. Again, that goes from $10 million in 2027 to $12 million in 2031. As your system expands, your fund balance needs to expand accordingly in order to keep the same number of operating days in reserve. The black line that you see there is the 130-day requirement that you've set here locally as a goal, to have 130 days of operating expenses in fund balance. And you can see here the blue and the green. Blue is scenario 1, which keeps you above the 130-day requirement, and the green keeps you close to the 130-day requirement. It dips in 2027, but then gets back up to right on the 130-day requirement by 2028, which is where we see that second year of rate increases on sewer side come in scenario 2. So again, sort of an inverse relationship, bigger impact on customers for scenario 1, less of an impact on your fund balance, as well as less of an impact on your debt service coverage ratio, less of a negative impact on either one of those. So as we look at this is just another look at your days of fund balance here. Again, scenario 1 in blue, scenario 2 in green. The red line there being 90-day and the yellow line being your 130-day. And you can see this in actual days calculated, just a different look at the same data. When we look at the option comparison for a low user, a 3,000 gallon user, scenario 1 is 8159, and scenario 2, 8159 currently, and you can see according to each one of these scenarios what that would go up to. For a low-end user of 3,000 gallons would go up to 9414 under scenario 1, 8879 under scenario 2. For an average user would go from 142.46 to 163.47 under scenario 1 and 154.70 under scenario 2. Again, those are residential. So when we compare those with the same chart of existing rates, which again, we know many of these other communities are changing their rates as well, in some cases significantly, but these, just looking at the published rates as of 2 months ago, you can see here where scenario 1 and 2 would fall according to existing rates being charged by the other communities. And same kind of a chart here, but for a typical non-residential user, 22,000 gallons. Again, you can see both scenario 1 at 578.97 and scenario 2 at 546.10 would put you above the sample average a bit, still lower than Farmersville, Plano, and Fate. All right, so in summary, clearly we have two very different scenarios here. When we present these types of scenarios, we like to get feedback on what is it that you're looking for from a policy perspective. This really is a policy discussion of, are you comfortable with drawing down some of your existing reserve and also recognizing that your debt service coverage ratio is very likely to fall below that 1.1 threshold of the fourth band, and recognize what those what the issues are with that. However, mitigating the rate increases that you have to pass on to consumers because of that? Or would you prefer to take a look and say, no, we're going to make sure that we maintain a strong fund balance, we're going to maintain a strong debt service coverage ratio with a long-term goal of minimizing credit cost because you've got a higher credit rating likely when you go with scenario 1 that covers 100% of the cost, doesn't negatively impact your fund balance, doesn't negatively impact your debt service coverage ratio. At the end of the day, both of these scenarios are designed to, over the long term, get you to the point of where it's a financially sustainable, healthy fund. It is today. There's pressure on the debt service coverage ratio, and there's pressure largely because the wholesale rates are increasing quite significantly, as well as the I&I issue with Garland. With that, happy to take any questions that you've got.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for the presentation. I think most of my questions are probably going to be directed at staff, but I will have at least one question for you. Let me ask that question first. So I understand the methodology in getting to the scenario 1 and scenario 2 with kind of absorbing the I&I versus, or half of the I&I versus covering the full cost of it in the rate. Is there consideration of a scenario 3 where some of that gets split over a couple years as opposed to absorbing or raising our rate to where we're charging the customer that in one year?
Yes, there's essentially infinite scenarios that we can run. What we wanted to do is run 2 that are a noticeable difference, right? To look and see, you cover it all, here's what the cost is. You cover half of it, here's what the cost is. If you want to cover a portion of it, do that over a longer period of time. We can run additional scenarios that show that. Again, and also report out on what the impact is to fund balance and debt service coverage ratio. We just, we got to start looking at it to say, here's sort of 2 ends of the spectrum. Do you want to land somewhere in the middle, or are either one of those ends of the spectrum appropriate for you to land on right now? So.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I guess the reason I asked that question is because, we're given 2 scenarios, but those aren't the only 2 scenarios. Absolutely. One scenario is obviously much more favorable to perhaps our debt rating. However, it results in about a 14.75% increase for our average residential user, which is that is massive. That's a huge increase. Not only that, but it sets us pretty high up on that chart of comparable cities as well. On the other side, we're talking about kind of risking it all and saying that we are going to throw all our chips on the table and hope our debt service rating doesn't go down as a result. And so there's got to be, in my opinion, somewhere in the middle that we can land where we can accomplish a little bit of both, understanding that we do have this I&I rate or this I&I issue that is costing us a lot of money. And so that leads me into my next question for staff, which is with the I&I, we did fund an I&I team, correct? I know we have staff out actually working on it, but is that a specific team that we have stood up to address this issue?
No, sir. We gave you a number of presentations regarding bringing I&I in-house. We didn't have a way to fund it, so that has never been approved or hired or funded inside. So right now we're working with our current resources and current staff to address the I&I issue, plus doing some contracting out for specific things like manhole repairs and others. I think the biggest thing that we are undertaking and having some success is doing a detailed walk down our system to try and find areas where, in fact, we have already found a significant break in a line that was resulting in an I&I and have repaired that. So we are finding things, we are repairing things, but we're doing that with existing resources.
All right. I mean, if I divide $2 million by 52 weeks, that's $40,000 a week. So we're burning through that amount every week that we don't address this issue in terms of additional cost. Last question is with respect to our debt and debt service. So this may be a question for finance more than anybody. We walked into the year, if I'm looking at our fiscal year 26 budget documents, with carry forward funding in capital projects for water and sewer of about $23 million. And feel free to correct me if any of these numbers are incorrect. I'm looking at our website. And we approved $14 million in additional debt in fiscal year 26. So certainly I know some of that was to cover the Liberty Grove disaster. However, that project, if I recall, was in the neighborhood of $6 million, $7 million, Liberty Grove project?
No, it was more than that.
Was it?
What's the question? I'm sorry. I'll give
Yeah, so I think what I'm getting at is the forecast here assumes $7 million of debt issuance over the next several years. Is that enough? Is it too much? I mean, I see the projects that are projected in here, starting in fiscal year 27 and onward. Do we have the capacity to deliver on those projects, knowing that we already walked into the year with $23 million in the bank that are waiting on projects to be completed, or maybe are leftover dollars from projects that have already been completed. Maybe part of this equation is that we don't need to issue some or all of that debt for a particular year.
You may recall that actually, I think it was the year before last, we weren't delivering on projects, and so we actually deferred issuing debt that year for that rate process. So certainly watching this closely. Going back to your previous question, sort of where are we getting the funding to move forward with I&I, given the fact that we didn't add additional operational costs into that team? That's what we're relying on. The other piece that we're undertaking in a significant way is some additional long-range planning. We've talked to you, and we'll talk to you during the CIP process about, again, master planning both our wastewater and our water system, because we've had those significant issues where we have deferred maintenance problems that have created issues for us. So at this point, we're not in a place where we would recommend reducing our debt issuances in the future, given the lack of clarity regarding what we're going to need resources to address those issues once that plan moves forward. So certainly, if we get to that point and we feel comfortable that we can issue less debt, we will bring that option forward.
Yeah, I think the reason I ask those questions is I don't want anything to be off the table. And when we talk about the factors in that calculation that equate to our debt service coverage ratio, debt is a piece of that, our cost of the water district's a piece of that, our everyday expenses are a piece of that, and our revenue is a piece of that. So if we can look to how each one of those could be manipulated, moved, adjusted, corrected, based on our current situation, I don't want to just look at revenue, which is really what we're looking at here. I want to kind of look at every component of that equation. The components we can control. Understanding the water district's the water district, right? I get that.
The caution I would add is that the $7 million a year, that strategy gives us a nice, smooth, expense and revenue in order to plan on. If we take that down and our master plan comes back and identifies some significant costs, we may be in a position, in order to move forward with that, asking for a more significant debt issuance, which would have a more dramatic impact on future rates. So it's always, that challenge of, do you do that steady increases? Of course, we're looking at a pretty significant increase here. I'm not going to underplan that at all. Or do you defer an increase through reducing your debt, which is going to put you in a place where you may have to significantly increase the rate in a year or two?
Council, questions?
Okay, last year, everybody about slapped me when I said this, but on the regular reserves that we have, not the other, is there a possibility of covering the rate increase at the half, which is the 1.5 million, until we get it under control in 2028? And on top of that, are we confident we'll have the I&I under control in 2028?
Are you talking about scenario 2? I mean, when you talk about using
Yeah,
reserves.
scenario 2.
Okay, so sorry, that was the clarification I need.
The general fund.
So you're asking whether we use general fund, basically capital dollars, moving over into this fund. Certainly that would reduce the rate impact. I would caution council against doing that because it sets a precedent which could, your general fund resources aren't great either. And your general fund costs are significant as well. So while right now we do have a general fund reserve that is healthy, I'm not sure that we can forecast that being a continuing process moving forward. So once you spend it over here, you're not going to have it over there. And once you spend that over there, then it becomes an easy thing to do in the future, where you can subsidize rates. And some of that may be what we're seeing in some of our peers. I certainly have seen that happen in other organizations, where you use tax dollars to reduce rate costs. The challenge you have is then you create a disconnect between the user base and the payer base, because those are not the same people. The people who pay taxes, certainly most of them do pay rates, but not all of them pay rates. So if you subsidize your utility rates with your general fund dollars, using tax dollars to pay for a user fee. But yep, if council wants us to look at that, we can do that analysis.
Well, I know even if we did subsidize it and then we come to 2028 and we didn't fix the problem, and then all of a sudden we're having to give them a significant increase then, and then we're all probably eating crow again.
That is an excellent point as well.
Council, other questions?
Christoph, we've had an issue with our meters and not properly reading. I just want to clarify that that has no effect on this, that we're just spreading that cost to the other residents who are paying their fair share. Is that correct?
That loss of revenue is being covered by the base. That is correct.
Okay.
Of course, that is something in addition that we expect to have resolved within the next 6 months.
Right, but it's not going to affect this presentation.
Not going to affect this presentation. It should impact our revenue generation over time.
Okay, thank you. And then a lot of slides, a lot of information, but I think I saw that commercial versus residential, the average was, the residents were higher than the average. Commercial was higher, but not as much as residential. Did I say that correctly?
The percentage increases, are you talking about percentage increase or the
Average
total bills?
rate that a resident pays compared to the
Compared to
average of
others.
all cities versus commercial
Yeah.
compared to, maybe it's slide 41, 42.
Yeah, so this is your residential comparison of the average bill, right? And so this will change for every residential user that uses 4,000 gallons or 10,000 gallons. However, for the average bill, you can see here that, again,
He's between Frisco and McKinney.
you're slightly above average. You're right, exactly, right between Frisco and McKinney right now, less than Mesquite, Farmersville, and Forney. On the non-residential side, you're slightly lower than the sample average for a 22,000 gallon user. Again, 100,000 gallon user would look different, and a 10,000 gallon user might look different as well. But again, slightly below the sample average, and slightly below McKinney, slightly below Frisco, and considerably below Farmersville, Plano, and Fayette.
Yeah, so my question is, should we look at increasing commercial rates at a greater volume than we are residential?
This rate plan does that. You can see here, it's 5% for residential, 8% for non-residential in year one, and 7% for residential, 10% for non-residential in year two. So we're looking at that very issue of trying to get to where there's, again, you're essentially falling in the same range from a comparison standpoint.
So that's a 3% differential. However, on the previous chart, I'm going to think it's more than 3%. Maybe we should be more aggressive on the commercial side as you model this out.
That's certainly an alternative.
And could you go to slide 37, please? And Mayor, I think this is what you were talking about. This was recouping 1/2, and there's a scenario where it would recoup 1/4, and then I think Councilmember Gibbs, you were talking about maybe a half the next year or some other scenario there. So this is just all or half, and there are
Right.
various scenarios. Just want to point out that as we model this, there are other scenarios that might be more equitable and more towards what we can swallow at this point.
Yeah, I think one of the things that this slide kind of illustrates is that from a fund balance perspective, you're in pretty good shape, regardless of which scenario you take here. Both, with the exception of 2027 under scenario 2, both get you maintaining that 130-day requirement, which is a strong fund balance, right? Fund balance is not the primary driving factor behind these rate increases. The primary metric right now that we're trying to solve for is that debt service coverage ratio. And so from an additional scenario perspective, what we could do is we could take a look at, if I go back to one of Wendy's slides here and looking at the projected debt service coverage ratio under the two different scenarios. Here we go. You can see here that under scenario 1, which is the second to last column on the right, the all-in debt service coverage ratio, which is the one that's pertaining here, is projected under scenario 1 to go to 1.17 and 1.07 under scenario 2, with a threshold of 1.1 to reach that fourth band of credit rating to make sure that you're getting the same number of points. We could run a scenario that targets that debt service coverage ratio not at 1.07 like scenario 2 does, and also not as high as 1.17 under scenario 1. I wouldn't recommend that you model it at 1.1. That's very close, and your expenses are going to be different than what's modeled. I would recommend a little bit of headroom, if you will, but it could be at the 1.13, 1.15 range. We could model it that way and see what kind of a rate increase would be necessary to reach that. As opposed to 100%, 50%, we can take a look at it and say, what does it take to get to whatever your requested modeled debt service coverage ratio is? Again, recognizing that at the end of the day, they calculate it based on what it actually came in at, not what you're modeling. But that's one way of taking a look at different ways to mitigate this. That would end up somewhere in between scenario 1 and scenario 2. From a user impact, it would still require some drawdown of your fund balance, but not the full $1.5 million. And it could maintain your debt service coverage ratio north of the 1.10.
Well, just general comment for staff, really appreciate you bringing this forward. However, would have preferred seeing it before now live, but I think it does reinforce the importance to protect the bond rate and recover your debt. So how we go about doing that, that's kind of like making sausage. We need to figure that out, but thank you and appreciate you bringing it forward.
Council, other questions?
So this is really, you're right, there are infinite options here. Just reading the room, I don't hear a lot of excitement over scenario 1. So the question is, am I reading that wrong? So the question is, what other scenario or scenarios would you like us to look at in order to help you make a decision?
So yeah, and that begs the question, what would you like, Council, what would you like staff to look into? I think certainly looking at a middle ground between our debt service ratio coverage that in the 1.13 to 1.14 range, I think is a good start. Certainly that'll buffer the impact there at least somewhat. Carter, you mentioned the breakup or the breakdown between residential and commercial. That is one option. I'd be curious to know if we have kind of off the top of our head, if someone in finance might know this, roughly what that change might have to be. In other words, if let's say commercial went to a 10% increase, would that drop residential a 0.5%, a full percent? Do we know kind of what that movement might look like?
Yeah, we'd have to model that. Obviously, it's not a one-to-one, obviously. You recognize that because there's less commercial use than there is residential use. But we can model it, and we can get what is that ratio, essentially, of an extra percent on non-residential? What does that get you from a non-residential perspective, and send that back to you?
So Council, would that help to have a couple other options as far as the residential and commercial breakdown?
I mean, absolutely, I'd like to see that, and I'd like to see it going into 2028, and the options if we get our I&I under control or not. What would we be looking at if we did not get it under control?
Any other suggestions, thoughts? I'd love to have the conversation at some point about the debt and our debt issuance schedule, particularly with the amount that we have on the books right now to deliver on. And if there is a plan to deliver on all of that and make all that happen and deploy it, great. If there's not, then maybe we can look at some sort of phasing for future projects so that we can be intentional with the dollars. Acknowledging what you said before about the smoothing of the issuance, I totally appreciate that. And I don't want a roller coaster of rate increases over multiple years, but at the same time, we need to deploy the dollars, not let them sit in the bank account.
I understand completely. So we can certainly look at that. So the three things you've asked us to look at is scenarios that target that 1.14 debt coverage, somewhere in between these two scenarios. What's the trade-off, as far as if we do like a 1% more increase on commercial? How does that help us on residential? So we can sort of see what that would look like between that sort of rate mix. And then, of course, the last question, which is the debt issuance schedule. What does our CIP look like? What does our spend rate look like? Is there an opportunity to reduce our debt in this 1 year and perhaps pick that back up in the following year? Other questions that I missed?
I apologize if this is not correct, but are there other impact fees that we could charge, particularly on multifamily, that might lessen our debt long-term? Is there a startup fee or another type of fee that we're not considering that we should be considering?
Was that a question you wanted an answer to, or was that more theoretical?
No, I took that down as a question to answer. Off the cuff, I'm pretty sure that, I don't think it's likely that there are other fees, but I want to make sure we do our due diligence before I answer that question with certainty.
Marvin?
Did we get what I had said too about the forecast? We did? Wendy's nodded her
I'm
head.
sorry, can you restate that for me?
Basically, if whatever the scenario is, and what do they look like, including when you get to 2028, if we don't get I&I under control, what will we be facing?
So what's the risk assessment
Yes.
look like? Okay,
Yes.
thank you, I'll add that.
Council, the last thing I know that we have discussed in past years has been, particularly on the residential side, can you go back to slide 30, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Just so we're all on the same page here, and I'll just look at scenario 1 for an example. At the top section of this, the very first blue section, we've talked in the past about there's the minimum meter charge size, and then there's the fee that applies to each rate band, right? So if you use only 3,000 gallons, you're paying $466 times 3 plus the $24.83 at the top, right? That's your water usage rate. Whereas if you're let's say a 15,000 gallon user, you're paying from 3,000 to 15,000, the $757, the higher rate, and then from less than 3,000 or 0 to 3,000, you're paying $466 for the first 3,000 gallons, and then the base charge. We had talked previously about, particularly with the number of seniors that we have here in our community and things like that, making the rates somewhat graduated, maybe even more so than they are now. Is there an interest to do that, or are we kind of happy with a 5% increase overall within that residential category? Understanding that 5% of a smaller number is a smaller number and 5% of a bigger number is a bigger number, right? So we're already increasing a larger dollar percentage or dollar amount for the higher rates anyway. Is there any interest in exploring that? Are we good with kind of what we have here, the structure?
Mayor, I look at benchmarking that. If that's something that someone else is doing, if that's someone benchmarking it against another city, if that's someone else has done that and it's successful, then we should look at it.
So yeah, if we could have you all do that, kind of give us some ideas.
Sure. Be happy to do that. I will say we've done more or less 400 rate studies. I don't think any two rate structures are exactly alike. But however, just as as we look at this, that second tier between 3 and 15,000 gallons, sort of an off the cuff would be to look at it and say probably a more common approach would be to say from 3,000 up to about your average, so 7 or 8,000 gallons, and then have that as a single tier, and then 8 to 15, and then 15 and above, or add a top tier on top of it. There's again a myriad of ways that these can be structured. That middle band of 3 to 15,000 gallon captures the vast majority of your residential use. The benefit of that is your customers have pretty consistent bills. Wintertime, summertime, they pretty well know what they're going to be paying. You start to have more granularity within the tiers, and the bills can swing pretty wildly between wintertime and summertime. And so there's trade-offs to all of those kinds of things, but we can certainly take a look at different structural components of how we do this and make some recommendations on things that we would suggest you consider.
Yeah, I would think, kind of given what we're talking about and the dramatic amount of rate increase that we're talking about, we should kind of open every door and look what's behind it.
Sure.
With this one.
One other thing I'll say is that recall the most significant portion of these rate increases that you've seen are on the wastewater side. You've got a single tier on your wastewater side, all volumes at a fixed rate. And so that wouldn't significantly impact the wastewater side However, any additional revenue you can generate goes into the debt service coverage ratio calculation, goes into the fund balance calculation as well, so.
We mentioned that the contract had been renegotiated or redone with North Texas Water, Municipal Water District. That leads me to the discussion with Garland. I know we're sort of a captive client, but is there any negotiations or anything that can be done with that particular contract as well?
We can certainly take a look at that. I don't know that we're in a renewal period, but I'll take a look at that contract and see what that renewal date is and get it back to you.
Yeah, so I have a question that, we talk about the senior rates. I'm assuming as they apply to residential. I have a very lack of knowledge when it comes to senior living facilities that are made up of all seniors and how they break those water rates out. And how does that really apply? Because again, I don't have any knowledge base there, but I know we have a couple of these complexes around here that are all seniors only. So again, I don't know if they based it on the entire, all the consumption use for all of them collectively, or do they break them out, or maybe that's something to have a thought on.
So I'll attempt to answer this one, and Wendy will tell me if I'm wrong, but there's a middle section here that talks about multifamily water rates that would apply in that case, and you're looking at a similar percentage increase there, I believe. Is that 5 or 8 for that one?
That, I believe, is the 8.
I think that's the 8, right? Yeah, so that would be
All non-resident. Yeah.
That's right, yeah. So that multifamily increase from 2376 to 2566 for the base rate, that's the assessment per unit, and then they just pay $1,000 gallon rate band. So for every 1,000 gallons used, they pay under the new scenario would be $7.97 per 1,000 gallons.
Yeah, so I see that. The question was, is this multifamily for all the multifamilies, or is it only, or can it be applied to only seniors? Because again, we're talking about seniors only, but this is for every single multifamily. And
yeah, I was referring more to single-family homes when it comes to seniors, specifically because they're paying not only their water rate, but they're paying the solid waste as well as a pavement fee and all kinds of other stuff that are included on their bill.
I just said I don't have a lot of knowledge base in the senior living multifamily, so that's kind of the question that I have about how does that apply, or not at all, because again, I see what you're saying between a house and multifamily, but I'm talking about seniors who I would assume would be less usage of water or some other things compared to a regular multifamily house.
Yeah.
So
I think from an industry perspective, generally speaking, because in a senior-based multifamily living type of a complex, those rates are set by the owners typically. They're passing through the costs, and the city doesn't really have the ability to pass through a senior discount directly. You'd have to take on faith that the owner of that complex would pass that lower expense through. Because in most cases, multifamilies are not paying their own utility bills. It's rolled into the cost of living in the complex. And that's whether it's traditional multifamily or senior-based multifamily.
Perfect. Question for staff on slide 14, if you can. So I know the mayor brought up our structured fees if we want to look at, but can we also look at our categories, as was mentioned on the wastewater? Like having our different categories, like we have meter size for residential, like can we look at that on the wastewater side too? Just seeing what all those doors could be in our scenarios that will be broadcasted.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bowers, I'm not sure I understand your question.
So, Christoph, are you seeing the slide?
Yes.
You see how on our meter side for for water rates, how we have 3/4, 1, like that whole. Can we exercise doing that on the wastewater side?
We could of course, we don't have a meter for the wastewater.
Correct, yeah.
But you're just saying because they have a larger meter, charge them a different rate?
Correct, yep.
It's not uncommon to do that. Not nearly as common as on the water side. On the water side, it's pretty well standard practice to have graduated rates as you go up in meter size. However, again, many cities have the same type of structure on the wastewater side, based on the water meter size.
Okay.
What that generally speaking will do is it will tend to shift some additional cost to non-residential because you keep the typical residential base charge where it's at, and then you graduate up based on meter sizes, which are vast majority are going to be non-residential, larger meter sizes. So that is something we can take a look at.
Thank you.
Mine was going back to the senior, for the rate for the seniors. We're just talking about it at a certain amount of gallons, and that was it, right? Nothing else? Or was it as much as they wanted to use? No, what they were talking about, maybe making a rate for seniors is what you said.
I wasn't talking about a specific rate. I wasn't talking about a specific rate for seniors. What we've talked about before is kind of the assumption that seniors use less water, and because just the base rate is the base rate, everybody pays the base rate, right? So if you lower the base rate but increase the volume rate, then people who are higher volume users then end up bearing more of that cost rather than everybody paying a higher base rate. That would be an option, yes. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at.
I didn't want to see, how are we going to differentiate who is senior or not?
No, not like that. Not truly like a senior discount, but just structuring the rates in a way that, yeah.
I think that always the risk you run when you move from a base rate to a volume rate is that if that works, your revenue drops. So it's kind of one of those, the whole reason of having a tiered rate is that you provide a conservation signal. But if your base rate doesn't cover your base costs and your conservation rate works, you end up with a revenue deficit.
Well, and keep in mind, we're in the very unusual and difficult position of both wanting to conserve water because North Texas is going to eventually run into water shortage issues, but also covering the cost of what the North Texas Municipal Water District is charging us because of the take-or-pay system.
Correct.
And so we want people to buy as much of the water as we can, but we also don't want people to buy any water. So we're in that very difficult position with the way our.
Yeah, and I think that's why, I don't know if we have a comparison about our base rate as a percentage of our revenue versus.
We don't in this slide deck. We have that data. We can show that. I would say just anecdotally, you're on the average to slightly lower than average from a base rate perspective for the region. We often see base rates $25, $30 as opposed to 20, 23, 24, 25. The lowest in the area that I'm aware of, Richardson right now, has an $8 base charge on water. However, they're doubling that because they've recognized that same very issue that the city manager just brought up.
Yeah, but going back to your point, was your point that you would like us to look at moving to a lower base rate and moving more to the volume charges?
No, it was strictly to just raise that point to the council that's something that we had looked at in the past, if there was an interest in looking at that again. I mean, in the past, we haven't had this amount of change that's been contemplated all at one time. So we've focused on those smaller things that we might be able to tweak and adjust, and that is one of those kind of smaller items. But given the volume of changes that we're talking about today, no pun intended, it's a much larger issue that we're dealing with.
So thank you. You've given us a lot of feedback and a lot of questions. I think we mentioned earlier, there are infinite options here. You can look at the whole rate design issue. You can dig into that. We're going to have to try and sort of take these options and create a manageable number of scenarios to bring back to you with some additional information. We will do that. We may want to actually pick another time outside of these next 3 meetings to have a more detailed conversation. That's not surprising given where we are with a potential rate increase. This is a very important issue and we understand the impact. So we'll take what time we need to get you to a place where you feel like you have the best information available to make a decision.
Yeah, I would say my recommendation would be to keep these 2 scenarios and add at least 4 more that give some different options. And again, given the amount of options that we're talking about, 4 may not even be enough, but I mean that gets us at least on the right track. And if anybody else has any other ideas, in your one-to-ones with Christoph, feel free to ask those questions or share those ideas because there may be things that we are not thinking about right now. All right, that's your
all I
wrap up.
have.
Any other questions on our water and sewer rates? reserve those for the future. All right. Okay, well then, in that case, thank you, sir. Appreciate the presentation, very, very thorough. Next, we'll move on to item 5, boards and commissions. Want to take a brief? All right, we're going to take a brief intermission, about 5 minutes, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. Okay. All right, first we're going to hear from our Animal Shelter Advisory Board. Again, we're back in session on item 5, boards and commission presentations for funding and discussion of the same.
Hi there, I'm Sue Hartson. I'm the chairman of the Animal Services Advisory Board.
Pull the mic down just a little bit more. There we go.
Okay. Is it on? Yeah. So, if we can go to the next slide. Oh, I do it, sorry. I'm 73 years old, so I'm not used, oh, okay, thank you. So, we had made a pledge this year that we were going to become more visible to the public. And that meant attending events, being able to pass out brochures on emergency preparedness for animals, as well as resources that our citizens can use for help them, because times are tough right now. And we have lots of information on resources to help them, as well as normal things like where to go for an emergency vet and such as that. So we did our first event, which was the Rowlett Rides, and we wanted to have swag to pass out. And we got what turned out to be custom bracelets that didn't cost nearly as much as what we budgeted for, but were a big hit. It had Rowlett Animal Shelter on one side and Adopt a Pet on the other. So that was the cost associated with that. And then for the second thing, we want to get more educated and find out, attend some conferences to help promote the animal shelter. And we were able to send a board member to the Texas Unites conference. And that's the cost associated with that. So that's how much we spent this year. Now for next year, it turns out when this budget was put in, we had funds for training and professional development. It turns out that we found out that there's a national conference, Pets Alive, that's going to be in Allen, Texas. This is a conference made up of rescuers where we can promote the animal shelter as well as learn more techniques for getting our animals adopted. So we've allocated 300 for that. The other thing is we've discovered in doing printing of our brochures that can get kind of pricey. And we need to update our brochures because the feedback from the Rowlett Rides event was they started asking us questions that we didn't have in our brochures, such as about the TNR program that's here. So we need to do more brochure updates and printing. And finally, we do a lot of promoting our animals with videos and pictures, and we have this thing that we do it based on holidays, and so we need decorations and backdrops and such as that. So that's the cost for that, $400. Oh, sorry. So for this $1,200 will cause us to have more visibility in our community and help with adoption successes, but it will also give the public education through our brochures to help reduce the thought of them having to surrender their animals to the shelter. With training and development, we'll be more informed and with respect to the decisions that need to be made. And all of this will hopefully provide measurable benefits to the community.
All right, thank you, Sue. Thank you for the presentation. Council, any questions for the Animal Shelter Advisory Board?
Thank you for that. You know, having and being on the board and watching your people out there, and all the boards do a great job, but your people do such a good job. And I would submit to you and everybody here that your request is extremely modest. That being said, do you know what the registration cost is? That training you're talking about, that national training, we're very fortunate it's going to be in Allen, Texas next year. Is that correct?
That's correct. It means that we don't have to have any hotels or any of that. And we found out that we were concerned that the registration would be very expensive, but it's only $250
$250.
per person. So this gives us the opportunity to send one person. It'd sure be nice if maybe we could send.
Well, and I'm not sure what the procedure or the process is for this, Mayor, but I'm going to just jump out there anyway. I'd like to see if we can't resubmit this or increase it. I think with it being so close and such an opportunity to get so much training at a very low rate, we're not paying for a hotel, we're not paying for anything like that. I'd like to see that number increased on the number of people participating. So I'm not sure how that process goes for them to do that.
What's your proposal?
I'd like to see that go up 250, at least $1,000.
So they've requested 300 for that line item. I'm assuming some incidental costs maybe. So 250 plus some incidental, so 300 per person.
300, yeah.
So
Times 4, so another.
So 1,200?
Yeah, another 1,200.
So 1,200 plus the 900 additional would be 2,100 would be the total budget request.
Yes.
No, any unused balance from 26 does not carry over. So 2,100 is the request from Councilmember Fassett.
Yes, and then that way they increase the number of people going, and then they can come back and train the rest of the staff and train the rest of us at the same time.
It's worth noting that's still lower than their fiscal year 26 budget request was as well. Sue, do you think we'd have 3 people that would want to attend that
Oh,
training?
yeah, absolutely.
Or 4 people, I guess.
Yeah, 4.
4 people.
I think absolutely we could find 4 people to go. We're kind of blessed on our board this year is we actually have someone who works for Chewy. And so they have some really good ideas, and she's just a spitfire. I know for a fact that she'd love to go to that.
Okay, great. Council, other questions, comments? All right, Sue, thank you so much, and thank you for bearing with us. We apologize for the long delay.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll hear from the Arts and Humanities Commission. Council, that is, I believe, file number 5A. And Christoph did email us copies of these as well if your link to the box is not working. And we have Catherine Crenshaw here with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right. So we have several budget increase requests. I'll go through them a little bit more in detail, but as you can see, the biggest one will be for Rowlett Sings, and I'll bring justification to that in just a little bit. But most of the reasons are simply that these have been doing very well. The numbers have been growing, and so we have to dedicate more money to keeping them going and expanding them, which is, I think, a very good proposition for Rowlett. I've just come from the city of Creed in Colorado, which has a very well-funded art and music program, and those are robust and they attract tourism. They make the city notable. So I think the more that we can expand these, the better it will be for our city. But starting with the cultural arts grants, and I'll do the arts and education grants together, those help fund organizations, notably things like the Artists Around Texas and the Rowlett Summer Musicals. So we definitely want to keep providing these opportunities for our community through these grants. And because prices have increased, we are looking for $1,000 on each of those to increase that and meet the needs of the grantees. Young Artists Exhibit. Now that one, we are not looking for any increase. We had 99 entries. We do about 850 on awards. We do want to spend the money to get a judge. Having a professional judge does give more gravitas to these contests. Rather than just saying, Bob down the block is doing it for free. It does help us to pay a judge, which brings us then to the writing contest, where we are looking for an increase of $400, and that is because the writing contest continues to grow. It's helping our English language learners especially. It's been an unexpected benefit of that contest that they will enter that and use that as a motivation to practice and to expand their English language skills, as well as an opportunity for all writers of any age throughout Rowlett and the areas. But again, because we want to have judges, we are looking to increase the money to get another judge on board for that, because it does take considerable effort and time to read through and judge all of those entries. So we do need an increase on that, and that is where that is coming from. Our photography contest. Now, on the previous slide, that was the 2025 budget, because that has not happened yet for 2026. It is coming up in August. But we are looking for no notable increase on that one. It's holding pretty steady, and as with the young artists, we don't yet have a need for another judge. So we're not asking for an increase on that. Rowlett Sings is our largest increase request. We, as I'm sure you know, we do not have a performance arts center in Rowlett. That has caused a problem with this particular event, because we want it to grow. We want it to feature Rowlett singers and really be a class act. Without a performance center, we have outgrown the rec center. We have outgrown or are unable to use some of the churches in the area. And last year we were able to use the Rowlett High School auditorium, which was a beautiful venue. However, that has proved unreliable this year. You notice that if you have been to these events, they usually happen in April, and now this one's happening in August. That was specifically due to the trouble in finding a viable venue that would allow us to grow and continue to present this as a really nice, notable artist event. And this year we were able to come up with a solution, but we are looking for an increase in budget because of the need for a performance center to host this event. And without that, we are concerned that it will take a step back and not attract the kind of attention that we want it to attract. And so we're hoping that we'll be able to have that budget need met. Artist Exchange, the Rowlett Artist Exchange. This one is one of our newer events. We have had one event this year with 26 participants. We have several more planned. We are looking for about $250 increase on that. It is growing in popularity, and again, this was something that I've seen other cities have versions of, and these have been very great assets to draw people into the city and to provide additional revenue and support also of businesses in the area. So this is something that I think is worthwhile investing in and providing budget for. Publicity. As we continue to do more events, we need more swag. We're looking at a little bit of an increase. The price of things have gone up, and we are trying to do more events. So we're just trying to get more items out there, more visibility. And the more visibility we have, the more visibility these events have. And what we have so far, we've had little colored pencils, little things like that. They have proven very popular, so we want to keep that investment going. This is just the rundown of a few other events that we do. The calendar, we're not looking for an increase on that. It's 900 complimentary calendars. They are extremely popular, and they showcase the winners and other entries of the previous events. So this is one that we definitely want to keep doing. The Trombone Thanksgiving is a notable event for Rowlett that we hope to continue to grow. We do need to request a little bit more money on that because we need copyright, need to pay for the music as it grows and as we have more musicians. But it was not a significant increase on that one. But we're hoping that we can continue to grow that into a really noticeable and Rowlett-specific holiday event, since there's not a lot of other cities really doing anything like this. So this is very unique to Rowlett. Shine is another new initiative. We are, if you looked at the first one that had a lower budget because we had only just started it last year, we're hoping to grow it, so we are requesting more on that one. This serves the needs of our special needs community, especially adults. There is, from the community, we have heard that there is a need for activities, especially art activities, for that specific community. So we are working and hoping to continue to provide artistic endeavors for our special needs community and would like to continue to fund that. And then our 1,536, there's no increase there. We just get the ribbons, the badges, the different polos, office supplies. That's kind of what we need to keep things running. And that is, going back to the first slide, so you can see the rundown and see where we are requesting more money for each item. Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you. Council, questions?
Thank you for that presentation. It's obviously for Rowlett Sings this year, it's way too late to make a change, but looking at next year, would it be better if you tried to do that in July and utilize the Rowlett High School auditorium? Would that make it better?
We were not able to book it during the summer months.
It was not during summer months?
Yeah, it was not available to us during the summer months. And one of the issues we're having with GISD is that they are doing several reconstructions of their auditorium, so it has put their auditorium space at a premium. We tried multiple times to book it, and we were notified that they had a day open, and I believe we called them back within 10 minutes, and it was gone. So that was the only availability we had this year. So we will be having the event at the Hella Shrine in Garland, unless y'all are going to materialize a performing arts center.
And so in terms of churches, you didn't look at those because it's not large enough, or what?
That was a decision that I believe was passed down over our heads, that we were not to use churches for this event. Laura, do you
Why?
have?
So it's gone back and forth. At one time, previous administration, so it's changing.
Thank you. Previous city administration, who are no longer here, told us not to use churches. Members of the commission also have expressed concern using churches, saying that they felt that it wasn't appropriate and might drive some participants away. So that's why some members have had objections over using churches, because they feel it's not a neutral ground.
I will also say that the one church that we had a partnership with, we have outgrown. That church that we had a partnership with off of Main Street, we have outgrown that one. So that space would no longer be available to us. If we get a change in ruling on that, we would be happy to look into that. But at the time, we did not have a change of ruling, and so we had to look at the realistic need of a performing arts center and how much that would cost to book.
Yeah, and I understand outgrowing Freedom Place, I understand that. But I would ask y'all to reconsider that ruling, because there are several churches who has pretty much large auditoriums that would be able to accommodate you and would certainly keep your costs way down.
If that is reconsidered, and again, that was not a decision we made, that was something that was passed down. So if that decision is reconsidered, we will look into what is available to us. as an artist, I will say I think that it would be a benefit if we could have the money to book performing arts centers or centers based for performances and things like that, just so that we have more ability to reconstruct the backdrops, reconstruct the area, have more say in how we want it to look. There are some churches that we have that availability with, and other ones that we are limited on what we could change. But if that is something that we are, again, allowed to do, we would obviously investigate those possibilities.
Yeah, and again, very, very supportive of the humanities and the arts. But being new, I got a few questions here, just to make sure, because I want to make sure where the money's going, how it's going there. And so when I look at the cultural art grants, the 4,000 for that, what's the history behind that?
The history since I've been on it, we have always had different schools, groups, people that are going to spend the money within Rowlett, apply for these grants. So we're not funding McKinney's Art Center. They are groups within Rowlett, such as the Rowlett Summer Musicals, and they go through the application process. We look at them, vet who has the greatest need, and then give the money out as best we can. Recently, again, the reason we have an increase there is because the need from these groups is more. So if we are able to give them more money, it will benefit our community. And again, this is money that helps specifically the Rowlett groups. This is not people from Indiana or anywhere else that can just apply for these.
And these are grants that are recommended by the commission, but council approves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that was one of my questions. So who have we given to them in the past?
Who have we given it to the past?
Yeah.
I know Rowlett Summer Musical often applies and usually gets them. Again, we said Artists Around Texas. We had a quilting group this year that was given, that these were presented to. Usually different departments within the Rowlett High School will get them, and other schools as applicable. So they're usually our local schools and groups like that.
Okay, you made this, I think I saw in the packet you had 8 applications. Have you already decided the 4?
And you will excuse me on this. I'm actually not allowed to be on this part of the committee because I teach at Austin Academy. So I'm not usually part of the grant discussions. But yes, we had 8 applied and we did give out 4.
And so you may not know, or maybe the mayor will know the answer to it. So the 4 selected, does it come back before council before the
Yes.
money's given, or do they decide?
Yes, we recommend them to council and you approve them. Yes?
Yes.
All right, that answered. Moving on then to the arts and education. And when I was running, I remember sitting in, watching council have a discussion about this and raise a question about some of that funding going to GISD.
Yes.
We are a taxing agency, they're a taxing agency. And I noticed in the packet, it's still using the terminology that they would pay for supplies. And I know nobody's gonna like my statement, but Rowlett citizens don't pay for GISD supplies. GISD pays for their supplies out of their own money. And so I'm just wondering, have we corrected that? Or, I don't want to take away from the teachers, and I know the argument, because I've talked to some people, and the backlash I get immediately is, you understand they won't give this to the teachers. Well, so when they, I know it's not apples to apples, but when they quit paying for the air conditioning, we're going to pay for that too? They have their own taxing agency.
So this is for, as an example, if I were to apply, which I cannot, but I would say I am doing this specific project, which is outside my budget as provided by GISD. So I'm requesting this grant to have my students create a mural somewhere, and I would need specifically the supplies for that mural. It cannot be a request for just general supplies. When we do grant requests, we have to explain what we need, why we need it, and how it is specifically applied to the project we're requesting in the grant. It's not an open-ended, I can go get all my pencils and books and tablecloths or whatever I feel I need for my classroom. It has to specifically be for the project as requested in the grant.
And I appreciate that. And what I'd submit, if it's for curriculum or educational purposes within the school, that's a GISD issue. I'd like to see it more go towards programs like after-school programs for the kids. If it's dedicated to a program, then it's easier to understand and see that it's outside that taxing agency. So that's one more comment on the judges. I got very confused about that. I counted up 8 judges were paying. We can't get volunteers for this?
Again, that was a decision the commission made, and we can revisit that as needed. But we actually just discussed this at our last meeting, whether it would benefit us to have free judges versus known judges. And we felt that it gave the competitions more gravitas if there's actual judges coming in with backgrounds and degrees and such in the areas that they are judging, rather than my Meemaw is reading your writing story and it's going to be whether she likes it or not. This is a published author who has dedicated their time and getting a small stipend to judge these contests. And the same with the artist contest and the photography contest and the Rowlett Sings contest, is that there is a certain level of respect that contests get once they are able to afford and pay for professionals in the field to judge. Obviously, if somebody were willing to volunteer their time and also had the credentials, we would jump at that. But usually we do need to pay just a little bit to get more people out there. And we are, as I said, we are looking for more judges for one event, because there's also only so much you can afford to pay someone for the amount of work that they have to do. So in that case, rather than increase the judging amount, it made more financial sense to simply get one more judge to lighten the load. Otherwise, we might lose interest in it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Byron, I do want to address your question about the grants, because I do think that's important with Garland ISD. So I pulled up the grant application, and there's a section on here that says what qualifies for a grant, and it really talks about what you suggested. There's 4 bullet points: performances including theater, dance, vocal and instrumental, art exhibits and demonstrations, student workshops in the visual arts, performing arts or humanities, and author lectures. So really programming kind of exactly like what you were driving at.
Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, so along the lines of the grants, I'm assuming, Mr. Mayor, the same thing. We would approve those grants as well, correct?
Can you ask that one more time? I'm sorry, I got distracted by whatever went flying over there.
I am so sorry. I didn't hear it either.
That's quite all right. The same grant approval component relies on this piece too, right? As it does-
This grant approval process is a little different because the commission makes the recommendations. So they bring us recommendations that the commission has vetted, and then we make the ultimate decision of whether those are approved or not.
And to kind of follow back up on Mr. Fass's comment, this is to school teachers that tend to apply, or students tend to apply or try to. So spinning with that conversation, I would ask, does your group push or promote? I also sit on the Garland ISD Education Foundation Board, which gives away about $500,000 a year to teachers for a lot of these kind of things. Do the groups you're talking to, do they also try to apply within the GEF? Those are things that are done usually in November timelines, October timelines.
No, I know what GE, yes. I'm very aware of that one.
That's just a question.
Arts in education grants, we have applications often from GISD, but I do not believe it is specific to GISD. So it would be a grant for art to be used as education. So you don't have to be a GISD teacher for that grant. You have to be using or requesting money to educate with the arts. We do not have a stipulation that says if you've applied for a GEF grant, you can't also apply for ours. So, yes, again, if I were not on the committee, yes, I could apply for the GEF. And then if I had another art project that I could propose, I could apply for this as well. And again, that then is for the commission to look at and vet and say whether there is a need or whether I'm, as was the concern here, just trying to use Rowlett to fund my copy paper,
Well,
which is not, we do not want to approve that.
we just want to make sure that we give as many options, availabilities as possible.
Yes.
And so that's the main goal for me. And the question was just to make sure that we all understood how many variables there are and options. And this is a good use again, nothing more than that.
Are there any further questions?
Katie, I appreciate your presentation and I appreciate the request, and I apologize that I've missed a couple of recent meetings. We had some conflicts with council meetings and other things. I'm going to kind of be the bad guy here, and I think that some of your requests may be a little extravagant given some of the comments that you've made, particularly about the discussions that you've had about options to look at reducing the judges' honorariums or maybe even finding volunteers to serve in some of those capacities. So I think I would love for you guys to explore that first. The second thing is with Rowlett Sings in particular, the issue that we face with Garland not having, with Rowlett High School not having an auditorium that was able to be booked, to me was a temporary thing. And I know that in particular, the Lakeview Centennial Auditorium is now complete, which would open up some of these remodels that are happening, right? So I assume in the next school year, or I anticipate in the next school year, that you won't have quite as much complication with reserving the space as you did this past year.
We were advised that we likely would, that they were not prioritizing non-GISD events, so that we would always be bottom of the fish, or the bottom feeder request.
Understood.
So that is the issue we were seeing there. But if that does change, then obviously we would work with that. I would say that the request for judge increase, I don't think is the judge increases, in fact, we've got no request for for 2 out of our 3 contests with judges. There was no request for budget per those requests. The only request for a budget increase was for the writing contest, and that is due to the number of entries we're getting. So I don't think that our budget increase requests are overly related to judging.
Understood. And I definitely want to hear me say, I 100%, as you know, support the arts. And I've been with the commission now for many, many years. But when I started with the commission in 2015, we had a budget of like $2,000. Now we're talking about a budget of $36,000. That's a pretty dramatic increase over the years. And certainly I've been the one standing where you're standing advocating for those increases. But the percentage increase that you're talking about this year is substantial. And that's where I'm saying that we need to tap the brakes. And I would recommend that if we're going to have an increase, that we not go anything above $28,000 or maybe even $29,000 at the most, and that you guys work out how you're going to make that work with the programming that you want to deliver upon. And in particular, start to look for ways that we can be more economical with things like Rowlett Sings in particular. So if there's going to be an increase, I would say it needs to be very modest, and look for ways that you guys can squeeze a little bit, because I know that our residents and that we up here are going to be tasked with that in the coming budget discussions as well.
Right. No, we completely understand, and we did realize that $5,000 was a lot. It has just been very difficult to find a venue for Rowlett Sings because of our budget and because of venue costs. The cost of a venue without getting any breaks was the cost of the entire budget for Rowlett Sings.
Understood.
And so we wanted to try and avoid that trap next year because we had a very close vote to canceling it this year. We were just afraid if we did cancel it this year, it would lose the momentum that has been growing since 2020 did hurt it. The event had been doing very, very well. 2020 really put the brakes on it, and it slowly started to grow again. And then because we hit this venue snafu, we almost had to cancel it. And so we were hoping, that's what went into this budget request, was that we needed that venue cost and then the cost to also cover everything else that comes in it, because it is our most expensive event.
Sure.
So
All right, that's going to be my recommendation is a $28,000 budget for the coming year, and that to ask you guys to look at ways that you can find to make that work. In addition, I would love for us to have some conversations about potential spaces that we might be able to use within the city that, might be some flexible space if, for example, Rowlett High School is not available. And certainly, I'm willing to have a conversation with Dr. Lopez and see what I can work out on that front as well.
That would be very appreciative.
Yeah, totally.
Very much. Thank you, sir.
Council, I know we need to move on so we don't drag out our boards and commissions too much. Any other last questions for Arts and Humanities? All right, Catherine, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation. We appreciate you being here this evening. Next, we will move on to, is Board of Adjustment next? Do we have anyone here from Board of Adjustment, or is that going to be a staff presentation? Andrew Espinoza.
Good evening, Council. This evening, I'm going to fill in for the Chair for Board of Adjustment, or BOA. From this table, you'll notice that we allotted $1,000 in 2026. We're asking for the same amount, and primarily that budget will be to support training, development for our board members, specifically as it relates to APA training and other workshops and seminars. Was there a question? No? Okay.
No, sir, sorry.
No worries, no worries. And then there's also a small allotment for food budget as well. Again, here, this is basically just summarizes how the funding will be spent. And that's really the entire presentation. We hope that this request meets your satisfaction. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you, sir. I noticed, actually, Mayor Pro Tem Britton noticed the presentation that was in our packet of presentations had $280 for the land use training, which was 7 members times $40. I guess the fee for that's gone up to $50.
Yes, I apologize for that. We confirmed it is $50 per member.
Okay, perfect. And is our Board of Adjustment members, are they planning to attend in fiscal year 26?
We encourage them to attend. There's some training that we want to send them to in August. Obviously, we encourage that so that they can be brought up to speed on some of the zoning laws, planning laws, ethics, things that really will help them do their job.
Yeah, totally. I firmly believe that we need as much training for our folks as we can get.
Yes, sir.
Council, questions, comments on this one?
I apologize for the questions, but how you eat an elephant is one bite at a time. So apologize for the question, but how many times did the Board of Adjustments meet last year?
Last year, I'm not certain. This year, they've met 3 times.
Okay, and are those case related, or were they to form budgets and things like that?
There are specific applications made by someone who wants to appeal a decision, so they only meet when the applications come in.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Councilmember, if I can interject, we did have a special called meeting to go over the budget and understand what the needs of this board was and are, and that's why we're moving forward with these training programs.
All right, Council, any other questions for? All right, Mr. Espinoza, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate the presentation. Next, we'll move on to the COAD, Community Organizations Active in Disaster. And who is presenting this item? All right. I know our COAD has been somewhat inactive, and Council, we have been considering bylaws revision to change some of the membership of the COAD. So I'll just briefly present what is on screen here. I'm not sure who generated this budget request, but we have a budget request up here for $7,500, which matches the budget request from last year. There have been no expenses in the fiscal year that I'm aware of, and according to this spreadsheet. So any questions about this particular budget request? I know that some of you may not really be aware of what the COAD does. The COAD was stood up following the 2015 tornado and served as a resource to organize different community organizations to get them to work together, and this is funding to help support that. Christoph?
Our budget staff simply took the budget from last year and moved it forward, and there was no one available to revise it.
Understood. Thank you.
So there's been no expenses this year?
No expenses this year. The COAD has not even had a meeting. That's one of the reasons we were talking about revising the bylaws. The COAD is technically active as an organization, I believe. That's a great question. I don't know. It was previously administered by our emergency management coordinator.
Yes, that's what it was. When Mr. Balderas was here, he did all the coordinating. The main 5,000 one was for an expo that we haven't had in the last couple of years due to the last leadership we had there. But it has been literally dormant, though I don't know that I would ever suggest to disband it, just because it was meant with the best of intentions to be able to meet the needs. I sat on that board for all these years. It's intended to be prepared for it just in case what comes up. So I don't know that a budget needs to be that big, but we're not doing those things right now. But I would encourage, again, the board still remain as a part of the day-to-day stuff we have available in our wheelhouse.
On that note, I mean, they haven't been active. I don't know the answer to this, but is there a possibility of folding it into or aligning it with CERT program? Which focuses on emergency management by itself. It seems to me that way you can have a board that is somewhat active, but we have a CERT team. Why not fold it into that? And at least they're doing something.
Yeah, I think the one difference between this and the Rowlett Citizen Corps Council, of which CERT is a part, is that this primarily has membership from, or in part has membership from city leaders, whereas the Rowlett Citizen Corps Council has a separate board of directors and it's a standalone 501c3 nonprofit. This was formed by the city of Rowlett as a kind of a sub-entity, if you will, I believe.
Well, and I'll just throw you a question and then I'll hand it to you. Can we put it to have a discussion later? My question would be, why has it not been active and what can we do to resolve it? Because if we can't, then let's not have things just to have them. So, but I'll pass it on.
Thank you. And again, I apologize for my ignorance. I haven't been involved in this one directly. I do think this is a discussion for another setting. In my experience, COADs are usually groups of entities that can bring resources to a problem. So there are people who have assets that can be helpful in a disaster, as opposed to CERT, which is more about volunteers and training volunteers to help on a personal level. So they do have different roles. But certainly I think this is something that we would need to bring forward to a work session at a different time.
And not to belabor it, and we will discuss, but just to put up there, just like a child abduction response team, which is a multi-agency response team, they still meet regularly to bring assets when called upon. If nobody's meeting, I would even argue, or even people in the same positions that they were 2 years ago. So, and by attaching it to something else, then at least you are updating it across the board. So that's one of the biggest challenges you have with the child abduction response team is keeping up with who's still involved, who's not, who's been moved on. So it's just something we should probably table and discuss later.
Yeah, so circling kind of back to our agenda here, which is a budget request more than decisions about the future of the COAD. My recommendation in particular would be that we axe the Public Safety Preparedness Expo, not only because we haven't had an event in a couple years, but because really that's funding that should come out of special events. To me, that's a special event that the city might host to show off our resources. I know that it might be viewed the same, right? It's the left hand or the right hand, but in this case, if we're going to allocate money to this, then that's encumbered for the coming year, whether it's spent or not. Whereas special events are a little different. So I would say that the other funds should probably stay there, knowing that we are planning to meet and stand up the COAD again and have membership. But I think, a budget of $2,500 would be more than sufficient. There is a website. It's rowlettready.com or org.com. And I have no idea who administers that, but it's still active. They do. Domains are not free. It might be Whitney. Yep. Council, other questions or thoughts on this one? We can certainly get some more answers before this is brought back for a final discussion.
Mayor, just to confirm, if we're putting a placeholder in a budget, we should certainly have a board or commission there to back it up, especially as we're talking about being prepared for natural disasters. That's where we get in trouble, is when we don't have the manpower allocated. So I would confirm that we need to do that.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other questions on the COAD or comments? All right, let's move on to our next presentation, 5E, which is Economic Development Advisory Board. Mylene.
Good evening, Council. This presentation is on behalf of our EDAF, Economic Development Advisory Board Vice Chairman. For this project, we propose the meeting supply. Currently, we have 68, will be increased to 100. One of the reasons why we increase is that we would like to buy water for the board, and we also were planning to increase the frequency of the meeting from every other month to every month. The recognition award, we would like to have $50, and the food will be increased from 246 to 450, and that including the total is 600. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Council, questions on this one? Pretty modest ask. Any thoughts? All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Next, I believe we have the Golf Advisory Board.
Mayor, council, staff, thanks for the opportunity to present this evening. We've got a really positive message coming from the Waterview Golf Course. Things over the last couple of years have really been moving forward. The quality of the golf course is coming up pretty substantially. There's always, other things that need to be done. There are a lot of details that need to be taken care of. We'll move forward into the presentation. Let me get oriented here. All right, so what's the Golf Advisory Board and Waterview Golf Course supposed to be doing? Provide a catalyst for economic development. One of the things that we got presented the other day was that the Waterview Golf Course last year generated over 50,000 rounds of golf and over $3 million of revenue. So that's bringing a lot of people into the community to play the golf course. And that reflects on the quality of the golf course. The golf course is getting better, and we're really having a hard time keeping people away from the golf course. Golf is really hot right now. So Waterview Golf provides a differentiator from other suburbs by providing the best-in-class golfing experience for residents and visitors to the city. One of the things that I noticed about this golf course when I first moved to Rowlett 20 years ago is this golf course was a great golf course, a community golf course, and the layout is fantastic, but the quality of the course was really, really bad. And over the years, with the help of the Golf Advisory Board and now our partnering with American Golf, we're making tremendous strides with the golf course. Promote healthy living. Citizens have stated that they want to promote healthy living choices for its citizens. Provide a safe regional destination and open spaces with amenities. There's over 220 open acres that the golf course resides on. So that's a pretty significant amount of land that's just open like a park. Provide quality lifestyle for all populations, including our seniors. So last year, you guys awarded us $50,000 for the driving range project. They are in the process of finishing that project right now. So we're making some progress there. The money hasn't been spent yet, but it's going to be spent here really shortly. For 2027, and kind of going on the quality of the golf course, one of the areas that we really are not as good as we should be is the areas around the greens. And a lot of it has to do with golf carts being in the wrong spots. People are putting golf carts in areas that they're really not supposed to be doing that. So we're asking to partner with American Golf in this process. They're going to be getting new carts next year. We want to put geolocation fences on those carts to keep the carts where they belong and keep them out of spaces that they're not supposed to be in. And then we've got a fountain on hole number 10 that is the only fountain on the golf course, or the only pond on the golf course that doesn't have a fountain or any kind of water circulation system. So that lake is really dormant and it's really becoming a mosquito haven. So we're asking for money to actually do that. And the biggest part of that money is really not the fountain, it's getting electricity to that fountain. So that's a significant amount of money to get the electricity out to that lake. So those are the items that we were asking for. The geo-fencing, part of the request. If you notice, this is an area that was roped off, but you can see where golf carts are driving. And this is the dart path right here. And I don't know why, instead of driving here, they want to drive here. It's like on every hole at the tee box, there's a cart path right next to the cart path. So it's kind of a ridiculous thing, but that's what the geo-fencing will take care of. It'll keep the carts on the concrete golf path. Same thing here, right up by a green, and that's like forbidden in golf etiquette. Same thing here, they're right next to a green, and this happens all the time. I live on hole 6, it happens at least 2 or 3 times a day. Somebody's parked right next to the green, for no reason. So $20,000 estimated cost for the GPS Shield units for new golf carts that start their lease in 2027. American Golf is covering the cost of the lease. And this helps protect the turf. It really brings the quality of the golf course up and just the vision that people have of the golf course, what people think about the golf course. When you start raising those levels of quality, people really beat a path to that particular golf course. And we are in really good condition from that situation right now. And this would really help. And then the $32,000, again, is for the pump and getting electricity to that lake and making this a much more aesthetically pleasing part of the golf course, but it also, that when that lake becomes stagnant, it just becomes a mosquito haven. So that's it for the presentation. Do you guys have any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Brad. We appreciate the presentation for sure. Just as kind of a matter of process, number one, let me just say, I appreciate how involved you guys are in ensuring that the golf board has, or the golf course has adequate representation. You guys are really focused on some of the details that other people might miss, and so I appreciate that. But is this really the best way to go about funding these items for the golf course? Or would it be better for the Golf Advisory Board to just make a recommendation of, hey, we think we need geofencing, and then that becomes a council/staff initiative that we go out and do these things rather than, I'm assuming you guys went out and got the quotes for both of those items that you're contemplating repairs for, right? I mean, that certainly seems a little bit beyond the scope of what we should ask our volunteers to do, despite their commitment.
Honestly, new staff that's been interfacing with the Golf Advisory Board, they're doing a lot of those things, and it's kind of a unique experience for us to step back and go, hey, let's let the staff take care of it. And they are doing that. And so that's really a positive over the last couple of years. But as a Golf Advisory Board, we're still learning how to let them do that job.
Understood. Totally understand. So, I mean, maybe that question is for staff. Is there a better way that we can take some of the responsibility off them to have to do all of that extra work?
Well, I think right now we have a good partnership, and I think that it is transitioning more over time. Also, I think that we're getting better participation from American Golf, where they're actually doing some of the work for us as well. So I think that we're moving in the right direction, I guess that's the way I put it here.
So I'm glad you mentioned American Golf, because that was going to be my next point. Could either of these be considered the responsibility of American Golf to fund and install and maintain and all of that? Specifically the geolocators on the golf carts.
So they're going to be getting new roosters to fly at this getting new golf carts this next year.
Do you mind speaking to the mic, Brad? Sorry about that.
Typically, my voice carries enough that I don't have to speak to a mic.
Antonio
But-
just wants to be sure you're on the recording, that's all.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. The GPS fences is one of those things that American Golf looks at. In some situations, they put it on some of their golf courses around the United States. In some cases, they don't. What we're trying to do is, since our quality is really starting to move up and we really want to take it to that next level, we want to partner with them as they're getting these new leases in this first year to incent them to get these GPS fences long-term, okay? So it just becomes a part of everyday life. But we want to partner with them, I guess you would say, in this first year on these leases.
Understood. I think that's a great idea. I mean, some of the capital improvements, like we're talking about with the pond, that certainly is, that's on the cities. That's on our responsibility. So,
Yeah.
Carter, did you want to make any comments or?
Well, Brad, thanks for coming and presenting, and
Sure.
I want to recognize your group that are here in the golf shirts. So, very active board. This was the very first board that I volunteered for, and at the time I was on very numerous high-pressure boards, and I thought to myself, golf board, what are they going to do? Argue about grass? And I thought this was just going to be the easiest, slowest paced board ever. And boy, was I wrong, because these guys are really involved and they really care about this asset for the city. So I want to just point out that it's a tremendous asset. It is a differentiator for Rowlett. It's a reason that people come to Rowlett. And so protecting the asset is one of the things that this board does. The geofencing will certainly do that. I think that that's a very important aspect of the golf course and protecting the asset and making it last longer. So I think the geofencing, I don't have any questions about that. Unfortunately, I know a little bit too much about this pond. It's rarely filled with water. It's usually about half full.
We need to fix that.
Yeah, see? And fountains is a really tough issue, because how many fountains are there on the course?
On the course, I think there's 10, 9
10?
or 10.
How many are working today?
Oh, come on, are we working on that?
Okay, so my point, kind of, since I've been on council, is I don't put anything new until we fix what we got. And so I kind of think about the park system, and we don't want to add a new park that we can't maintain the ones we have. So I would prefer taking that $30,000. I think $50,000 has kind of been the standard for the golf board every year. I wouldn't want to dilute that. However, I would like to see that $30,000 go for another asset, like repairing the cart pass, which is a trip hazard and things like that. So my recommendation is that you consider altering the request, give up on the pond this year, and use it for cart paths.
So there's two things I want to bring to the table. Number one, the quality of the golf course directly impacts the quality of the neighborhood, okay? So, with the homes, we have 552 homes that back up to the golf course. If the golf course is in bad shape, it reflects on the property value. Property value goes down, that reflects on taxes, okay? So that's a direct impact to the city. So it's really one of those things that it's a hand in hand. So goes the neighborhood, so goes the golf course, but really the golf course drives the neighborhood. If the golf course is not in good shape, and then, 6 or 7 years from now, our contract ends with American Golf. We've had a 30-year contract with those guys, okay? We need to continue to improve the quality of the golf course all the way up until that deadline. That's going to put us in a great position when it comes down to renegotiating the contract, okay? And what that property is worth at that point in time. So we need to keep that, in the vision going forward, that this is coming out there.
I would just counter that with maintaining versus enhancing. Adding the fountain is an enhancement. Maintaining what you already have is critical, especially at the end of the lease.
Any response to that? Okay, he's done. All right. Council, other questions?
So, hey, thank you for the presentation. On the driving range, you said that's going to be done this fiscal year?
So they are, yeah, they've been shaping, they put a concrete place for mats in the back of the range. That's so that if the range is starting to show wear and tear, they can move golfers back to the mats and let them head off the mats for a while and let the tee in the range heal. They have shaped the tee boxes, or not the tee boxes, but the greens that are out in the driving range itself, and they're going to start grassing in here really soon. They got all the irrigation working. So that's, we're getting really close.
Is that going to come in at or below 50?
After what?
Is that going to come in at or below 50? 50K?
That's going to be our part of it. That's why
okay.
we partnered with American Golf on that.
Okay.
Yeah, our contract requires them to finish it this year, and our contribution is capped at 50,000.
Thank you again, Brad, for the presentation. A little pushback on some of the stuff that was said is that, one, I'm good with y'all giving us advice on what needs to be done because y'all are the experts. When you probably start falling off the boards and we don't have as much expertise as we do on the board now, I might consider different. But if you're going to give us some good advice on what we may need or we may not, I'm going to take your advice. Okay. If we need to put a irrigation thing in the pond, I would say let's do it. I know we need to fix things, but to getting the electricity there is a big deal.
It is.
Thank you.
All right, so in terms of the budget request, it's approximately $52,000. Are there any concerns with that amount at this point? Again, that we're not making any final decisions today, but this will feed into the budget that Christoph and his team are preparing. Okay. Brad, sorry. Don't go anywhere.
This is just a real quick one. Obviously, last year we spent 50,000. This year, 50,000, 51. How long have we been funding $50,000 towards? I know there was a deal a few years ago. We infused a lot of money into it, but have we had this going on for quite some time? Because again, I'm not versed in this area.
I honestly couldn't say, so I'm going to lean on finance to get us those records.
We can certainly provide records of.
I see a conversation happening, so.
So yeah, because we had some funds that we put into the golf fund and we used that for a period of years. We spent that down and then added $50,000 to it in this fiscal year. So in the previous years, we'd actually had some capital dollars that had accumulated and been assigned, and we spent that down for a period of time on a number of different projects. Then last year when we got it down to zero, we added 50,000 last year. So this should be 50,000. And right now, we've only got enough money in that fund to pay the debt service. Is that correct? 64,000 in that fund.
In addition to the debt service payment?
In addition to the debt service payment.
So could this be funded out of the golf fund?
Yeah.
Okay. So this would be, in a way, self-funding, to answer your question. Council, any other questions or thoughts? Okay. Brad, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you so
and
much.
your team being here today. All right. With that, we have concluded Golf Advisory Board. Next is the Library Advisory Board. Laura, is that you?
Good evening. I'm Library Director Laura Cherner. Our Advisory Board Chair was not able to attend the meeting this evening. So last year was the very first year that the Library Advisory Board had a budget. So they had a bit of a learning curve in actually utilizing the funds. Initially, they weren't really sure what they could spend the funds on. So this year, they didn't spend a lot of money, but they do have plans to spend for the next fiscal year. They anticipate having $50 for new name badges for new members. And they have a goal of visiting neighboring libraries. This year, the libraries that they visited were very close, Rockwall and Garland, to where members could just all meet at the library. When they have visited libraries further out in Cedar Hill, they've carpooled, and so they would like to allocate some money to reimburse for gas, the cost of gas to carpool to these libraries. They wanted to allocate $150 for holiday decorations, scarecrows on Main, and the Christmas tree decorations. Candy for trick or treat publicity and outreach. That's their largest line item because a lot of people attend trunk or treat and they want to be able to provide that candy. And then they have a dinner with the Friends of the Library in December and in July. That gives them a chance to network and interface with other advocates for the library. And so they were wanting $150 for each of those. Any questions?
Thanks, Laura. Council, any questions?
No questions, Mayor. Just as the new serving liaison for the Library Advisory Board, I did meet with them when they spoke about their budget. Laura, thank you, and also for the board on the mileage, right? You guys, I saw the reduction from 400 to 100 there, just because their goal is, as we do know, our community needs a new library space. Like, we are kind of low on what we can provide. They do go and visit other libraries that may have adequate space for a city like ours, so I do appreciate that. And then, Laura, to add to your point, those two, that $300 total of $150 and $150, those will be spent this year, correct? I mean, as far as July and December.
Yes, that is correct. In December, they weren't sure if they could use it for their holiday lunch, if it was them and their spouse or just them. They got clarification. They're actually having a dinner in July, and so they're going to be spending some of their money for that dinner that they're having next month.
Laura, thank you. I just want to comment on the board itself, and that I've attended several of the library board meetings, and you have a very I would just encourage you to engage that group. We are activating downtown. One of the presenters talked about the car show and how successful it was, and how they showed at that show and interacted. And so I really want to just encourage to continue to engage this group and the importance of the library in our downtown and what that means as we continue to activate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Everybody okay with $1,000?
Nope. No, I just wanted to give some more encouragement, Laura. Y'all been doing a good job on everything you do, and you're right in the center of everything. And so it's very important that we keep y'all engaged in the community and doing stuff. I just want to make sure that we're giving you enough for your mileage. I want to make sure that we're giving you enough for the dinners that we're trying to promote to keep the library even more active than it is today. So let us know if we're behind on this or anything.
Okay, thank you.
All right, everybody good with the request here? All right, thank you very much, Laura. We appreciate that. Next, I believe we have our Planning and Zoning Commissioner, John Cote, is here.
Well, I was going to start off by saying good afternoon, but I think it's good evening, Mayor, and Council, and City staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Planning and Zoning Commission fiscal year 27 budget request. Tonight, we're respectfully requesting $15,000 in funding for commission training, education, professional memberships, conference attendance, and related support needs. This request is consistent with the amount that was requested in fiscal year
Mr.
26.
Cote, can you go to the next slide for me?
Well, I'm not ready to go to the slide.
Oh, okay, all right.
Before I go through the details of the request, I want to acknowledge that we did not fully utilize the funds that were made available to us last year. The fiscal year 26 budget provided $15,000 and only $703 were actually spent. I want to apologize for that. These funds were intended to help commissioners stay informed, trained, and prepared to serve the community effectively, and we recognize that we did not take full advantage of those opportunities. That was not because the training was unimportant or unnecessary. Rather, we recognized that we need to be better coordination between staff and commissioners so that the training opportunities, the conferences, and the educational events were identified and communicated earlier in the year. When those opportunities are made known in advance, commissioners have a better opportunity to plan their schedule, register on time, and attend. Going forward, we intend to improve that process. Staff and commissioners will work more closely together to identify training opportunities earlier, to communicate the dates and the costs in advance, and create a more intentional plan for the commissioners to participate throughout the year. This will allow the commission to make better use of the funds being requested and ensure that the investment produces value for the city. The fiscal year 27 request includes several training and professional development items.
I think your mic may have just turned off or died. They probably have some batteries at the front desk. Ryan, there's some batteries over here also.
First, I want to make note that in your packet, it says it's Board of Adjustment members, and it's actually the Planning and Zoning Commission, which is composed of 7 regular and 3 alternate members. So the first request is for $6,300 for attendance at the American Planning Association Texas Chapter Planning Conference. This would support registration, hotel, and travel costs for commissioners and alternates. It's just been brought to my attention that that's actually going to be taking place in Irving this year, so we can probably drop that figure to $2,500 from $6,300. Second, we're requesting $440 for the North Texas elected and appointed officials land use training. This is a cost-effective opportunity at approximately what we thought was $40. It's now $50 per person, so if we could up that number to $500. And it provides practical education for officials involved in land use decisions. Third, we're requesting $3,600 for the National Planning Conference online registration, and this allows commissioners an alternate access to broader planning education without added expense of travel. The request also includes $1,000 for food related to conferences, training sessions, and exceptionally long meetings, $1,500 for APA memberships at Commissioners Group rate, and $2,160 for additional APA training seminars. Together, these items will total less than $15,000. I didn't do the math, sorry. The purpose of this request is to strengthen Commission's ability to serve our outlet well. Planning and zoning decisions affect land use, neighborhoods, development quality, infrastructure, housing, transportation, economic development, and long-term character of the community. It's important that the commissioners have access to current training, best practices, legal updates, and professional resources. We also understand that requesting the same amount after underutilizing last year's funds requires accountability. That is why we're not only asking for the funding, but also committing to better process for using it responsibly. With earlier coordination, better communication, and advanced planning, we believe these funds can be used more effectively in fiscal year 27. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Cote. Who is your primary staff point of contact at this point?
Well, it was really...
I mean today.
Today it's Corey.
Manal? It's Manal.
Well,
Okay.
Manal is secondary. Now that we have a new planning and development, right?
Okay. I just want to be sure we have a dedicated point of contact because you talked a lot there in your presentation about the challenges in coordinating the event and attendance and travel and all of those things. And we need to be sure, because you don't have a council liaison, there's not someone consistently sitting in your meetings and working with you on the logistics of your meetings to be sure that you have.
I think the city has stabilized our point of contact, and Alex as well, and I have already talked today about certain events, including the changes in cost.
So did I hear the APA conference is 2,500 instead of 6,300? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that takes your total down to 11,200 would be the budget request.
Alex, do you concur with that?
That's not entirely correct. This year it is currently going to be held in Irving, Texas, right? But this is going to account for the following fiscal year. So what we end up doing is we end up having to purchase, because of the fact that the conference is held in October, we have to purchase everything and prepare in this fiscal year for next fiscal year's trip. So we really end up cutting half of that cost right now. And we don't ever actually know where the next conference is going to be. This one just so happened to end up in Irving.
Totally makes
Usually
sense.
it would be in College Station or somewhere further down south.
Yep.
So
Nope.
we estimate a larger amount.
I'm good with that. That totally makes sense. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
And as far as, so we haven't spent the money for the memberships, the APA memberships. That seems like something where we could register our commissioners today, right?
Correct. So we're understanding what we need to do between now and the new fiscal year, but this also presents what's going to happen in the next fiscal year as well.
Sure.
Annual memberships.
Okay, I'm just focusing on the spent column, and I'm seeing
Correct.
a whole lot of blanks, and
Correct.
based on what Mr. Cote said. Council, other questions?
Yeah, Mayor, I have a question, probably for Manal. So Manal, as far as like prioritization, we look at the APA Texas Charter Chapter Planning Conference. Is there a prioritization between that conference and the National Planning Conference? I'm granted just from an accountability standpoint, since we didn't do anything.
From a prioritization perspective at this point, no. I think it's important to start with what's happening regionally before we go into the national arena.
Okay, so what's happening regionally before going to the national plan? So essentially, we maybe not should go to the National Planning Conference if we looked at some deductions from the ask.
We've definitely included it deliberately, hoping that we could get 2 local conferences in, but it would be 1 local conference and then the national if we thought that there would be lower attendance. So we're giving opportunities also. I mean, the commissioners come after work, and so we want to make sure there's availability. There are also some online courses too, so we want to maximize on what we can and utilize those funds to get them out there. Some priorities may shift, but this is the ideal situation right now.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And additionally, it may be a timing issue as well, as far as commissioners not being able to make the state convention, but being able to get off and meet the national.
If I may, I do like and appreciate the idea, sir, on the training. I mean, training is the most important, and I do thank you for the accountability of it, not, why it didn't happen and how you're going to correct it. But for an economy of scale and to leverage adult learning principles, would it not be better, instead of sending 7 to each one of these, sending 2 or 3 to each one, and then have them come back and train not only the other ones, because that way, again, having gone to many conferences as a city employee, I spend a lot of time sitting down drinking coffee versus in a room, let's just be honest, is I have to learn, come back, train my counterparts, but also train council at the same time. And so I think by having 2 or 3, we can bring that cost down, then have them come back, train everybody, and then 2 or 3 different more go to the next one, and 2 or 3. And so we might be able to hit that national conference at the same time. So I'd have you look at that. That is a common tactic used by cities across the country, sending 2 or 3 people and they come back. And the police department, we do that all the time. You come back and you train everybody else on what you learn. So, and then again, that is a standard of adult learning principles.
Yeah, I would agree if that was in fact you training people all from the same background. So like everybody in Public Works Department may have a baseline knowledge that's all the same, and you're able to do that. But for Planning and Zoning Commission, we have people from all different walks of life, so their starting position as far as understanding is very different, where if they personally attend, then they can ask the questions and fill in the gaps that they don't know. If I go and attend, I may not think about the things that they don't know, so it may be harder.
Yes, I'm going to have to agree with you on that, because it's difficult as 7 commissioners coming back and somebody come get you all together for some training. and that means another meeting, you all got to show up and got to do stuff. So when you go out and you get the individual knowledge and you get the information firsthand, like you said, you may miss something, he may remember something, and you can all draw on each other's knowledge that you got from that conference, because everybody's not going to hear the same thing. It's going to be a little different. And so there is no way that I can see y'all coming back and teaching each other. Can you do that? Okay, I got the answer then.
They may not appreciate it, though.
I do think it's important that everyone recognizes that this was the first year, this was the trial year of trying to attend all these conferences, become members of these organizations, kind of all of that, because our understanding of zoning and land use and all of those things is becoming increasingly complex by some of the legislative action that the state's undertaking. It becomes more difficult, right? So we want to make sure our folks are as much of experts as we can possibly ask of volunteers to be who are tasked with reviewing these zoning cases. And this was the very first shot at that, was to outline a budget, identify some classes and training that they could attend, and certainly I'm supportive of carrying that over into the next year. And if we get beyond that and we determine that maybe there's a better way to structure that, and we can maybe employ some of these other cascading learning possibilities, but first we've got to get everybody at least with some level of knowledge in terms of zoning outside of just what they've heard on social media.
Absolutely, and I can appreciate both ideas or both concepts. In fact, one of the things that may be beneficial is when we do come back from a conference, that we actually have a training session, prior to a meeting, where we can interface with each other and discuss issues that we saw or learned and help grow.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Carter?
John, just want to thank you guys for the strong work that you're doing in supporting our planning and zoning. It makes our jobs a lot easier. So I know there's been some tough discussions, and I just want to recognize you guys for the tough work you're doing, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll call that one $15,000. Any concerns about that level of? Like to see what the budget would look like if we reduced it. Okay. So is that a standalone opinion, or are there more? You think the full budget, Chris, Marvin? Oh, you're supportive of that. You were Mr. Fassett. Okay. Marvin, full budget? I'm the full budget. Okay, so we've got 4 that support looking at a reduced budget there. So we need to look at what it would be like if we were to scale that back a little bit and perhaps not send the full commission on those activities. Okay? All right, so that's not 15,000, that's TBD. All right, next item is Parks Advisory Board. I believe we have Vice Chairman Wayne Baxter here.
Mayor, Councilman, thank you for the opportunity. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Parks and Rec, excuse me. The Chairman has gone on a cruise, so I was elected to do this. We do have, these are our goals and mission for the year. And strategy to advise Parks and Recreation policy updates and improvements, increase community visibility, serve as a feedback conduit, support long-term parks planning and sustainability, strengthen partnerships and collaborative governance. We're going to present our budget for 2027 in the amount of $3,000 instead of the $4,000. We believe that we want to be good stewards of the taxpayer, and we believe that after careful consideration that we can achieve what we want to achieve with a lesser amount of money. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have at this time.
If we can flip over to slide 5, just so we have a summary of the request for the coming year, that
Sure.
would be great.
Event supplies,
Yeah, sorry, Wayne, not this one. Oh, were you going to go through all the slides, Wayne?
no, that's
Okay.
fine.
Then let's just,
If we could just go over the
whoever's running the
2027.
presentation, if we can go to slide 5.
Okay, please.
There you go, that one.
Okay, thank you. Event supplies, community event participation, special dedication supplies and refreshments, parks and recreation events, programs and marketing, new board member supplies, new City of Rowlett Parks familiarization tour. And I'll be glad to answer any questions on any of those line items.
All right, thank you, Wayne.
Okay?
Council, questions? Mr. Fassett?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the effort to come in lower. That's nice, but I wonder if you shortchange yourself. When I look at your one of your goals in the long-term planning, of those items up there, which of those support long-term planning? And do you need I guess let me just be more direct. Do you need more support for long-term planning? Because I mean, I have a series of questions that I think we should address later, but, you know, what's the status of the review of the park conditions? You know, we got that out there, the status of ordinance review. And this is a different discussion, but if you need funding for you, I mean, is that the challenge?
Well, I think that the Parks and Recreation events and programs marketing is important for us to have some type of conduit back to the park board in order for us to make decisions in regards to the expansion of parks, additional parks, and any other programs that might be feasible to serve the citizens.
Councilmember Fawcett, I would say those are expenditures that would be in our capital program and our operations, not something that would be assigned to the advisory board.
The board is doing certain items like a review of the condition of all the parks. I mean, I got several that I've taken from meetings. The ordinance review, the volunteer coordinators. I mean, do they need more? Because those, I don't know if those are occurring or not. I think they've been stagnated. And if that's the case, why? And can we help support that is my statement.
So I'd like our Parks liaison to speak into that if you would, Marvin.
Well, I was waiting for Mike. I think that y'all are trying to be good stewards because your council liaison talks about being good stewards all the time with the money when we're spending stuff. So I think it's kind of my fault, but I don't want you to shortchange yourself either. It doesn't mean, like we said, if we give you $4,000, doesn't mean you have to spend it. You're going to be good stewards of the taxpayer money. So I wouldn't short yourself on that. And, you know, you've got a lot of stuff on your plate this year. So we may not be able to get to everything, but we're going to, you know, get as much as we can done. But I think the 4,000 is still probably on target. Okay.
Okay. I won't disagree with that, but if you want to give us $4,000, naturally, Councilman will take $4,000.
So I do think it's, you know what, Byron, what we were talking about kind of from the strategic standpoint, you know, visiting parks and doing assessments and things like that, I'm not sure what specific costs there might be with that. But for me, what I see that you all should be doing with the strategy of everything is the ordinance review, which you're already doing, because I visited one of your meetings and saw you guys working on that, but also feed into the Parks Master Plan. And if there's a review or an update that needs to happen, provide that feedback to Mr. Gibbs. He can bring that back to the council. We can work on that. I do believe we need a Parks Master Plan update. I think we're a little outdated, but that's a bigger discussion than for today.
That will most likely be a discussion we'll be having.
Yeah, and I think that's where, when you're talking about one of your objectives being strategy, to me, that's exactly where you would lean in. And those are things that don't necessarily have a cost. It's more of the time investment for you all as volunteers to review the materials and provide your feedback on things. I'm supportive of the 4,000. If Mr. Gibbs is, I believe that's he sits through your meetings, he would know better than I would, so.
Any
Other questions? Anything else for us, Mr. Baxter?
No, sir, I
Okay.
appreciate the opportunity, and it's great to be part of a nationally accredited park system, and we would appreciate your consideration for additional parks and more opportunities to serve the public. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, with that, that wraps up our Parks Advisory Board. I believe next up we have the Senior Advisory Board. We have Ms. Pam Bell here from the Senior Advisory Board. Huh? Oh, she says finally, okay.
Good evening. They told me to be here at 4. I got here all right, this thing is too high. There we go. Well, I was told to be here at 4. I showed up. It's almost my bedtime, okay? But anyway, that's one of our sayings for seniors. Excuse me. My name is Pam Bell, and I am chairperson for our Senior Advisory Board. And we represent the interests of senior citizens, and we co-sponsor several events for them throughout the year. We try to keep them busy, and we try to educate them and everything on how to take care of themselves and to move around and stay out of that house and watching it boob tube. This is our budget request. As you can see, for educational, for seniors, the seminars and et cetera, this year we had $1,320. That's what we have spent so far is $433, which we have some more stuff coming up. We're asking for $1,400. And for communication and visibility events, as the booths, we be at various events downtown. We had budgeted $600. We have used $710.18 right now. But for next year, we're asking $650. And for general, which was for our shirts and badges, which I don't wear a badge, so I just pay to get my stuff done. And recognition, we asked for, the budget was $450. So far, we have used $232.96. So and we are reducing that by 100. So as you can see, at the bottom there, our 26 budget was $2370. 23 budget, we're asking for $1,400, a whole $30 more. So, any questions?
Thank you, Pam.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your service as chairperson. I'm curious if you all would be interested in doing, I know you do one Senior Friendly Business Award per year, right?
Yes.
Would you be interested in doing a second one?
Sure. As long as we have the money.
And so how much does that cost? What's the cost of the Senior Friendly Business Award?
Ryan, how much is it?
Just the plaque? So, $100? I mean, I would like to see you guys do another one. I think that's a really admirable thing where we're recognizing businesses that really are representing our whole community, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So,
And the businesses love it.
yeah, I think it's a great way to spotlight those businesses that go above and beyond for our seniors. So, I mean, if it's another $100, I'd like to see that added to your budget and just make it $2,500 even.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Pam?
You gonna leave me on?
Marvin's giving you beef.
I know, that he's already given him the eye.
No, thank you, Pam, for the presentation, and I think $2,500 is a very reasonable ask. And, you know, if you're looking up there at the education for seniors, you know, I know the board is looking to do a lot more this coming year than we've done in the past year, so that's the reason for that increase there. But $2,500 I certainly support.
All right, council, any other Questions, comments? Pam, thank you very much for staying here for so long, even if you had to leave and come back. We appreciate it. All right, we have one more board or commission to present, and that's the Youth Advisory Council. And we have Aaron Mudry from Parks. Youth Advisory Council. This is 5K in our documents.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for saving the best for last. My name's Erin Mudry. I'm the Recreation Supervisor and the staff liaison for the Rowlett Youth Advisory Council. We don't have any council members here tonight because we've hired most of them, so they are now working either at the Rowlett Community Center or at Wet Zone. And the other ones are off to college and living their best life, so we're very proud of them. Excuse me. This thing. The Youth Council's mission and goals this year was to serve as messengers for the city of Rowlett and assist the city council in outreach to the youth in Rowlett. Assist the city by volunteering for local city events, educate the youth participants in local political process, encourage Rowlett youth to be more active in the outdoor environment, and make recommendations excuse me, regarding the needs and wants of Rowlett's youth. This year, we're asking for $5,500 for our events. The bulk of it is spent at the youth summit that they attend yearly. Unfortunately, we did not attend this past school year for several reasons. One, they have a very busy social calendar, so getting them to commit to the conference was hard, and we even tried to register during the early bird registration, and once we went to do that, it was all sold out. So all the early birds got us. So unfortunately, we didn't go. We're hoping to go again this year. Every other year, it is local, so some years we spend a lot of money on hotels and food and all of that, and other years we don't. So we keep our budget consistent at $4,000, or our request. Trunk or Treat is a big event for us, and we're so close to sticking to our budget last year. We were $2.56 over. And so we're asking for $500 again this year to buy all the candy for all of the kids that come out. Community engagement did a fantastic job this past year with Trunk or Treat, and it was amazing. So I anticipate we will hand out every piece of that candy. The Youth Council likes to have several different events. They break up into little subcommittees, and in the past, we've had a life skills event at the end of towards the end of the school year, April, where they bring in different speakers and different guests to educate our youth on growing up and becoming responsible adults. We've participated in the downtown event, the Christmas trees on Main. And then this year we also added a pet donation drive where we collected supplies for our Rowlett animal shelter. This year we are anticipating purchasing a lot more member shirts because our entire council moved on, and except for one. So we'll need to get new shirts for everybody. And $300 for our orientation boot camp at Bolorama. We go over all of the year's upcoming events, do a little bowling, have some pizza. It's a good little team bonding experience for them. And then our last meeting of the year, we like to celebrate all of our members who are moving on, graduating from high school, any big high school accomplishments and stuff like that. So this year our budget, we are asking for $5,550, and we're going to be saving you guys a little bit from last year. Any questions?
Council questions? Comments?
No, Aaron, it's always good working with you as the city council liaison to the Youth Advisory Council. But no, we did have majority of our members were seniors this year, so congratulations to them graduating high school and moving on. So that's why we'll have a full new council. So definitely, Aaron, thank you for putting that in as far as member shirts. And then also, Aaron didn't mention this, but the youth summit was during the end of January when we had a really bad, it's on there, but the really bad weather storm and that snow, the travel was kind of non-existent and it couldn't happen. So no, I'm looking forward to the council going to the youth summit next year. But yeah, no.
Council, other questions, comments? We good with the budget request 5550? All right. Then I believe we have completed our boards and commissions presentations. Is that correct? All right, so we'll take a brief break and we will reconvene here shortly. We'll continue. Sorry? And dinner is also here. We'll continue in just a little bit with the item 6, presentation and discussion of the refuse rate at 7:16 p.m. Thank you. All right, council, we are going to resume our meeting here at 7:30 p.m. And we have our refuse fund presentation, and we have Tara from Finance here.
There we go. All right, y'all ready to talk some trash? I'm here to present the FY27 refuse rates. Just a little history. Back in October 1st of 2024, Republic Services took over a 7-year contract, and FY27 will actually be the 3rd year of that 7-year contract. The contract provides for a rate increase of up to 5% annually, and that's based on changes in the consumer price index for water, sewer, and trash collection services. Currently, or for FY27, the CPI adjustment is 4.91%. Those changes affect the rates for the customers, and it'll be a 3.5% increase to residential customers and a 5% increase to commercial customers. Overall, that increase is 78 cents per month for residential customers. And commercial varies. There's so many different types as far as the amount of yards and how many pickups for commercial customers. Here we have the model for the refuse fund for FY27, and both the revenue and expenditures equal $8.9 million. And that's roughly a $547,000 increase from last year to this year. And that's mostly due to growth in our customer base along with those increases in the contract. And that is all I have on the refuse fund. And if y'all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Tara. So as far as our finance policy, do we have a fund balance requirement for this particular fund, and if so, what can you elaborate what that is?
Yes, the fund balance reserve requirement is 5% for this fund.
And so 5% of expenses, right?
Yes, expenses less transfers.
Expenses less transfers. So that's approximately $800,000. So $400,000 would be roughly our fund balance requirement there
Yes, hold on.
for 27.
Yes, yeah, and this it ends at about 577, and that 577,000 is our projected ending reserves for 27, and that equals to about 7% fund balance reserve. If you recall, in last year's discussion, we determined that we wanted to aim for 6% and then kind of ease back up, and this gets us up to that 7%.
Perfect. That's a great reminder. Thank you. Council, questions about the refuse fund? Certainly a lot simpler than the water and sewer fund, primarily because it's pretty much just an in and out of the charges for service that we incur from Republic, but happy to address any questions.
Just how did we determine 3.5% increase for residential and 5% on commercial? What's the differential? How did we determine that?
That was just really using the model to look at how those rates would affect, those increases would affect our overall revenues coming in to get kind of an even split to keep our fund balance reserves where they need to be.
So the rate increase from the vendor is 4.9, correct?
Yes.
And does this equal 4.9 if I do 3.5 on residential and 5.0 on commercial?
No, it doesn't, just because it's hard to kind of get that as an exact percentage increase due to the different difference between our commercial and our residential base and kind of the mix between those two.
I hate to confuse it, but we're looking at doing something on the other rates where we put more of a burden on commercial than residential. Should we look at that in this case as well? A 3.5% increase to residential is not significant, but every piece of ground we can make on providing value for our residents, it's important.
And that 78 cents per month equals about $9.63 a year impact for the residential customers.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I would, and this is more philosophical than anything, and certainly not specific to the refuse fund, but I would propose that anytime we're talking about rates to commercial, that council, we have a Chamber of Commerce that we should certainly be leaning on and talking to them about that, getting some feedback on those types of things. Not so that they can convince us not to do it or anything like that, but so we can hear from their membership as well, because although our businesses do not vote, they certainly do bear the cost of doing business here in the city, and there can be unintended consequences when we raise their rates perhaps more than they might be able to bear. So just a thought. This certainly doesn't seem like a tremendous increase, but do want to mention that. All right, if there's no other questions or comments on this one, going once, going twice. Thank you, Tara, very much. Appreciate that. And we'll move on with our agenda to item 7, presentation and discussion of department supplemental requests. And our first presentation is by Chief Denning.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. So we'll kick this off with the supplemental requests. The police department this year, we have 3 supplemental requests. Our first request is the only staffing position we're requesting this year, and it's actually a half of a position. You may recall back in FY25, kind of toward the end of the budget process, we added in a part-time quartermaster position into our budget, which you graciously approved. Now, this was a new position, so at the time, by design, we specifically only requested that it be a part-time position, since it's not a position that we had at the time, so that we could assess and see just how we could put that type of position to use. And so the request this year is to convert that part-time quartermaster into a full-time role. In addition, it will be to expand the responsibilities of the quartermaster, which I'll explain a little bit more about what a quartermaster does. But it will be, in addition to being a quartermaster, their responsibilities will expand to include fleet coordination in partnership with our Public Works Fleet Department. So just a little bit of background about the quartermaster position. This is a very common position in the police world. So much so that there's a regional group of quartermasters right here in North Texas where they meet on a quarterly basis and exchange ideas. That's a relatively new concept. But essentially, the quartermaster is a logistics person. The police department, we must track and manage hundreds, if not in the thousands, of pieces of individual equipment, technology, and items. Many of those items have expiration dates on them. There are critical expiration dates, such as ballistic vests, ballistic shields and helmets, and those type of items that we have to be notified in advance of those expirations to ensure that our officers are not operating in expired equipment. Other items that require constant maintenance and are on replacement cycles. I'm sorry, thank you. Thank you. So other items are on replacement cycles aside from our items that expire, such as our uniforms, radios, and all of the other specialized gear for 155 employees. We are talking about a quartermaster that would service both our sworn and our professional staff, so all employees. So our equipment growth, our technology demands, and our ongoing fleet needs now expand the capacity of that 19-hour-a-week part-time employee. So why is the full-time position necessary? So several daily responsibilities now include daily interaction with vendors, inventory management, which we have instituted a electronic asset management system that previously was done by electronic Excel spreadsheets. And then daily discussion and working with procurement to make sure that all of our orders are done properly and that they're logged and our inventories are accurate. As I mentioned, we work closely with our fleet department, with our patrol fleet, but probably one of the biggest challenges in the police department is keeping our patrol fleet operational. Frankly, it's one of the probably the biggest challenges in terms of making sure that our vehicles is an aging fleet are both maintained, that we are not just keeping them maintained, but that their orders are done properly and done timely, and that maintenance of the vehicles is done in a timely manner. Our fleet department does a great job with general maintenance and things like that, but we as a police department have a responsibility to follow up and make sure that if a vehicle is placed out of service, that it's taken in, that it's addressed efficiently. And so this quartermaster, again, we're expanding the duties because we want to get as much out of this position. We know it's a big deal to add a position. And so we want to get as much out of this full-time position as we possibly can. And we see a lot of collaboration. We have already, even with our part-time quartermaster, implemented a quarterly fleet management meeting with the fleet team where we go over things like vehicle orders and what's on the horizon, and then discuss challenges with whether it be with our Axon system or all the technology that's inside of those vehicles. And that's been very effective. And so we want to continue that. And again, that will be a collaborative role between the police and the Public Works fleet team. So the key operational benefits really come down to centralizing and tracking thousands of items on all of our vehicle assets, ensuring our expired and equipment that we deem as unsafe is identified and replaced promptly. Of course, faster ordering, issuing, and replacement of equipment, and just general logistics that happen across the police department. When officers are in need of a new piece of equipment, they have a centralized location to go for that. And ultimately, and probably most importantly, is better oversight over our investments. In the past, the police department has struggled because of the fact that there hasn't been a specific point of contact to manage our inventory in keeping things current and not having expired vests and things like that are obviously become a safety issue. So our quartermaster rate of pay here it's right now with the part-time. We worked with our HR department and they identified the full-time position would be within that 22-hour, 22 to 30-hour dollar an hour pay band. And ultimately, we're very confident that this will be a position that is going to benefit us in the long term from both a efficiency and a management and oversight perspective. With that, I'll take any questions with regard to this position.
Council, any questions on the quartermaster position specifically?
Chief, I'll just entertain a thought here, and this again, policing's my least area of knowledge, but I go back to parks, and we've seen certainly our parks have been somewhat neglected. and we find parks in different conditions, and we're going to address that as a council. But from a policing standpoint, I've seen other cities that have dedicated staff to park policing as opposed to patrol officers. And particularly as we look at increasing positions, we had a shooting in a park, I think. We've activated Kids Kingdom. We've activated Wet Zone. Certainly our demand in parks seems to be growing. Would you benefit and should you consider adding position for a park enforcement officer that would include our waterfront and our parks? And I apologize that that's not about the quartermaster position, but while we're talking about staff positions, I thought it was appropriate.
Sure. So, you know, I'd have to really think long and hard about if the cost benefit would be justified in hiring someone specifically for the parks over the need to increase general patrol shifts staffing. You know, we've done thanks to the council support and thanks to the strong recruitment and retention efforts, we've dramatically increased the amount of officers on the shifts. But there's always room for improvement on that. We continue to make the parks a big focus. That's a big part of our crime reduction strategy, is ensuring high visibility in those designated areas. I know I'm not giving you a direct answer on should we hire a police officer specifically for the park, but I would be more in favor of looking at increasing our patrol staffing and dedicating more time to the parks with our existing staffing.
Yeah, thank you. Again, policing is not my expertise, but it might be a cost-effective way to focus in an area that we know has been neglected from a facility standpoint. Has it also been neglected from a staffing standpoint as it relates to policing? You can answer that, but there's a little window there that you might need to jump on quickly. Thank you.
All right.
Council, Chris.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Hey, Chief, thanks for coming down. So help me understand quickly, if you have a part-timer today, but you're going full-time, who's been doing this job all along? That's a simple, common sense question.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So in the past, there was a support services division. We've sort of reorganized that, and we have now a neighborhood services division. But the support services division really was overseen by a lieutenant that was also overseeing all things related to IT. Now we have some IT support. So we've been able to free up that lieutenant to do actual police lieutenant work. Instead of IT-related or quartermaster logistics type related work by creating these positions and freeing up our lieutenants to actually be out on the street or manage larger divisions of with an operational focus.
And so does that quartermaster position X have a lieutenant position or a sergeant position, or he's called a quartermaster? I don't know.
Yeah, the position itself?
Yeah.
It's just called a quartermaster position. It's a professional staff, non-sworn position. It's also much less expensive than a sworn position to fill. Oh, who is it specifically?
Sorry.
Yeah, Mary Vickers is her name.
Oh, Mary. Okay.
She's been with us for about a year.
Yeah, we know Mary.
Yeah.
Also, help me if you don't mind quickly, the financial impact terminology, what does that really mean inside here? I mean, 47, obviously budget impact, 47.
Yeah, so these numbers are updated to reflect the cost of the position plus benefits. The cost of the position becoming full-time plus benefits.
So they still don't add up to the 72,692, so I'm asking what that looks like.
We've already,
because the part-time position's funded. This is an increase in the funding from the part-time position.
I understand. I'm just saying they still don't match up, but it's close. Thank you. I mean, if you add them up together, you're talking about 70,000, not 72,000. So I was just kind of wondering what that really.
I think
what it would impact moving forward, bringing somebody else on board, and the number didn't match up. I'm just kind of wondering.
I think what he's talking about is the part-time to the full-time. So what happens when they turn to full-time is they get TMRS when they had PARS, so now you got to put that in there, and then you got to put benefits in it as well, so that increases the cost.
I'm sorry? The hourly rate band?
What is it? Yeah, I'm just saying, when you take 22.8 and you add any of those numbers, they don't add up to the 72, which is, I completely understand you start adding all those benefits to it, and I'm just trying to figure out what that looks like, and, because we're just off a little bit. Not to insult, I'm not trying to go down that road, Chief.
No, that's.
Please don't go that, yeah. Don't
We
think that.
coordinated with, not to put HR on the spot, we coordinated with HR on the position. They actually raised the pay band a little bit, being that we expanded the responsibilities, so the hourly rate of pay went up a little bit. So I think it's probably just how it's shown on the
It's
slide.
pretty close, but
Yeah.
I just trying to understand the term financial impact on when they don't match up right, so.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, other questions on the quartermaster position? Chief, before you go any further, I know you have, I think, 3 requests in total to
Yes,
share,
sir.
correct? Are
Yes,
these
sir.
prioritized in order of
Yes.
most important?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and this is in, when I mentioned the 3 positions, that you're seeing them in order of priority. This is what, with the command staff and feedback from the department, this is what's been identified as a very high need for us right now.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go on.
Okay, item number 2, this one is interesting. So, so item number 2 is a request to establish something called an EZNet, which stands for Emergency Services IP Network. This technology is essential to improving emergency response, modernizing our infrastructure, and complying with statewide next-gen 911 requirements. So to give you a little background on this technology, our current 911 system was built in the 1980s. When we're talking about 911 system, the best way to think about this is sort of in two areas. Our 911 system has hardware, and it has the call handling software, servers, and computers, and then it has the phone system. When you call 911, how that call is routed through our system that ultimately gets dispatched out to police, fire, and EMS. So our current call system was built in the 1980s and relies on copper lines and outdated technology. This was built for a landline-based environment long before cell phones. And so not the mobile, as you see on the chart there, 96.3% of our calls coming in to our emergency center come from cell phones. So with that, it cannot consistently provide accurate real-time caller location with our current phone system. We currently utilize Frontier for our phone system. And that often results in misrouted calls. So if you can think about when someone calls 911, ultimately that cell phone connects to the closest tower. So if someone's calling 911, and people may not have to contact 911 ever in their entire lives, but the one time that they do, the last thing that they want to get is they're in Rowlett and they hear Garland 911, how can I help you? And then they have to explain to them that I'm calling from Rowlett, and that call has to be rerouted to our 911 center, and then they might get put on a hold for a minute until a 911 dispatcher can pick up the phone. That is precisely what happens from time to time with regard to our call routing 911 system. And so when we talk about the 2 different types of 911, the hardware, the call handling hardware, servers, and the computers were upgraded. So the first half of getting to this next gen 911 system was upgraded a couple of years ago, utilizing a state-funded grant to a system we call Vesta. It's a Motorola system. That upgrade was made. It was somewhere in the neighborhood of $600,000 or $700,000. And so we're halfway there to next gen 911. What this upgrade does is it gets us the rest of way there to being a fully compliant next gen 911 PSAP or dispatch center. So during our executive team prioritization meeting, Ryan Mullins actually asked a really great question. He asked, well, how many 911 calls do we think are being misrouted? And ultimately, what's the impact of that? So we did a little research, and we found out that of our 25,000 911 calls, somewhere in the neighborhood about 700 to 1,000 are either misrouted, have to be are being transferred, we're having to transfer to another dispatch center, or they're having to be transferred back to us. So roughly 4 to 6% of the 911 calls may be having to be misrouted, which obviously delays our 911 response. And so that transfer delays the dispatcher from sending the officers, getting the information from the 911 caller, and sending the officers. What the EZNet does is it uses geospatial routing, which directs calls based on the precise caller location rather than the cell phone tower proximity. It results in fewer misrouted calls, and ultimately, we believe will improve our overall response time. So the EZNet is a critical second phase to modernizing our routing network and completing the next-gen 911 transition. This is a modern IP-based 911 capability. Using this geospatial routing and improved caller location, it will increase system redundancy and reliability, improve interoperability with regional partners, and ultimately puts us in line with what will eventually have to be an upgrade that we have to make. Now, this isn't a end-of-life situation, to be clear. This isn't like where Motorola is saying, hey, we're no longer going to support the system. However, at some point, there will be, all communication centers are going to be expected to move to this next-gen 911 technology. By moving to this technology, it also opens the door for us for things that we can't even imagine today that AI may bring, but new technology to our dispatch center. Beyond just text to 911, we're talking about potential video capabilities. Those are all upgrades that we would have to make in addition to, this would be over and above this technology, but this would give us the infrastructure to where down the road we can look at these technologies and consider adding them. And the other notable item with this is that we already received a $336,000 one-time grant from the state. Money was divvied out from the state to all different departments. Our take in that was about $336,000, and that's been sitting in an account for a little over a year, I think now, waiting to be used specifically for this purpose. It can only be used for next-gen 911 upgrades. And so the other very important part on the funding side is that we currently spend about $2,000 to $3,000 per month on our, what I'll call our legacy 911 system through Frontier. The new EZNet service will be about $12,000 per month, so it will cost more. Now, we won't have to pay for Frontier anymore, so there'll be a little bit of a return on what we're paying monthly. Not a return, it's still going to cost more because of the maintenance, but we won't have to pay the Frontier bill. And ultimately, implementing it now before we move into the new facility is highly recommended. Trying to make this upgrade while we're moving to a new communications center is risky, to say the least. There will almost always be some bugs to work out and challenges, and when we're trying to make that move into a completely new PSAP, that may not be the best time to make this upgrade. And so there is no impact financially to this in FY27. That's important to note. With the grant funding, we believe that the initial implementation costs plus the annual, the monthly fees, we will be covered well into 2028. So there is no impact to FY27. Working with the city manager's office, we wanted to get this in front of you now because it is still a significant upgrade or cost increase on the maintenance costs per year. We're talking about going from $2,000 to $3,000 per month to roughly $10,000 or $12,000 per month. So that isn't a small amount of an upgrade, but I do believe that the return on the investment will be significant. We will be caught up with many other agencies that have already made this upgrade, and we're going to have to do it at some point, and we have funding that's specifically earmarked for this purpose waiting to be used. So with that, I will take any questions you may have.
Chief, kind of mentioned this a little bit, but it's a grant from the state, but there's no legislative mandate that's been passed down yet from the legislature. Is there one that's anticipated at some point in the future?
So there isn't one that I know of that they've set a deadline or that we can expect a 2030, let's say, if that's what you're asking. There was in the bill that ultimately was able to get us this funding, there was a September of 2027 implementation timeline initially given. We're obviously upon that now. There's been no updates from the what's the word I'm looking for? The governing group for emergency communications that said that we would expect any deadline upon us. However, again, we'd be locking in now with the rates to implement the EZNet plus the monthly costs, and we wouldn't have to pay it until 2028 sometime.
And so you mentioned other agencies in the area that have implemented this. Are our neighbors one of those agencies? And if not, what happens if we implement it, but say Garland doesn't and someone's over off of, let's say, Centerville and 66?
Yeah, there are a few. I don't have the list off in front of me. There are a few agencies that have implemented, I believe. I recall Mesquite has already upgraded theirs. Can be certain about Garland, but I believe several of our bordering agencies have already instituted it, and it will increase our interoperability, especially during storms, especially during any outages. One thing I forgot to mention is with our Frontier system, you may recall a couple years ago now, our 911 phone system line went down several times over a pretty short period of time. As I understood it, with the copper-based system that we have, literally someone could be digging a hole with a tractor 50, 100 miles away, and they hit a copper line, and our entire phone system can go down. And it affects any of the agencies potentially that are on that copper system. That happened to us several times. We were able to get really like the top leadership of Frontier on the line, and we're able to kind of hold them accountable to fixing the issues, and we haven't experienced it, knock on wood, since. But those are real possibilities with copper-based systems.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chief. A couple of questions. So the 336 covers the implementation and the monthly maintenance for this coming year?
Yes, will cover the implementation, the monthly maintenance through FY27, and we believe we don't have the exact dollar figures yet. We want to seek your approval first to move forward in terms of the full implementation. But we believe that will cover us into 2028 calendar year, sometime in 2028.
So is this cloud-based?
Yes.
It is? Okay.
I believe it, yeah.
And you mentioned earlier about misrouted calls. Is it possible to quantify the time lag from the time a call gets misrouted till it gets back to our dispatch? Roughly how long is that? Do you know?
I wouldn't want to take a guess because I think
it's probably more than just a few seconds, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say more than a few seconds, less than a few minutes by the time the transfer actually takes place. But certainly, time is of the essence, especially on 911, EMS calls, FD calls that are having to be rerouted.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chief. So will we have to support two systems for a while? The copper and this one? Because Councilman Brent still has a landline.
What was the last thing you said? Sorry.
Councilman Brent still has a landline. But anyway, there were still people out there with landlines. So
I believe once the system is upgraded, we would no longer have to, we would make notice to Frontier that we no longer are utilizing the copper-based system. There would be a testing period that we'd be working with IT directly on. And so to answer your question, no, I don't think we would be supporting two systems. No.
Other questions?
At least not long-term, yeah.
Chief, have you spoken to anyone that has implemented this system and specifically about the cutover and how you handle any cutover issues? How long do you anticipate any downtime? Do you have a backup plan? What are the contingency plans that you you look for to develop in going through this?
Yeah, I do know of several agencies, even my former agency, and I'm not sure about AC Demers, your agency, but there's been agencies that have been upgrading to EZNet for 10 years now. The ones that were way ahead of the curve. The implementation, you work closely with the vendor on the actual implementation for downtime. It'd be much like when we upgraded our our hardware and our call taking system. There would be a strategic operations plan that we put together to make sure that during the when we flip the switch, that everything works and that we have redundancy in case things don't work. So we'd be working closely with IT on a plan. We'd make sure we communicated that plan so that when we flip the switch, if there's an issue, we already have a contingency in place. And the agencies I've talked to that have made that upgrade have been able to do so without any major challenges.
Sometimes say something that isn't.
Sorry, I can't see it.
He said he knows some vendors that sometimes exaggerate.
Understood.
All right. Any other questions? All right, Chief, let's move on to our last PD item.
Okay, and the last item is a little bit of a carryover from last year. Last year, if you recall, one of our budget requests was to upgrade several of our CID vehicles that are vehicles that we assign out that are seized vehicles, seized from criminal investigations where they were used in the course of a felony, and throughout the adjudication of that case, we were awarded those vehicles. Last year in our budget, we have a total of 5 that are assigned to our criminal investigations, and those vehicles are 3 of those 5 were replaced last year. We purposely didn't ask for all 5 because of the impact to the budget. This year, we're requesting the last 2 of those seized vehicles to be replaced. The reason for this is that our current seized vehicles are aging and are frankly unsafe for our detectives to drive. These seized vehicles are extremely high mileage, high maintenance. Some of them have salvage titles, and several have become unreliable or really unsafe for them to operate. One of the challenges with seizure is that our fleet budget does not cover the cost of seized vehicles. Our Public Works Department does a great job of keeping them operating, doing oil changes, and replacement of a tire is okay. But if we have to have a major repair, there is no budget for those repairs. And so ultimately we're faced with, if we want to, replace an engine, let's say, which we had this situation, at a $7,000 or $8,000 cost that there is no budget for. It's a vehicle that already has, 300,000 miles on it, and they're just not in good condition. Those are the vehicles that essentially our detectives have been assigned. They operate those 24 hours a day, 24-hour call out. It's obviously very important that they have a safe vehicle that they can take home, and then when they're on call and they're being called out in emergency, they're responding in a vehicle in a timely manner that's safe for them to get to the scene. And of course, it's important that time is of the essence that they get there safely and they're not concerned about a safety issue with the vehicle or it breaking down. The 2 vehicles they're requesting are a Chevy Equinox and a Silverado. They would come with emergency lights, sirens, window tint, and safety features. They would come with warranties, again, which we don't have now, and of course would basically be like any other vehicle that's purchased in the fleet that we can properly maintain. And this will allow us to finish phasing out these high mileage seized vehicles and ultimately get them on a regular maintenance schedule, working with our fleet department. With that, I'll take any questions.
Chief, do we still have enterprise leasing vehicles at the police?
So we do. We, as you know, we are in a 3-year process to replace all of the leased vehicles in the city. This year, in fact, just recently, our Public Works Department rolled out, I believe, Gary, was it 8 8 brand-new Chevy Equinoxes that replaced 8 of the police department's vehicles that were on the lease program. And I think it's a phased approach. Next year, I think it's 4, and the year after that, it's another 4 or 5 or 6. So we still have several. In fact, I was just working with Gary on another order of those. Several of our VIPS vehicles are on the lease program that'll be replaced. Some of our admin vehicles are on the lease program. So those leased vehicles coupled with the seized vehicles are also issued to our Criminal Investigations Division.
So we're not going to phase out the lease vehicles? Got a head shake, Jess, and that's about, sounds like 4 years down the road? 2 years?
2 years. This was the first year, and then 2 more.
I want to go ahead and commend you on not only the 911 conversion, but on the getting rid of the seized vehicles. I mean, it just shows a very proactive, moving us forward in the future because, and just for everybody else, I know what it's like to have to run a unit on seized vehicles, and I appreciate they are extremely dangerous, and you're keeping together with, baling wire and duct tape. But the officers use them. They got to have transportation, so I commend you on that. I fully support you getting these new cars because, as it was explained to me one time by Chief Prince, your detectives and your officers sitting out there, that car is their office. And none of us wants a big old hole in the middle of our desk in our office, and neither do our officers out there. So I think that goes a long way supporting your men out there. So I commend you on that 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chief, can seizure funds be used for the purchase of vehicles such as this?
No. There are specific rules with seizure. We cannot purchase items that would otherwise be part of the general fund. I believe that would be considered supplanting. We can maintain them. We can order equipment and things like that, but we've not used asset seizure to purchase vehicles. I don't believe.
Okay. But you can seize a vehicle and subsequently use it in this capacity, just can't exchange it for funds or one for funds.
Yeah, actually, you know what, Mayor? Let me think about that for a second, because I'm thinking back to last year when we started our PSU team. We originally, you may recall, we added 2 officers and a vehicle, and working with the previous city manager, strike that. I was getting a little confused about what seizure can be used for. We ended up purchasing the PSU unmarked Durango with seized funds, so no, we can.
So I would support us looking into that. The fact that this is third on your list, can you help me understand how you prioritize this as being after the EZNet?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, it is critical for our detectives to have these vehicles. We have to decide what's going to be the biggest impact on our department and our city as a whole. And so when we looked at our budget requests and had conversations with command staff, implementing the EZNet makes a lot of sense because we already have the funding to do so. It's specifically earmarked for that purpose. We were successful last year in replacing 3 of the 5 seized vehicles, and we just got 8 additional Chevy Equinoxes that we're able to issue out. So right now, nearly all of our detectives have a safe usable vehicle. This would be essentially just finishing the job that we started last year, replacing the high mileage seized vehicles that are kind of just taking up space in our parking lot.
So just an FYI, last National Night Out, Councilman Gibbs and I had to ride around in a seized vehicle. Councilman Gibbs was really nervous. It wasn't very safe, was it?
I can attest to that. I had to check one out when my car was in for service fairly recently, and they aren't great to drive. I'll give you that. Yeah, and Lieutenant Gallardo usually gets the worst of them, so.
All right, I think that's all of our questions on this item. So thank you, Chief. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
With that, we will move on to our next set of requests from Public Works. Gary Anna.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I thought I was going to be the next one to drop the device here. So I have three requests as well, and they are in order of priority. The first request, we are requesting 2 full-time employees in a truck to support the drainage team. Currently, we have 2 full-time employees in the drainage department to maintain 288 miles of drainage. And that includes 2,400 storm drains, multiple culverts, concrete flumes, channels, swells, and drainage ditches. We are seeing more frequent and intense rain events, which overwhelm the drain system. June 19th, we experienced a 100-year flood, which has a 1% annual probability of happening. So some of the benefits of the added staff includes more proactive clearing of inlets, culverts, and channels to help convey the water through the system, faster response to flooding. So currently, we have a backlog of 135 drainage work orders, and then we need the staff to help with the demand. Additionally, we have several asphalt roads that do not have curb and gutter, so we have to clean the ditches with our grade all system and mini excavators. So the request is for just a truck to support it. We have the equipment and the trailers, so it'd just be the truck to support the team. So the budget impact, the initial purchase and the salary is $228,025. The ongoing expense of $149,881, which is salary and vehicle maintenance. Open for any questions.
Gary, I'll pause you for just a second. I want to point out, especially for those newly elected council members, this is where parts of the meeting might get a little challenging just because we have so many different little unique funds that exist in different places. This is one of those funds. So when Gary's reporting on this item and suggesting that this would come from the drainage fund, that's a completely separate fund that sits apart from our general fund. And remind me where the revenues come from that particular fund, Christoph.
It actually comes from our stormwater maintenance fee.
So it's an entirely separate revenue source from property tax, sales tax. It's a whole different fee source. So that request, and there's the second one is the utility fund, and then the third one will be the general fund. So again, the utility fund would be what we kind of just talked about with water, wastewater. It would be a part of that fund. Questions on this one, the drainage fund? Gary, I've seen and heard from many of our residents about the frustrations with our drainage ways throughout the city, and I mean, it seems like we have some work to do there. I am curious from finance's perspective. You know, I'm looking back at our last financial report that we got from ending March, which would have been Q3 of the current year, and there is a little bit of a surplus in there. I'm wondering how we intend to bridge the gap between what we're asking for here versus what's in the drainage fund from a revenue standpoint. And if you could step up to the mic just so people at home can hear. Thanks, Wendy.
No problem. What I would suggest that we do is, so the way we balance the drainage fund for the budget adoption is we cover all of our operating expenses in the fund, and anything that's left over gets moved over to cash CIP in the CIP program. So what we can do is just reduce that transfer over into cash CIP.
Would there be any unintended consequences of moving those funds? Because I know cash CIP is a pretty important funding source for us as well.
I don't believe so. Our last drainage CO debt was paid off this year, so we do have that opportunity for next year to issue additional drainage CEOs if we want to go that route, need more capital funding. But I don't foresee any problem. We pretty much every year have got a decent amount that goes over into cash CIP, so I don't think that would impede it in future years terribly.
Okay, thank you so much. Council, other questions on the drainage? Christoph.
I would just simply add that this kind of maintenance is exactly what the fee is supposed to support. So we will have some capital drainage costs that we'll need to invest, but doing this kind of maintenance is something that is sorely needed in the.
So then tell me, at some point over the past few years, did we reduce the head count under this?
Not that I'm aware of. I think this is something.
So we've just been understaffed up to this point.
Just hasn't been done.
Got it.
That's why we have a lot of swales that have been filled up and are no longer swales. We have a lot of swales that are full of vegetation, so they don't flow water anymore. So we just have a lot of deferred maintenance in this area that hasn't been addressed.
So Mayor, any staff augmentation we'd pull from the streets crew to assist?
Yeah, I think, Christoph, I had made a request, and it goes along with this, that we kind of get a holistic view of our drainage issues. We've all been inundated with emails and calls and during the last flooding event. And, you know, it's easy to attack one at a time, but I think holistically from the whole city, we'd like to see a plan of how bad the problem is, where it's isolated, and what the plan is going forward to fix it.
And I just want to respond so you understand the expectations. That's not an easy question to answer. It's not something that we have in place. It's not something that's been done. It's a work activity that'll need to take place, and it's going to take some time.
To a follow-up, were they vacant positions? I mean, is that the two that we're putting in here, were these vacant positions that were never filled, or they just never existed? Okay.
Yeah, so any of the requests on here where we're talking about a full-time person or a part-time person, all of that's going to be positions that don't exist today.
Okay. How many, do we know off the top of your head how many vacant positions there are in Public Works right now? Because I got the org charts, but I didn't get one for Public Works. Okay.
So the question there, just so everyone hears, the question was how many vacant positions are there in Public Works? And Rick estimated in the 30s. There were 41, and then a few got filled, so it's somewhere in the 30s. Right, so let's say out of all the Public Works positions, there's, let's say 120. 30 sit empty currently. Like there's nobody doing that job. So a lot of open seats, so we're actively recruiting for those positions. By the way, I have no idea how many Public Works employees we have in total. That was just a total shot from the hip.
It was close, 105.
Other questions? Okay, Garrett, let's go on to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The next request is for one full-time employee and a truck. So calling 811 is a state law. It's required for excavation of depths greater than 15 inches. This includes contractors and residents. Rowlett registered with 811 program to protect our infrastructure. So currently we were being notified through the permit system. And since we have joined 811, our requests have gone from 8 locates a week to 28 locates a day. So the process is time sensitive. We cannot locate more than 2 weeks in advance of the construction. And if the construction does not start within the 2 weeks, we have to relocate all the utilities. This includes our fiber system, traffic signal cables, and all Rowlett utilities. Some examples of this in the construction of the right-of-way is boring, road construction, residential is planting trees in the right-of-way, fence repairs, and sprinkler systems. The budget impact, the initial one is $143,102. The ongoing is $77,750. Any questions on that one? I'm open.
So questions on this one? And Gary, does some of this get outsourced to the guys that drive around in the USIC trucks or whatever?
So 811 is it's a free system. They mostly do Atmos gas and electric. And if anyone else that wants to join the group, so you'll be notified more frequently. Obviously, when you do construct around gas and electricity, people want to know where that is. They're really concerned about fiber cables and utilities. So joining the system this definitely helps protect it. But the 811 is a Texas-sponsored system, state of Texas.
Okay, but I know there's Did you catch my question? Can you answer that question?
No.
The answer is no.
So you're talking about,
So
geotech?
there's some company that has USIC printed on the side of their truck, and I think they drive around and do utility locations, but they don't do that work for the city. We can't
correct.
privatize this, in other words.
Correct, no.
Okay.
We've always located our own system just for
Okay.
our protection.
Thank you. Other questions on this position? Thanks, Christoph. Okay, Gary, let's go ahead.
So this slide here should say facilities supervisor, not, that was a cut and paste there. So this request is for a reclassification of a facilities technician to a facilities crew leader and a vehicle. The request is for the facilities crew leader, would manage a team of 4 technicians. We manage 23 buildings with 220,000 square feet. We've had 717 work orders in 2025 and projected to 1,000 work orders in this fiscal year. So Mike Lasby is our asset manager that oversees facilities, fleet, and the solid waste contract. The reclass position will help Mike transition from our routine day-to-day site activities to a more macro management role and focus on planning and scheduling of the building maintenance. So we recently completed a building assessment, and Mike needs also to spend time implementing that plan and prayers for our facilities. Obviously, the benefits are better communication across departments and improved building conditions. And the truck that we're asking for has a lift gate on it because we moved air conditioning repairs in-house, and this helps us move heavier units around to support the system. Budget impact initial is the $57,865 for the vehicle, and then the bump in pay, and ongoing is $8,365. And questions,
So
please.
existing position that is being promoted.
Correct. So a technician to a crew leader.
From a technician to a crew leader.
Correct.
Got it. So does that mean we need to backfill any positions, or is that
That'll be a working crew leader.
a working
Just
crew leader? So
helping, yes.
player coach. Got it.
Yeah.
Council question?
You said there are 30 open positions, correct?
Correct. 30-something, yes.
Okay, and you've asked for some equipment, some additional trucks. Let's say of those 30 positions, not everybody had a truck. Let's just suppose that every other person had a truck. Where are the 15 trucks?
So we don't have any, there's specialized trucks, larger trucks, smaller trucks. To answer your question, there are some available. They do not have a lift gate specifically that we asked for on this truck.
Thank you.
We currently use a
Counsel?
van without a lift gate to support this system.
Other questions?
Mine's really for Christoph, I think. On the hiring of these individuals, and we all got the emails from Scott Drive, Toller Drive, Salzburg and stuff for all the water and stuff. If we were to hire those 2 positions for the drainage fund for that one, would that be a priority to hire them now and get them going and use that money, or would this be on the back burner?
Well, because this is a process for the availability of funding, wouldn't necessarily be available until September 1, right? So normally, we would wait into the purchase until that funding was authorized. Now, if council wanted us to move in advance and authorize us to move in advance, we certainly could make that happen faster. I think one of the big pieces is not only the people, but the equipment, that you would need to actually do some of this maintenance. So I think we talked about a vehicle that actually would have some capability to assist. Isn't that right, Gary? Didn't we
Correct.
talk about something that has some sort of...
It's a lift gate on the back, too.
Not for this, we're talking about the drainage.
Oh, yeah. So that's vehicles to support the crew, drive them around. We have the trailers and the equipment that we currently have. So the only purchase will be the vehicle.
So we have some of the equipment already, we just don't have the truck to pull it. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Right. But certainly, we could move faster if that was council's interest on those positions.
I would say so, because we're way behind on that. And we've been getting the emails even before the new folks got on here about those issues. And, even where litigation's been threatened towards us. So I'd like to jump on that as fast as we could.
Yeah, just in support of that, since we've got 30 vacant positions, could we not just, because these are 2 new positions in addition to the 30 vacant. Okay, so could we not move, I call them PI numbers, over and get those people hired to get out there and start doing that, and that can backfill at a later time?
We certainly have vacancy savings right now that we could cover the cost in the interim. Again, if this is something that council is going to support, we wouldn't want to, hire 2 people for a position that there's a risk that it would not be approved in the final budget. So we want to get to a point where there's some comfort level that these are positions that we should add, and should fund moving forward before we fill them.
Other questions? I do want to comment just on Scott Drive real quick, because you mentioned we had gotten, and there were a couple of houses that even got damaged by flooding. We had some immense flooding back in 2025, and staff did go out and did some work on that, but there's still more work to do, and those are the things we're getting the emails on. So certainly that the creek that runs behind Scott Drive, there's been a lot of work done back there to help clear that. It's more now a matter of kind of where the water's flowing and sediment that's flowing, and solving those challenges is certainly somewhere where these folks would lean in. But we've gotten other emails on Toller and other streets as well.
So I was thinking on this facilities department leader, is that what it is? On that position was probably part of our discussion we had about a facilities maintenance director or something to that aspect. And I could see this, and if we're managing and they're taking care of all the facilities and doing the things that we discussed during that work session of, everybody's working through them is what I'm trying to say, and that we're doing a complete overhaul of all the buildings, and they're going to be busy all the time, then I can see this position. If they're just a part-time, doing facility maintenance, running around, then I couldn't see that. Does that make sense?
I think so, but I think one of the other things that we're doing is, we've just finished the assessment for the RCC. We've had resources available to do similar assessments on other buildings, but we haven't pulled the trigger on those resources until now. So staff is now working on contracting for those assessments so that we can have that kind of long-term facilities planning for all of our major infrastructure as far as buildings. So we are getting that in place, and we'll have that, and then we'll have Mr. Lasby working on that sort of strategic planning and prioritization process. This position would then be able to take some of the responsibilities of the day-to-day operation of the team off of Mr. Lasby, so he can focus more on that higher level work.
So they would fall under the public works director as their supervisor?
They would follow under Mr. Lasby.
Under Mr. Lasby. And his position is?
He's the asset manager. He's over facilities, fleet, and the solid waste contract.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Wait, one more time.
All right, everybody good? All right, Gary, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate the presentation. All right, next we'll move on to community development. Is that going to be you, Manal? Andrew got tired of waiting on us, so.
Oh, look at that. It's really not that funny, David. It was. No, it's good. Thank you. Good evening, Council. Community Development has one supplemental request for the Animal Services Division. Some of you that have been here a while have seen this request in the past as well. It's for a kennel technician. Currently, our offices are doing everything from rotating, feeding, cleaning, medicating twice a day, which is preventing or impacting their ability to be out in the field and addressing field matters and calls. And so if we had that good fortune or the opportunity to create this position and have a kennel tech, we'd have better daily animal care, better socialization of the animals as well, more one-on-one time with them.
It also helps us understand some of the animals' needs, if there's an urgent medical need, what have you. Improve sanitation and disease control. Again, this is related to cleaning and feeding. And as I mentioned earlier, more time for our officers to address dispatch calls. And in the end, it actually improves and addresses some of our adoptability issues that we're seeing municipal-wide in other communities as well. It's important for the team that they have this support and this resource to be able to do their jobs more efficiently. And I'll try and answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Minal. Our animal shelter operates how many days a week?
6.
And we have how many employees at the shelter?
6.
And that consists of a shelter manager,
A manager, a senior officer, and regular ASOs.
and all of our ASOs serve in a dual capacity, right? They're working at the shelter,
Correct.
caring for animals, as well as your dog catcher, right, out in the community actually trying to trap animals, or
Yes, yes, and so does the manager.
and so does the manager. So
Yes.
everyone serves kind of in that capacity. So at any one time, there may only be 1 or 2 people at the shelter actually working.
And that has happened before. For instance, if we have an officer out for whatever reason, then you've just got that one person, so it becomes a little difficult.
And that's why our volunteers become so critical, because they're almost in some ways serving as shelter staff in some cases, because they're there taking care of animals and laundering blankets and
Correct.
refilling water and food and all of those things, right?
But the only things, there are certain things they are unable to do just
Correct.
because of the nature of.
Of course, yeah, liability and all of
Correct.
that, absolutely, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, that's good, that important ask, thank you.
When we build a new building, are we going to have to increase staff on that?
It is my understanding, and Christoph, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was based on current staff, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you.
Council, other questions on this one? All right, thank you, Manal. Appreciate the presentation. And Manal, if I could ask one question, if you grab a mic from here or there, it doesn't matter. We have the necessary vehicles for the animal shelter already.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. All right, next presentation will be Parks and Rec. Ryan Mullins, Director of Parks.
Good evening, Council. So Parks and Recreation, we have 2 supplemental requests this year. The first one being an assistant director for the department. This is the position that the department previously had up until, I think, a little over a year ago. In some form or capacity, I had this position. The idea of this position has kind of grown over time here, especially with our CIP projects, to be more of a strategic position, one that can kind of handle the day-to-day projects of the CIP, one with that background of particularly in CIP projects as it relates to Parks and Recreation. Also, our department has grown. This past April, we had the Parks Maintenance Division of Parks and Recreation come back under our fold here, which added to our span of control. This position would help with the delineation of those tasks for what we have going on at the facility. Also looking at getting 3 part-time positions. These are 3 part-time positions that would work 1,000 hours a year, so up to about 20 hours a week here at the RCC. Oftentimes, we try to have 3 employees here at the front desk. Sometimes we only have 2. Sometimes we have call-outs. It's a little hard covering the staff duties of the facility when we're down 1 person. Having 3 people here, many times, like this room was set up by staff today. They put the tables out, they put the chairs out, they put the tablecloths out. That takes away from duties at the front desk, which is fine. Adding another person there will help with that. If people coming in asking for a reservation. This facility is very popular when it comes to reservations, which that alone, that reservation can take as little as 15 minutes to an hour and a half talking with that person, going over the rooms, going over table layouts, and what it would entail to have whatever their event is, be it a baby shower, a bereavement, a wedding shower, graduation party, birthday party, all kinds of events that happen here. So we're losing a little bit of that customer service that we'd like to have. And as I mentioned earlier, the call-outs. We don't have a robust staff pool to replace someone if they're out sick or if they happen to want to take a vacation. This helps us put those consistency with our staff in place here. Also, our staff does about 1,000 hours a year helping out community engagement with their special events, which also reduces our pool, per se. When it comes to Live on Main or any other special events that are taking on, we try to assist as best we can with that part-time staff, providing 2 of those, or sometimes more for those events. So, that'll stand for any questions.
Well, our mayor stepped out. Before I ask any questions, are you fully staffed in Wet Zone now?
We believe we are. Now, I always say that. We believe we are is because we hire the part-time staff and we're beholden to their availability. I would say the younger staff that we hire, their availability can be all over the place. I used to ask all the questions to the part-time staff and go, who wants to work as much as you can? They'd raise their hand. I said, you're all liars. Because what happens is they're like, well, I can't work Tuesdays. I can't work after 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. on Wednesdays. I need every third Thursday off. So it's a collection of staff. It's like playing Tetris, getting them all there. We have about 88 current staff, and we haven't had really any staffing issues so far. We feel comfortable with that number that we have. You get too many and then too many hours. You get too little, too few hours. So it's a balancing act over there.
I also noticed this morning that we've got our gentleman back driving the golf court.
We do. Mr.
Good.
Robert is back.
I'm sure your staff is glad for that.
They are, and that was another part of it. When we had enough staff here, we tried to get someone out driving that cart for the temporary absence that he had after an injury that he had. And it was difficult as well, taking away someone from the front desk to have someone go out there and drive the cart, of course. It could be days where 2 people are great at the front desk, and there could be days where 7 people could be at the front desk. We're never going to hit it perfectly, but we feel with 3 people, adding these 3 positions would help us with that.
When you talk about the challenge with part-time staff, where do we find them at?
Anywhere we can.
Okay. Well, I mean, what I'm going with that is, do we have a deliberate eye to work with like Dallas College with internships through Dallas College or the workforce?
I don't think we've specifically done that. I do believe that there is a recruiter now in the HR department. It's been a part-time position that's been very helpful, helping to find some of those actually full-time positions, but some of these part-times giving us ideas and opportunities. So when it comes to the part-time staff, let's say Wet Zone or with the summer camps that we have going on, Rec Aids, we're hitting those high schools because that's kind of the ideal candidate right there, those high schools. We know that their availability is all over the place, and we're probably the best people to work with that. We try to get enough to move those around. Some of the part-time positions we get are people looking for second jobs. They can work in the evening here and on the weekends, and we'll take them as well. So really, we're casting a broad net to see what we can get, but I do like the idea of maybe hitting the colleges specifically for that.
We just have a deliberate eye, contact with Dallas College. I mean, a bunch of kids there probably love to have that extra job, so.
Yeah, and just same thing as we're working around maybe a high schooler with a band schedule or a football, a sports team schedule, whatever that is, a college-age student working around their college schedule where they're not available on Tuesdays because they have class, but Thursdays or Wednesdays, that's perfect for us.
So this is not a question for you, Ryan. This is a question for Christoph. The first position that was presented, and I'm sorry I stepped out for a moment, but the assistant director position, we used to have an assistant director of parks.
Correct.
What happened there? Did we eliminate that position?
We actually eliminated the director position and just had an assistant position that was filled for a period of time. And then that position left the organization. Previous management did not believe that we needed a director for parks. We were able to convince them that that was an appropriate level position for this responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So we were able to then hire this director, but that position had been eliminated.
So help me understand, when we add positions, we go through this process and we budget for them and we strategically coordinate where the needs are and have discussions and talk about it. But when we eliminated those positions, or specifically in this case, that position, I don't remember having that conversation. Is that typical in municipal government?
No?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. I was wondering the same thing, because when council approves the position's there. I didn't believe that the city manager could do away with the position without first talking to council. Is that a fact or not?
No, city manager does have the authority to move positions and to, change assignments. It's the funding that council ultimately controls. At the same time, I think it's completely appropriate to have the level of communication when you're making significant changes in organizational structure, to share that with the city council, to understand sort of how those changes are impacting the organization and why. So I don't think it's an authority question. I think it's a conversation question. It's a strategic conversation that I would certainly recommend occur.
When did the last assistant director go? When was the last one? Do you remember?
What was her name? I'm sorry. Carrie Pachenko?
Carrie, is what I thought, yeah.
I believe it was it Brian Chapin who was here up until?
Oh, yeah, Brian Chapin. Yeah, so Carrie was here, and then Brian was also hired as an assistant director.
And then we did away with it and he left, right?
When he left, we then transitioned to a director position.
Okay, anybody?
Council, other questions for Parks? Ryan, we talk a lot about Parks maintenance, and I know that now falls back under your umbrella, correct?
Yes.
Do we have needs for Parks maintenance staff, or do we feel adequately staffed in that area?
Currently, we have one vacancy. We have one coming up because we have a staff member or a supervisor who has recently resigned to take a job a little closer to home. Hate to see him go, but we feel confident in restoring or backfilling those positions. There's always a need. Those needs kind of come up and down. For this time, we feel like when we're fully staffed, we're able to hit things and get things accomplished.
And part of that is, I mean, when we talk about Parks maintenance, right, that's kind of a much bigger thing than just the person who goes out in the morning and empties the trash and walks the park and makes sure they're generally clean, right?
Yes, sir.
There's more capital things like making sure that the soccer fields are well watered and seeded, and that they're well taken care of, and the baseball fields and the softball fields are well taken care of. And then there's actual facilities, which are the bathrooms and the buildings in the parks. And are those maintained by Parks maintenance staff or by city facility staffs, Public Works?
Combination of both. So the daily cleaning of those would be on our staff, but some of the larger projects, if it came to issues with the facility, the building itself, we would fall on Public Works for that. You're right. The big job in Parks maintenance is something you don't know about. So next week there's going to be three or four things that crop up that we weren't aware of that either happened or whatever it was that they're attending to. So there is sort of a hot button at times that crops up, and so it takes away from some of the other daily routines that they're doing. So it's a game, and sometimes there's not many of those. It's just kind of an up and down.
Okay, but right now you're not requesting any Parks maintenance staff because you feel like the head count that is available to you is sufficient to maintain the assets we have?
Currently we do, yes, and
Okay.
we do feel like that might be a future request, but not at this time.
Christoph?
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with that. Given what I've heard from this council so far about your expectations regarding park maintenance, we don't have the staff to meet that level. The challenge is just simply a matter of resources.
Sure.
And where you're going to put those resources. The previous manager moved park maintenance over into Public Works because he saw staff as a fungible good. And so when there was a complaint given, he would pull people off of streets and have them go solve that problem. When they wanted to redo the trail, the nature trail, he pulled people off of streets and other maintenance issues and pushed them over there, and they did the project. That's great, except for there was street maintenance and other things that weren't being done. Yeah. So that's the sort of invisible impact that wasn't being shared with council when those decisions were being made. So now we've undone that. So now we have a resource that is focused on parks maintenance, and I do not believe it's sufficient. I think that we need to look at some seasonals to bring in during the heavy season. We need to make sure we have expertise in some key areas. And I think part of that is the strategic planning that, with right now with just a director, he's focused at a lower level in the organization by necessity. That's why you need to bring an assistant director in so that he can focus more on the strategic objectives, what we need to do a better job, long-range planning, those things that you expect a director to focus on, rather than making sure the pumps are working over in the wet zone. That's the problem we're trying to solve with this request.
Got it. And that totally makes sense, and I appreciate that. It sounds to me like there may not be enough staff. There's possibility that there might be, and maybe they just need to be deployed more efficiently, but we won't know that until we get the right resources in place to be able to well coordinate the team and make sure things are running efficiently. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. Anything else from Parks? All right, next up is, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. Next up is Human Resources. Rick DiOrdio.
I think it's about right. Evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I want to take a few minutes to go over my supplemental request for this coming year and see if we can justify a recruiter. Back in the late winter, we had a change in management and positions that were being held for advisement, basically. They were looking at reviewing the positions and seeing if they were needing to be filled. All of the holds on those positions went away and the floodgates opened. And all of a sudden, we had a lot of positions to try and fill. And unfortunately, we did not have the bandwidth to handle the onslaught of positions that were coming our way. Shortly afterwards, we were asked what would it take for us to get some of these things going. And I don't think I blinked an eye when I said recruiter. I had a knowledge of a professional recruiter that was really good at her job, and I was given permission to engage her on a temporary basis. So until the end of September, I have use of her services, and it has been a windfall for the departments. And to clarify the numbers that we talked about a little while ago, Public Works actually had 41 positions open as of the beginning of the year. As of right now, they're down to 27. And if I was told correctly this afternoon, the concrete finisher positions will be filled within the next few days, and that is something that they have never had. The recruiter that we brought in, that's what she does. She's a professional recruiter. She goes out and she finds people. But she also had a source of a labor market that we haven't even been aware of. And so a lot of the labor positions have been getting filled at a very high rate of pace versus just kind of whatever we can steal from another city or entry level. A lot of the policy that was in place kind of slowed the process down. And what they were doing is they were just trying to hire to fill a position. You hire fast, you're going to end up firing fast because they're underqualified, or you're hiring people that are not qualified or right for the position. What happens now is we get the initial notification that there's an opening. We have our department get with the hiring department. They review the job description. They review supplemental questions that are put onto the posting to answer, for the applicants to answer, so to try and see if we can find out if they have the skill set necessary for the position. We get with the hiring department and sit down with them and go over what is it you need for this position? What skill set are you looking for? What questions can we ask to get the right position, the right person to fill your position? And then when the applications start coming in after we post it, the recruiter screens these people. They do the initial screen of the application to see if they have the minimum qualifications, and then the recruiter will quite often contact the individual to make sure that they truly have the skill set that they're looking for. This takes the burden off of the hiring department. Hiring managers are busy. They're out there in the field, they're doing their jobs. They don't have the skill set, knowledge, or time to spend reviewing all these applications and finding out who's the right person for the job. We're taking that work off the hiring department so that all they can have to do is they look at the qualified applicants that we've sent them, which were the cream of the crop. They determine who they want to interview. The recruiter will quite often go out there and assist the hiring manager in the interview process to make sure that they are asking the right questions. They're not asking the wrong questions to put us into an issue. And then also assisting with doing the review of the individual to make sure that they are right for the job. Once the department has decided who they want to hire, we turn it over to the rest of the team. They go through the hiring process, and now we have a qualified individual in the job. What we have found is last year when we were looking at the numbers, we were averaging a little over 10 vacancies a month, new ones. And a lot of these would carry through to the point where we had days to hire from between 100 and 120 days to hire a certain position. Now that days to hire has gone down to 82.3. So we're hiring them faster, we're getting them in there, and they're staying around longer. Our vacancies have been dropping down to about 7.5 on an average for the last few months, and it's starting to slow down some more. We're looking at trying to keep the recruiter we have on a full-time basis starting October 1st for the next year if possible, and driving those days to hire down to 60 by the end of the year and 45 by this time next year. We want to take a lot of the work off of the hiring departments so that they can be more effective out there doing their job, let us do our job, and let our recruiter do her job to help the team as an organization. So that's basically it in a nutshell. Any questions?
Thank you, Rick. I can definitely see the need for a recruiter position. The company where I work for my day job, we've grown by 25% this year, and we have our ops director who's over the recruiting, and he is just about to pull his hair out because of how much, yeah, exactly. Just because of how difficult it is not only to find qualified people, but then to take them through the process. And I mean, we're only talking 10 or 15 people. I can't imagine you guys are going through hundreds and hundreds of people that you're trying to sort through and then filter down and hire. So having someone that's dedicated to that and speaks the language, uses the technology on the daily, works with all the platforms from LinkedIn to Glassdoor to name your platform, I can definitely see the benefit there. So this is a great proposal. Thank you. Council questions, comments? Carter?
Did you say we have a part-time position now recruiting?
It is a temporary position. I brought the recruiter on a temporary full-time basis because of the dire need we had and the volume of positions that were being thrown at HR to try and fill. And so I knew of somebody that was incredible at her job, and she was in between gigs. She was doing contract work, so I contacted her, applied, she came in, and she just started going to town and working with all the departments, trying to fill their positions, fill their labor positions, and she goes out there, she trains the hiring managers and works with them so that they can get the best person for their job. So it is a temporary, full-time position until the end of September, unless this gets budgeted through, and then it would continue on a full-time basis.
So just to clarify, kind of following up on the previous one, this is not a position that has been authorized in the budget. It's funded through salary savings, and that's how we're using to fund it on a temporary basis to try and get some people filled in the organization.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask a question of a couple other staff members that I wouldn't normally ask questions of. Malcolm, in your former employment, did your employer have a recruiter? A team of recruiters?
Yes, team.
And how many total employees did your former employer have? If you have any idea.
Just over 6,000.
Okay, so
I worked for Dallas College previously.
Okay. And Chief Randall, same question for you. Did your former employer have a recruiter on
Yes.
staff? Yes?
Yes.
How big was your population?
So we just, I think 105 was the last population. We were right at 1,000 employees in the city.
Got it.
Both
Thank you.
part-time and full-time.
Thank you very much to the both of you. Council, other questions?
And how many positions are you recruiting for today?
Right now, looks like we have 50 open positions, but there are 22 positions, but there's 50 head count altogether. The head count basically is like concrete finishers, you may have 2, or maintenance specialist 1, you may have 3 of them. So we count that as 1 position, but the head count could be 3. So there's 50 head count, but 22 positions.
Christoph, I think that would be important for us to kind of monitor how we're doing on head count and open positions as we go through the org chart. This might be something that council might want to see on a regular basis of how we're doing, how this new recruiter's doing, and what our success is there.
And I believe we're having a discussion on this next Monday as well at the work session.
Okay.
Yeah, just real quick, how many employees do you have that works in HR right now?
6.
6, and
That-
what are
which
the-
includes the wellness coordinator.
So can you name what those positions are real quick?
There's 3 generalists, a assistant director with / risk manager, myself, and then the wellness coordinator. Those are the permanent positions.
Okay, thank you.
Although you're not going to be able to say exactly, but with these 50 head counts, how long do you think before we can get that filled? How long will it take? Rough estimate.
That would,
With the recruiter.
with the recruiter, that's an it depends question. I've got a lot of labor positions. There's 14 public works labor positions right now. There were a lot more not that long ago. But we've got professional positions that we have a little bit more of a trouble getting applicants to consider us because of our history and our reputation, which we are trying to get past. We're trying to let people know we're trying to build something here. And it's taking us a little bit longer on the professional positions than it does the labor positions. We've had an assistant director of public works. It's been open for 4 months. We've had a brand new position for a director of economic development. We're going through the process on that one. A community development director we're trying to get. So some of the more professional positions are taking us longer. If everything stayed static and nothing changed, you'd probably see it within 6 months. But nothing stays static. Everything's constantly moving. People are moving to other organizations to get professional growth. They want to advance their careers, and some people retire.
And I ask, and that will probably answer my question. I ask because at some point, this person will have worked himself out of a job to a point.
That's been a common thought that's been thrown at me for a while. It never happens.
Okay.
Your turnover will decrease the better the qualified applicant and candidate you bring on board. They'll stay a lot longer than what we've had experienced recently, but you're never going to be without the need for a recruiter. One of these days, one of these gentlemen or ladies retires in a professional capacity, you're going to need a recruiter to search out and find the qualified candidates to bring on board. Recruiters are never without a job, and they're never without work.
Yeah, I'll second that and totally agree with what you're saying. On top of that, I think it's worth pointing out that if we were to hire a one-off contracted recruiter, we're probably going to pay them, 10 to 20% of that person's salary for the position that we're hiring? Is that
easily?
Yeah.
On top of that, yes.
So if you're hiring a 6-figure position, you're paying that person probably somewhere between 15 and 20 grand to recruit that individual for that role.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, this position to me, if you're recruiting high caliber positions, director level positions, is going to pay for itself pretty quickly and will continue to pay dividends over time if you allow it to. All right. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate that presentation. And next we'll move on to our very own City Secretary, Debbie. With Debbie and had a conversation with her kind of about this budget. So we've already seen this, this request and the overall budget for the City Secretary's office as well. Go ahead, Debbie. Thank you.
I'm asking for a records clerk this year. This person would assist in the intaking, tracking, and processing of public information request. They would be the main point of contact for public information requests, requesting the records from the various departments, gathering the information, reviewing it, doing the redactions, and then releasing it to the requester. They would also assist with records retention at the end of the year, beginning of the year, when we get records together to ship off to storage. They would help with that, and also with destruction schedules. By adding a records clerk, this would support the city's goals of transparency, customer service, operational efficiency, and compliance with the Texas Public Information Act and local government records requirements. Last year, we averaged about 40 public information requests a month. This year, we're averaging more than 70 requests a month. Last month, we received and processed 97 requests. And as of this past Friday, we processed 72 requests for the month of June. So our requests have pretty much doubled. The reason why, we don't know. We just know they're coming in and they're not slowing down. The requests are also getting more complex, asking for a lot more data, requiring more redaction, which requires more attention on our end, and also takes more time to make sure we're not releasing information that we're not supposed to be releasing. Without additional staffing, increasing records request volume may result in delays, reducing efficiency, and challenges maintaining the compliance with the Texas state mandated response timelines. And this is why I'm requesting a records clerk for this year. I was hoping to put it off another year, but we're getting inundated with requests this year.
Thank you, Debbie. I'm going to ask you a couple questions I already know the answer to, but when we have requests like this, I mean, what is kind of the average time that it takes to process a request, or is there not really an average just because of the level of complexity that you talked about?
We have been getting them out within 3 to 4 days from the time the request comes in to the time the requester gets the request. Now it's taken us a little bit longer because of the complexity of the request, and it just depends on when the department can gather all the request records and get it to us, and then we have to review it and then send it to the requester. Right now, most of our requests were coming in for finance. We have a lot of detailed finance requests coming in, and community development. These are two departments that are really being impacted by all these requests as well.
And do you know what the 80-20 rule is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think this abides by the 80-20 rule where 80% of the requests are coming from 20% of the people?
Towards the beginning of the year, I would say yes, but they're starting to get diversified. I mean, it's not the same people requesting the same information. We do have a few that every time you turn around, there's a new request in your box, but it's not just them now.
Yeah, understood. So, and the requests that you're handling are entirely separate from the requests that go to PD, for example. So for body
Correct.
cam footage or those types of things, that's a completely separate request process, right?
Yes.
So you're dealing with everything else except for
Except for police.
PD, okay. And so, Council, I asked Victoria, we had this conversation kind of previously about just legal expenses and what our legal budget looks like. And I had asked Victoria to pull this and send it. And I think you guys have probably received it earlier in June, but I just want to get this on the record because I think this is really important. From the legal standpoint, the city attorney's office has devoted from October through May, so an 8-month period, 194 and a half hours to handling public information requests. And that's a cost to the city of about $42,800. So it's a pretty substantial cost when these public information requests come in and they have to go through the redaction process beyond just what the city secretary's office reviews. So this is just the legal cost. There's the cost that we have from the Action Center and the team there that actually reviews these and processes them as they come in, plus the departments that have to do the work of actually grabbing the information as well. So, Debbie,
The city attorneys, they don't see every single request come through. Those are just the ones that we may have a question about a redaction or need an attorney general opinion for.
Right. And I mention all this because, I mean, obviously we're required to comply with state law, and government is open and transparent, and we want people to have access to records that they're entitled to as taxpayers. But at some point, it's like we're costing the city real dollars with the public information requests that are coming in. And how many of these requests, because we obviously have the ability to charge for requests that are labor intensive and time intensive in terms of generating the records and producing actual documentation. How many of those requests actually, walk us through the process, right?
If you have a request that we're going to send an invoice for the time to compile the information, to redact the information, half the time when we send the invoice, they'll either come back and say, never mind, or they'll come back and clarify their request for a little bit less information. That takes more time as well, and you don't get all the money. Sometimes they may come back and say, like for monthly bank statements, they'll ask for that. We have to go through and redact every single page. No account numbers or anything can be revealed. Whenever we give them an invoice for that, before we even do the work, we have to invoice them. And they'll come back and say, oh, no, never mind. We just want a spreadsheet or a report or something that's easier to do and give to them. But meantime, we've already wasted all that other time trying to figure out what exactly it is they're asking for, getting with the departments to find out about how long it'll take for them to retrieve the documents, not to actually do the work yet, but just to figure out how long it's going to take to do it, and then we'll give them an invoice for it. And if they do pay it, then we go through and have to retrieve the documents, do the redactions, make sure the attorney doesn't need to review it, and then submit it to the requester.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I'm totally on board with us being open with documentation. I think that's important, but I do know that we as a city, we have our checkbook records online, right? We have every payment that's issued from the city. We have all of our transparency stars, right? Four or five, I can't remember. 4? 6? Oh, even more. Stars all around. 6 transparency stars from the financial perspective. I know we try to put as much information available to the public as possible, and the open records process is certainly there for a reason, and a very good reason, so that people can understand where their tax dollars are going. But again, there just is a very real cost to this, and that's evidenced by the fact that you're requesting a whole other person, which is difficult. That's challenging. We have office space for this person, right? Would they just sit at the front desk? Is that the idea?
They would sit up the front next to where Monica sits.
Oh,
So we already have a desk, a computer, telephone, everything. We just need a person.
Okay. And I do want to commend you, and in particular your team, Stacy and Rhonda, because you guys undertook the effort of finding a new storage location for all of our records that is a lower cost and way more efficient, and we don't have to go over and climb ladders and all that kind of stuff to put our records away, right? So kudos to you guys for taking the initiative to do that, so thank you. So, that to me even is more indicative of, the fact that you're asking for this is because the workload is that much more, even amongst the savings of workload from,
Right.
record keeping and filing. Council, questions, comments? Nada? All right, I just get to monopolize that one. All right, thank you, Debbie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that brings us to, I believe, our very last one, which is community engagement. Malcolm. No pause. We're racing toward the finish line here.
Yeah, I was told if I got to go last, we could speed through this and everything would be approved, so let's see if that's how that goes. Okay, so 2 supplemental proposals up for you this evening, I should say. The first, a utility bill insert. So this is an opportunity essentially to tell Rowlad's story through a new channel, an untapped audience. This would be using what is currently a utility bill insert that has not been utilized for the past 2 years or so, converting that into a monthly newsletter, giving Rowlad, again, an opportunity to tell that story to a new audience that does not currently receive information. So this is for utility customers, residential and commercial customers. So that's about 17,500 people that would be receiving this. giving this information to them directly so that they're able to stay connected to the city, receive information. There would also be a way to hyperlink this information so that it can be available digitally on our website, so that for folks that are receiving this via mail, that's one way to reach them, but then also making it available online as well. So the ask here, and the reason why we came up with the 17,000 figure, working with a vendor, we could produce about 17,500 inserts for about $2,000 a month. And so that's how we came with the $20,000 cost. So any questions?
Council, questions? So currently our utility bills have the little block at the top that has information on it. We have done inserts in the past, but like a single third of a page insert that we've done with some information, but only very sporadically and only with like big information.
Yep, from what I understand, it was like big events or different things of that nature, but not a consistent way to communicate with residents.
And so would this be like a trifold insert that would be in the envelope?
That's what I'm thinking. We could obviously work with the developer, with the vendor to determine what format would work best. The dimensions we're working with right now is 8 by 11. So that could be a trifold, but something very small that would fit inside the bill.
And so that's going to go to all residential utility customers, but it would not go to multifamily units, correct? So it's only homes.
So that's where the digital version comes in. So there could be a campaign to increase awareness that you can sign up for this digital version. Also not wanting to dilute Friday at 5, which is our weekly newsletter. So encouraging people to sign up for that newsletter as well. And there's an opportunity to cross-promote content that's in the monthly newsletter. Also cross-promote that in Friday at 5.
Council, questions? All right, thank you. Keep going.
Make it easy for me, perfect. And so the big one, hopefully September 4th, 2027 is on your calendar. That is the day Rowlett turns 75, and so that will be our Diamond Jubilee. So this ask here is for a date on September 4th of next year to celebrate all things Rowlett. I understand that there's already some genuine interest on the council for a task force to bring the community together to celebrate our city. And so this essentially is bringing the ask to you for a day event that will be all things Rowlett, celebrating not only where we've been, where we are currently, but where the city is going in the future. And so just an aside, obviously the ask here is for that one-day event. The thinking internally with the department is that we do a year-long campaign leading up to September 4th, so pushing, drumming up support for the big event on September 4th, and then beyond that, pushing to what the next phase of Rowlett looks like. So questions here?
Council, questions on this one, comments?
Malcolm, how are you? No questions here. Definitely just want to echo the genuine support that council has to celebrate the 75th anniversary of Rowlett. And also, too, I'm looking forward to just in your thoughts, right? I know we will speak on the task force next Monday, but what do you want, where would you want them to play into this, right? Because obviously you have the year event, the year branding, just thinking about that from your perspective.
Sure, absolutely. I want all the input. So thinking of different campaigns that we could implement throughout the year. So 75 untold secrets of stories of Rowlett. So talking to the longest residents, the oldest business owners. So those different stories that we would only be able to get from folks in the community that have been here and kind of sharing those ideas. So certainly we'll want to tap into that group.
Perfect. Yeah, no, I mean, and I think I was talking to the mayor about this, but that then, now, next type of thing, like what happened then, what's happening now, what's happening next. I appreciate the work here. So I am in support of the 18,000.
Yeah, additionally, I think it's a great idea, and it's a great way to engage the community. My question is, under your advertising, is your budget large enough to really, make this part of everything, every day, up until we get there? I.e., if you look at American Airlines, their 100th anniversary, I mean, even today, every napkin, everything you touch and see, I'm thinking lapel pins, I'm thinking... and do you have the budget for that? Or, I mean, everybody's shaking their heads no. So I know Christoph's going to find that money for you. Because they're the no police today. We got the regular police over here. Christoph's the no police. But
I've been told we'll make it happen.
Okay, that's what I want to hear.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'll ask a question. So going back, and I may have missed the timing of it, but your inserts for the city could be used for other reasons besides just these four, right? Because what I'm looking for is communications to remind the world when it comes time to vote again. We could use it for that, right?
Absolutely. It could run the gamut. That's just a sampling of what you could use it for, but.
Okay,
yeah.
we need more of that avenue. Is one of the things we talked about very early was how do I get more communication out, and that is a wonderful way of doing that.
The goal is to be proactive and not reactive.
There you go. That's all the question I had. Thanks.
Is there, or has there been thought given to doing an annual Founders Day? So kick it off at the 75th and then do an annual after that? Or does it run too close to July 4th where we're back to back with these massive kind of events? Rockwall County does a Founders, I think it's Rockwall County rather than the city. They do a Founders Day every year in May, and it's a big festival that they do up. But it may be the whole county versus just the city of Rockwall.
Something to explore. And just one clarification, just for the group's education, we're moving away from calling it Founders Day. Just in my research, the date we're celebrating, September 4th, is the date Rowlett was incorporated. Founders Day, from what I've read, is back in the 1800s. You all can correct me if I'm wrong. So just wanted to make that clarification that it'll be the 75th anniversary celebration versus Founders Day. But definitely like the idea of it being repetitive.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, other questions on this item? Christoph.
I just wanted to reinforce my shaking head as far as expectations on cost here, because $18,000 was the request. You know, if we're just doing one event, one day, one parade, that'll do it, some volunteers. If we are wanting to do something that is much more of a branding sort of rollout, that is more consistent and more durable, that includes more than just a single day, we will need more funds than just the $18,000.
75 sounds like a good number, but I'll let you decide.
And I agree with you on that. Do we have a plan to engage our community partners to help underwrite this?
Yes, absolutely. So I would hope that would be a part of the task force. I don't know if that can be limited to just residents or community-wide, but that would be the goal, is to make that comprehensive.
So John will be our poster guy for that and get out there and we'll drag a sack. So, all righty.
Carter? Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, you're calling it Diamond Jubilee. Have you settled on that? Is that something we want community
Do you
input
hate
on?
it? We can change it. So I just did some research.
Let's do it.
75 is typically a diamond anniversary.
Yeah, I'd suggest as we get the community involved, we look at that.
There's an
And
opportunity
I agree
for that
with
as well.
just as American, it has 100 on everything. 100. They're trying to instill confidence in their customers. They've been around 100 years, and I think we could certainly use that kind of thought process as well. That it might be a branding opportunity as well.
All right. I think you're good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Malcolm. Okay, council, do we need a brief intermission? Yes, I'm seeing some thumbs up. Okay, we're going to take a brief break, return, and we will finalize with our very last item. It is 9:22 p.m. Thank you. All right, we are back live. It's 9:32 p.m., and we're going to move on to item 8, presentation and discussion of all other funds. Wendy.
All right, we're on the home stretch. One more presentation. This one that I'm going to go over is all of our other funds. We've talked about the refuse fund, we've talked about the water and sewer fund. We're going to save the general fund until the last day, because that's when a lot of the important decisions are made and how we kind of get into making the sausage and looking at the tax rate. So this is all the other funds so that we can focus on the general fund when we get to that last date. First one I'm going to go over is our debt service fund. What I'm going to talk about here really I'm going to go through each one of these really quickly. What source the revenue comes from, what the typical expenditures are in these funds, and and what the remaining fund balance is anticipated to be at the end of fiscal year 27, or what it's going to look like in the proposed budget. If you have any questions, just stop me and I'll slow down or answer any questions on that particular fund. So this first one is the debt service fund, and what this holds are the funds that were received from the INS portion of our tax rate, and it's for the purpose of making our long-term debt and interest payments when they become due throughout the year. We anticipate ending with a $2.1 million fund balance at the end of fiscal year 27. So let me just point out too, I'm going to focus on the fiscal year 27, the far right column, because that's what we'll be bringing to you in a proposed budget at this point. There may be some little small adjustments once we talk about compensations. Any of these funds that have personnel in them might tweak just a little bit, but these pretty much shouldn't be changing very materially. This is a consolidated financial statement for our other governmental funds. It's combined, and our other governmental funds, we have 23 separate funds that are used to account for the proceeds of specific revenue sources, and that these are dedicated or legally restricted to expenditures
Wendy?
for only specific purposes.
Can you advance the slide?
Oh, sure. There you go.
Thank you.
Sorry. I was on the right slide. It's late. It's way past my bedtime. So we're going to start out the year with $10.4 million and end the year estimated at $9.6 million. All 23 of our other governmental funds combined. This is what it looks like. It's not meant for you to be able to see it, but just to show you there's a lot of different funds that make up all of those 23, and we're going to go over each one of them individually. The Economic Development Fund, these are funds received from the general fund to support activities and incentives that expand the commercial tax base, create jobs, and promote long-term economic growth within the city. We anticipate ending the fund balance with zero. We are budgeting in fiscal year 27 to exhaust all of the funds that are in this Economic Development Fund.
And what's the strategy there? If you could talk us through that really quickly.
We stopped funding the Economic Development Fund a couple of years ago, so we've just been drawing down on the fund balance. What is anticipated to be spent in fiscal year 27 is a list. I believe there's 7 or 8 different development incentive agreements that we have entered into, and to be able to pay all of those for fiscal year 27, we are going to have to subsidize from the general fund, that $119,000 to balance the fund out to zero. Council can make a decision for fiscal year 27 or future years to continue to fund it, but at this point it has not been funded for the last couple of years, and this is the final drawdown.
And how many years ago did we transition away from using, I believe we used liquor sales tax specifically to fund the ED fund?
We did. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say it was
Fiscal year 24?
24 possibly, because I think we discontinued it one year, we reinstated it the next year, and then I think we discontinued it in 24, 25, 26, and now 27.
Right. So something for, council, something for us to consider at some point is how we handle economic development funding. You know, previously that's kind of how it was handled. The city would set aside liquor sales tax in the ED fund, and that would be used for ED incentives. Takes some time to build up a balance because you have, you know, only that segment of sales tax that's produced. Otherwise, it could, in theory, continue to be paid out of the general fund if it were a budgeted line item, or even if it weren't. But Christoph?
Yeah, I think that you asked sort of what was the thought here. And I think the thought was that it comes out of the general fund regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you sort of dedicate a piece of the general fund, it's still coming out of the general fund unless you truly want to somehow limit your flexibility. So if you dedicate, you know, those sales tax and you're saying this is all we're going to use, okay, that would be a policy decision you certainly could make. It would be a limiting policy decision. And to be honest, it may not fund the obligations that we've already made. Because the obligations that we are starting this year, we'll be able to, again, use these funds with the $120,000, but a number of those obligations go on for multiple years. And so next year, 28, that'll just be coming out of the general fund. It won't have to come out of the economic development fund, it'll just come out of the general fund as a charge.
So like Frisco, who does not pay into DART, they have an absolute dedicated economic development fund. And so it sort of says to the community, we are focused on economic development. And so when you have a zero balance in economic development, I just think you have to be careful that you don't send the message, we don't give incentives, we don't have a dedicated economic development strategy as a city.
And what many cities will do is use that extra cent of their sales tax like Frisco. Frisco has an EDC. They may also have an economic development department, but they specifically would have an EDC that would help with. Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. Ready to move on?
All right.
Go ahead.
Our next fund is the Police Seizure Fund, and these are funds that are awarded as a result of court forfeitures of contraband pursuant to the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, and they're to be used solely for law enforcement purposes, and this is what Chief Denning had spoke to earlier. Anticipated ending fund balance for fiscal year 27 is $376,000. Hotel Motel Fund, these are funds received from tax on the cost of occupancy in hotels, motels, and short-term rentals within city limits, and these funds can only be used to promote tourism and the convention and hotel industry. We anticipate spending down all of the funds in this fund as well. We've got $57,000 going to special events, short-term leasing software, $26,000, and then the additional $377,000, we plug that in there just for items that come up as needed throughout the year that hotel motel funds can be used for. Doesn't mean we have to spend it, but it's there available without having to do a budget amendment. But if we use it for the eligible purposes, it can be used for.
Wendy, back to seizure. Police seizure?
Yes.
Of the 376,188, is that federal or state or both?
It's both.
Thank you.
Okay, the next fund is, yes.
Wendy, sorry, on the hot fund. I was looking at Garland's website, and I see they allocate 15% of their hotel motel tax to go toward cultural arts programs, donations, grants, different programming, things like that. And that supports, I know we've had some conversations. I saw Christoph pick up the mic just out of my peripheral vision. I see that they do that to support some of their, like they have Garland Summer Musicals, and they have a Garland Symphony Orchestra, and they have a couple of different cultural arts programs. And I'm thinking of the cultural arts grants that we task our group with. And I know that maybe they're on a smaller scale. I'm curious if those might be in alignment. And that's probably a question I would rather have answered outside this meeting, and it might even be a legal question at some point, but yeah, you put down the mic. But I think that, I would at least like staff to, at least maybe consider that or talk to Victoria about it when she's present. Carter?
Again, I've seen hot tax being used more for economic development projects. So I'm curious as why we're drawing this down, and we should have some new hotels coming online. So this balance should be growing. And why did we decide to zero it out?
Well, again, right now, there isn't anything, we're budgeting it without a specific expense identified so that we have the flexibility to spend it if we get an eligible expense. That's not likely to occur, so it's likely that it will not be spent down. But we're creating the flexibility by budgeting it for expenditures should that occur. And if you want to talk about what we can spend hot tax and what we can't spend hot tax on after the meeting, I'll certainly. Yeah.
You say we're not spending down, I see a zero balance.
We're budgeting it.
Yeah, so that's what Wendy had just said. They're budgeting it so that if they need to spend it, they can without doing a budget, coming back to do a budget amendment. All right.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. The next fund is the PEG Fund. That's the Public Educational and Governmental Fund. And these are funds received from cable television franchise fees, and these funds can be only used for the capital cost of facilities and equipment of public educational and governmental access channels. So what we typically use this on is our RTN channel, as well as our production studio, and that is what the majority of the costs that are budgeted for fiscal year 27 is for studio renovations in 27. So we're anticipating an ending fund balance of $384,000.
And so we're intending to vacate the space in the downtown suite, and that will be located then where?
Current discussion is to use some of the space that's currently being used by park maintenance, which is off of industrial, over by, the George Bush.
PGBT, yeah.
Behind Panera.
And is that a semi-permanent location until municipal complex at some point in the future?
It wasn't included in the scope of the previous municipal complex, so it would be a semi-permanent, certainly.
Got it, okay.
Unless the plan changes.
Okay. PEG questions? PEG fund has always been a challenge to spend the dollars. We always have more money in there than we're able to spend. I know one thing we purchased previously was a digital, Malcolm's excited. One thing we purchased previously was a digital sign for in front of City Hall, so that gave us 2 digital signs, the other being here in front of the community center. So, okay, let's go on.
All right. Our next fund is our grants fund, and these are funds awarded to the city by various federal or state agencies, and they can only be used for eligible program expenditures outlined in each specific grant award. We anticipate spending all of these funds down, all of our grant funds down in fiscal year 27.
One question for the city manager's office. Do we currently have a grant writer position with the city?
We have a position that's identified in the budget that hasn't been filled for a number of years.
Are we planning to fill that position?
Not at this time.
Are we planning to eliminate that position?
Certainly could. I know we had talked at one point about adding an assistant 2 position and then assigning them some grant writing responsibilities. So that's certainly something that we're discussing. We're waiting for a little more clarity about the scope of the city manager's office before we move forward with that.
Understood. Yeah, I would still like to discuss that. If it's probably outside the scope of this discussion. I'd still like to discuss that. Go ahead, Wendy. Thank you.
Our next fund is our CDBG fund, and these are funds awarded to the city for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG programs, and these funds can only be used for eligible program expenditures, principally in areas of low to moderate income. We anticipate spending all of these grant dollars down in fiscal year 27, and these expenditures are allocated according to what has been approved by council. The Court Technology Fund. These funds previously received from a fee included in court fines for the purpose of acquiring qualifying technology for the municipal court as allowed under the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. In May of 2025, House Bill 1950 consolidated the Court Technology Fund and the Court Security Fund into one single fund, now called the Court Security and Technology Fund. This fund, just the Court Technology Fund will continue to incur expenses until all of these funds are exhausted, and then we will start moving and pulling cost out of the new fund. Our Court Security and Technology Fund are the funds received from fees included in court fines for the purpose of providing security services and acquiring qualifying technology for the municipal court as allowed under the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. So this fund houses particularly our court security, our bailiffs, and we anticipate zero funding or zero ending reserves at the end of fiscal year 27, as this fund also gets subsidized from the general fund to balance. The Juvenile Diversion Fund, the funds are received from a fee included in court fines from the purpose of paying salary and benefits for a juvenile case manager as allowed under the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, and we anticipate an ending fund balance of fiscal year 27 of $151,000. Child Safety Fund. These are funds collected in accordance with the Texas Transportation Code, which allow the Dallas County Commissioners Court to levy an optional $1.50 fee on all vehicles registered in Dallas County. Starting in fiscal year 2019, the fee is shared on a quarterly basis with the municipalities in Dallas County. Rowlett, as a municipality with a population of less than 850,000, must use these funds per the Code of Criminal Procedure for a school crossing guard program, so that's what they are used for. The next fund is our jury fees fund, and these funds are received from a fee included in court fines of $14 collected on all non-jailable misdemeanor offenses. 10 cents of that fee is reported in this fund and may only be used by the city to fund juror reimbursements and otherwise finance jury services. The Golf Fund holds funds that are received from the management company of the Waterview Golf Course for the purpose of making golf course-related long-term debt and interest payments when they become due, as well as periodic course maintenance audits throughout the year. We anticipate that the ending reserves at the end of fiscal year 27 will be right at $306,000. You'll notice our fund balance requirement is $242,000, so we're estimating an excess over the required reserves of about $64,000.
The fund balance requirement there is 1 year's worth of debt service payments?
Correct.
Thank you.
The Reforestation Fund holds funds that are received from developers that remove protected trees during construction for the purpose of planting new trees in public spaces. We anticipate the fund balance at the end of fiscal year 27 to be $449,000.
So I'm sure there's questions on the Reforestation Fund. Can I go back to golf real quick?
Sure.
So council, I just want to point out on this one, we did talk about the $52,000 potentially coming out of this fund, right? So if you look back at 2025, the fund balance surplus was $113,000, and then in 2026 we used $50,000 for capital or golf board expenses. That took us down to a revised, look at the third column, fund balance surplus of $63,000. If we were to do the same thing again in 2027, that would get us even lower down toward the bottom of that amount before we would be able, we really wouldn't have anything in 2028 to use for that purpose out of this fund in its current state. Is that kind of what I'm seeing here?
Yes, other than the small amount of interest income that we would earn each year.
Right.
But the less money you have in it, the less interest it earns. So.
That's right. That's right. So just want to point that out. While that may be might have been a good idea in 26, might be a good idea in 27, it may not be sustainable to do that year after. In fact, likely is not sustainable to do that year after year.
Correct.
Okay. Are there questions on the Reforestation Fund that have to do with the budget? I know we wanted to have a bigger conversation at some point about the Reforestation Fund, but are there questions on this? Okay.
We're good?
I think we're good.
All right.
We'll come back to that one at some point at a future work session.
Okay. The next fund is our CVE fund. That's for commercial vehicle enforcement. These are funds received from a fee included in court fines for the purpose of funding the salaries, benefits, training, and equipment and of administering that CVE program only. This is on purpose. We try to each year to have a zero fund balance because we have to pay back the state a portion of these funds if we don't use them. So we always budget each year to use as much as we can so that we don't have to pay the state. The next fund is our VERF, and this is our Vehicle and Equipment Replacement Fund. And these are funds received from the general fund for the purpose of cash funding the replacement of general fund vehicles and heavy equipment at the end of its useful life. As we've shifted to funding most of the purchase of these items with COs, we've not funded this fund for the past couple of years and anticipate depletion probably by the end of fiscal year 27.
Sorry, Wendy, is that also part of the larger strategy of the enterprise program replacement?
It's related but not the same. It's part of our strategy of leveling our INS rate using debt rather than accumulated cash. for the purchase of vehicles.
So previously, this fund was funded via
General
general
fund.
fund, and we would put in some every year to save up
Yes.
to replace vehicles.
I'd say it's analogous to like a depreciation cost.
Got it.
You put the depreciation cost in there, so you basically put some money in the bank to replace the vehicle when it was fully depreciated. A good strategy, but doesn't help us with our revenues from the INS. So by moving to the debt strategy, we're able to utilize the INS funds.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so this is our TURF, which is our Technology Equipment Replacement Fund. Same concept for this fund as well. However, we are bringing in $301,000 of transfer from the general fund, and those are for the items that are not CO eligible. So they've got to be cash funded, so we bring in the cash to cover those. And we anticipate the ending fund balance at $269,000. We're going to get into our TIFs. And TIF 2 is Bayside, and these are funds received from 50% of property taxes on the improvements in the Bayside Tax Improvement District zone. These funds may only be used for administrative fees and eligible capital improvements within the designated zone area. And at this time, all revenues are allocated for reimbursement to the developer for the cost of completing their improvements, and the remaining balance to be reimbursed to the developer as of June 30th of this year is $7.3 million.
And so our revenue from this in 2027 is anticipated to be about $1.5 million. So we've got another 5 years roughly worth of revenues to cover those reimbursements, at which point this TIF or TERS would start to accumulate revenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
TIF 2 is also Sapphire Bay, and these are funds received from 50% of property taxes on the improvements in the Sapphire Bay Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone. And also, like the other, these funds may only be used for administrative fees and eligible capital improvements within that designated zone. This one is different from TIF 2 Bayside, whereas TIF 2 Bayside, the developer has already paid for all of their improvements, has already submitted all of their receipts, and it just takes time to be able to pay them the balance that was owed per that agreement. Sapphire Bay is structured the same way, but the development is not complete, so we are just holding those annual tax revenues in the fund balance for that project, that TIF zone.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that we don't have any obligation to the current owner of that property to
Right.
utilize these funds for their benefit. So this will accumulate until some other use is identified.
Anticipated fiscal year 27 year-end fund balance at $3.4 million. I have TIF 3 downtown, and these are funds received from 50% of property taxes on the improvements in the downtown tax increment reinvestment zone, and these funds may only be used for administrative fees and eligible capital improvements within that downtown designated zone. We anticipate that the ending fund balance to this fund to be $2 million at the end of fiscal year 27. Then we've got TIF 4. This is North Shore, and we've got two TIF 4 North Shore funds. This one is the Lakeview Fund, and in this fund are funds received from 50% of property taxes on the improvements in the North Shore Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone. Of that 50% increment on improvements, 100% of the Lakeview parcels and 80% of all other parcels within that zone are recorded in this particular fund until the $15.2 million Tier 1 project cost of the TERS agreement are reimbursed. Again, these funds may only be used for administrative fees and to reimburse the Lakeview developer for the maximum reimbursement of $15.2 million for their Tier 1 TERS agreement projects within that designated zone. So we anticipate that whatever we bring in each year, we will be reimbursing to the developer. Now, the flip side of that is the city, the North Shore City Fund, and this is the other 20% of the 50% of all the other parcels except the Lakeview parcels, and they're recorded in this fund. And these funds may only be used to fund Tier 2 TERS agreement projects within the designated zone first, then in any manner authorized by the City Council, and allowed pursuant to the Texas Tax Code, the TERS Act. Sapphire Bay Development Project. These funds were received from the Sapphire Bay Reinvestment Zone project to be used in accordance with the Sapphire Bay Development Project Agreement. The agreement has been nullified. The fund balance consists of mainly impact fees, and those can only be used in accordance with impact fee requirements. And we anticipate there'll be $2 million in that fund. And then finally, the last is the disaster fund, and these funds were awarded to the city by various federal, state, and local agencies for the purpose of funding expenditures related to unexpected natural disasters. We've got the balance in there is CARES clawback reserves at $199,000.
Wendy, tell us what a CARES clawback reserve is. I know what the CARES program was, but
Yes.
why do we have a clawback reserve?
The government is able to come back within a certain amount of time and validate the expenditures that those funds were used for. And so clawback is there to hold in the event that they find anything that they don't agree with our use of the funds, so that we can reimburse the government without coming out of pocket in our general fund.
And so how long will this fund exist? What's the government's statute of limitations on that? 7 years from the time, okay, so we had some expenses in 2026, which could mean 7 years from 2026, maybe.
This fund also helped some of the emergency preparedness funds that we bought a trailer with. We had some extra funding come in from the.
Let's get you a mic, Tara, sorry. Your favorite thing, I'm sure. Accountants and finance people love microphones, don't we?
Yeah, we had some extra funding come in from the 2015 tornado that council authorized to be used on an emergency preparedness trailer, and that's what those expenditures are for. And so what will be left over in 2027 is it basically will have cleared out the fund, and that's just the CARES clawback that's then sitting there. But we will keep the fund open in the event of future disasters. This is where those items get recorded.
Perfect, thank you. I do want to go back one slide to the Sapphire Bay Development Project. These are specifically from impact fees
And interest.
and interest. Is there anything that restricts how these funds are used with respect to it being within the peninsula, within the southern part of the city, within the eastern part of the city, et cetera?
It does have to be spent consistent with the adopting ordinance in that area that it was identified to justify the impact fees. So I don't know exactly what that area is. For other impact fees, I've only seen us split the city into two pieces. So my assumption, without researching it, is it's Zone 2, which is the bottom portion of the community.
So there are at least some restrictions. We just don't know exactly what.
Well, there are definitely restrictions. Yeah, it can
Yeah.
only be used for the impact fee purpose. I don't know. whether
Right, that
these
we
are
talked about
straight impact
previously.
fees.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. 3 years. So 3 years on the clawback provision. Okay, council, what questions do you have on any or all of these funds? Some of these are challenging, specifically when we get into the TIFs and the TERSs, and there's some conversations that we likely need to have there about directing the TERS boards, which by the way is also us, to look at maybe what those TERS programs are set to fund, but that's a conversation for another day. Any other questions? Christoph, closing comments? Let me read that item. Oh no, well there is a closing comment section. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you for your attention. I know this has been our first meeting. It's our long meeting. We have two more coming up. The next one will focus on capital projects. And then the final one will really be decision day, where we'll look for direction from you regarding utility rates and some other issues, the supplemental requests, and other issues to come up, and really focus on that general fund on that day and getting some direction from you about what you want to see included in your budget, and give you your best estimates regarding what the impact would be as far as the final tax rate. So all that information is coming. We've got a number of questions here and other pieces, especially on that utility fund that we'll be working on in the interim. So more information to come, more process to come, and we'll work through this. And certainly at any point you have questions or you think of them along the way, shoot them over. The sooner you get those questions to us, the more time we have to get you a well-reasoned answer. The meeting must be over, sir.
Let's try that again. So do you have any homework for us as we walk out of this meeting specifically for budget?
Just the, questions. Again, the sooner we get those questions, the more time we have to make sure that we get you good answers before
Okay.
you have to make a decision.
My only request to you would be before we come to our next meeting, if there's any documentation to share, please make sure that's in all of our
Absolutely.
hands ahead of time. Okay?
We'll get to you ahead of time. Absolutely. Sorry for that, sir.
That's all right. All right, council, any last comments? All right, seeing none, it is 10:04 PM and we are adjourned. Thank you.